I'm back. Arrow and such. Okay.
I was wondering why everybody was ditching the call. That's why I didn't
fingers crossed. Okay, the only ones left over there are Sohi, James, and Mike Ladd. So fingers crossed, we'll be able to keep things going.
Alright, so what were you saying, Lucid?
Yeah, I was saying, you know, I mean, this is just a word that we use. And I know they're talking about something that, like, you know, someone says "God bless you" or whatever, something like that. Well, I know to them it just really means something. To me, the word itself doesn't actually mean anything. I mean,
like, like, all words refer to ideas. Like, if I say a word,
well, yeah,
like, that's representation of, like, some idea. And, like, when you hear the word God, like, that means, like, the idea of, like, a personal transcendent entity or, like, whatever. Like, what that word means.
Yeah, but not exactly. It depends on who I'm talking to. In America, in general, they're talking about usually a Christian God. I don't, you know.
What is getting
even a Christian God,
what the word God means, don't you? You know, it's like either an ultra-terrestrial or a transcendent sort of.
Well,
that's like me saying, like, I don't know what the term football means because in America it's used in one way, but in Germany it's used in another. Like, everyone's like, no, James, you know what football means. Like, I don't understand, like, any significance of, like, what you're saying. Like, I don't think it's. I don't think there's any substance to it. So, but maybe I just jumped into the conversation and I'm making accusations. I don't know.
Well, I mean, most people are referring to some supernatural being, but basically, I don't know that supernatural being.
What do you mean when you say no? Like, no one, like, a personal sense, or like know the proposition of, like, their existence? Like, I don't understand what you mean by that.
I don't. When someone refers to a god, I don't know their god.
Right, but you know sort of the idea of what it is. This is what we're getting at, you know.
Well, yes, most people refer to a supernatural being of some type.
Right, so we've finally got an answer then. So you'll, I mean, to answer the question I asked you initially, is like, you know, what is a god? We finally got to know. You understand what
I mean, yeah, and what I've said over and over. I mean, I can't define a god for other people. It's kind of one of the points of it was it's because, you know, everybody has a different concept of what that is.
I think most people don't, though. Like, most people may, like, differ on some characteristics that they think, like, God has. But for the most part, everyone's, like, at least I know, is pretty, like, on the same page when the word God is thrown out. We're all talking about pretty much the same thing. Like, I don't know the last time I had a conversation with people about God, and then we're like, oh, wait, but we're talking about different things. You're talking about X, I'm talking about Y. Like, that's an issue. Like, everyone understands the concepts.
And we got here from someone talking about starting his own religion.
Yeah, so he was talking about starting his own religion or something. I think he was trolling, but
yeah, kind of figured.
I'll start.
What happened?
You're muted now.
I need to start my own religion too and get a harem of dozens of men.
Wearing leather?
Absolutely.
Get on it, Commando. I think Seamus is doing that.
Yeah, Commando Seamus. In the meantime, sorry about the lost connection, whatever. I have physical limitations.
We completely understand.
Yeah. You go along with me now, though.
Why Michael didn't come
Actually,
over.
oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I wonder why Michael did not come over.
She's probably asleep or AFK or whatever. Yeah, I typically use something like timeless, immaterial, disembodied mind. My description of what I mean by deity. But I recognize there are a few other characteristics and such.
Yeah, that's just when the term God is used, it's generally referring to just like a generic monotheism. I think everyone tends to understand the meaning of.
I was gonna say, yeah, when people use the word God, it's usually, you know, one sort of entity or sort of a few sort of entities, as opposed to like, you know, the word spirituality, which, you know, hints at a sort of, you know, metaphysical system, as opposed to an, you know, an ultra-terrestrial being. So.
Yeah.
So, is this Anselmian like maximal greatness and such, or three omnis, or what?
Yeah, I mean, I would say God, you know, like has maximal greatness and, you know, the omnis and all that. But your definition of God doesn't have to include that, I guess.
Yeah. There are people out there that sort of refer to sort of spirituality as God, but, you know.
Yeah.
Depends on it. But I think the point is everyone sort of gets what someone means by God, you know what I'm saying? It's not difficult to, you know.
I mean, unless you've been reading like a lot of Spinoza lately, like everyone's referring to the same thing. Like,
Well, like a lot of New Age people, God is love.
Yeah, exactly. As a whole, yeah.
Yeah, New Age sort of victim blaming as their new Elmer Fati or whatever is not my cup of tea. And
Yeah,
actually, welcome Rick, Soy, and Gordon.
Thank you very much, Lucid.
Hey. Yeah, some people the New Age kind of God is love type thing, you know, everything's connected type. Depending on how they do it, sometimes it makes you wonder if they, you know, kind of like if you've ever seen the interview with Hoffman when he explains first time he ingested LSD, the way he explains it is kind of like that. So it kind of makes you wonder about some of them.
Yeah, basically they sort of tap into the third eye, which connects them to the fractal realm. And that's what drugs do. You know, like LSD, they basically tune you into that sort of frequency. So yeah, there's a reason why they sort of refer to the same thing. You know,
Yeah.
It takes them to some sort of transcendent state in which they feel comfortable, or you know, something like that, and then thus they refer to that as some sort of collective, you know, consciousness or hive mind, and thus that's where they get, you know, God is love and we're all connected and all that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been working on understanding Christianity more over the past few years, 2-3 years. And yeah, I've had a lot of stuff, like all the historicism, futurism, preterism, idealism, secularism, uterism, annihilationism.
What's annihilationism again? I don't even know what that is. Like what?
when you die, you're done.
What's all like just yeah.
Damned, essentially. Instead of going to hell, they simply are either not resurrected into the afterlife, or otherwise your physical death represents some kind of actual death.
And that's what a subset of Christianity, or am I getting that wrong?
Yeah, some Christians believe that. Also, Jehovah's Witnesses are famous for believing in annihilationism.
So, what, somebody said when you die, you're done. What is the you? And you are done. Is it a body?
Well, that would be,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
oh, within the context of annihilationism, that would be for the reprobate and such. The elect would be resurrected into an eternal afterlife.
Yeah, the annihilationists are going to say you, whatever, theory of personal identity you hold to, you are done. Whether you identify with the body or with, a soul, done. Either the soul is destroyed and you're destroyed or whatever. Like the Jehovah's Witnesses, I think they say that you're identical. I think they take like an identity like theory, like you're identical to your body type personal identity theory. So that was what they would say. Although I know there are certain Christians who like would hold like a substance dualist view, and they still hold that annihilationism.
Yeah, Kevin Parker and stuff with the, like Christian materialism and whatever. I've not seen anyone actually claims to believe it. But yeah, that one, right? The resurrection for the afterlife is like, reconstituting essentially by divine power somebody's body, and in other versions like to have like essentially kind of almost the same, going to hell, etc. as particularists, except the lake of fire actually like destroys the soul.
Yeah, I know some people who believe that. I mean, like, I don't think that's the case. But I don't think it's a completely irrational view. I know some very smart people who believe it. There are some interesting scripture verses that I could see as supporting that, but I don't think it's the most probable interpretation. It's not really something I care about.
Well, okay, what my point was is that who is Rick? Who is Nadia? The consciousness. All we are just electronic waves in a brain.
Consciousness is different to the soul. Like consciousness is basically the etheric field. It's not.
The physicalist is going to say you are your body. The substance dualist is going to say you are your soul.
Yeah,
annihilationists can take either position on that.
Well, it's good you latched onto that because I use the exact phrase myself. We are our bodies. And we are philosophical zombies, and we are all chemically robotic wind-up-ways and such. Little slogans.
Yeah, and I think all that is completely insane, intellectually bankrupt.
The fact that you can comprehend that is sort of paradoxical to the belief, though.
Yeah, I mean, just on so many different levels. Like, in philosophy of mind, like, the type identity theory, like, very few people hold to that. Like, type identity theory is generally considered dead. Like, it's like, okay, there's so many problems with this. Like, most people nowadays are functionalist or, like, ironically, some form of, like, epiphenomenalist or substance dualist. Like, that's what most people are nowadays. I mean, maybe, like, the only people I hear that are, like, type identity theorists are, like, atheists who don't know the philosophy of their beliefs. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm just saying, like, that's the only people I generally see who believe that.
I suppose I'm closer to functionalists.
Yeah, and I mean, I think I agree with what John Searle said, which is if you're a functionalist, you don't need arguments, you need help.
Really?
Yeah. John Searle, I need to pronounce his name right. I think that's an accurate statement.
But I'm closer to one. I would say I'm not actually a functionalist, but I'm closer to one.
I would say the main problem, though, is any physicalist theory of mind leads to semantic epiphenomenalism, which is just completely insane.
No, actually.
Okay, you say no, you say I'm wrong.
Abstract description. Sorry.
Huh? Are you saying my statement's wrong?
No, I'm saying that the claim of phenomenalism that mischaracterizes things like abstract descriptions of the actual concrete reality.
Okay, so maybe you can help me with this, Nadia. Explain to me how under a physicalistic theory of mind we wouldn't end up with semantic epiphenomenalism. Like, how is that not the case?
The
Like, you think I'm wrong in that, right? Like, you think naturalism doesn't entail semantic epiphenomenalism, right?
well, the trouble with the semantic epiphenomenalism is that the abstract descriptions and such are not actually
Okay, well, I don't
the,
understand what this abstract talk has to do with my question about semantic epiphenomenalism.
well, things claim to be phenomenal, right?
Like, what do you mean when
those,
you hear semantic epiphenomenalism? Like, do you know what I mean when I say that?
yes, these what is it? Emotions and other kinds of higher level notions regarding the mind have no causative force.
I'm saying the propositional content of your belief. The propositional content of your belief has no causal power of your behavior. Like, it doesn't cause anything with your behavior. Your behavior, only the neurophysical properties of your beliefs affect your behavior. The semantic properties have nothing to do with it.
Well, this is getting deep.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
See, here's the thing. Like, I think this is naturalism's biggest issue, and I don't think anyone's ever solved it. I don't think anyone can solve it, because under naturalism, any naturalistic view of mind you take, you're going to have semantic epiphenomenalism. And if semantic epiphenomenalism is the case, then you will never be justified in any of your beliefs. Like, you're just like, justification is out the window, and so the naturalist is left in this awkward position where they can never be justified in any of their beliefs. And I challenge you, like, show me how semantic epiphenomenalism isn't the case under naturalism. Like, that's your burden I'll throw on you. Like, show me how it's possible to not have semantic epiphenomenalism under a physicalist view of a mind. Like, you think you're smart and informed, like, Nadia, like, explain that to me.
An illuminative position regarding belief essentially knocks it out of there anyway.
But no, that doesn't help you, Nadia. Like, you have things you take to be true, right?
Do I have things I take to be true?
Like, we've been over this. We've been over eliminative materialism with you, and like I've already been over this with you. Like, no one takes it. I'll take that back. Very few people take it seriously in philosophy of mind. It's self-referentially incoherent. It's a steaming mess of issues. And so, like, if your best option is to appeal to eliminative materialism, I'll consider my argument valid. Like, if my argument forces you to resort to eliminative materialism, then I consider that a successful argument. I've put a huge intellectual price tag on your beliefs, and I'll leave the chat, like, happy today. Like, if that's what you have to resort to, because, like, that is such an incoherent belief. So it's like, is that the only way you can dodge my argument? Is that, like, that's, I guess that's my first question.
It's not in order to.
Okay, so I guess I'll phrase it this way: without resorting to eliminative materialism, can you address my issue of naturalism implying semantic epiphenomenalism?
God, that word.
Wow. Wow.
Like, I'm making a huge accusation here, Nadia. I'm saying you're not justified in anything. Like, every single thing you believe, you aren't justified in under your worldview.
Are you saying that we're nothing more than animals that react to our environment?
No, I'm saying something much stronger. I'm saying, like, literally, under Nadia's worldview, she literally has no justification about anything. Like, any belief she has, she cannot be justified in.
You don't need the whole of my worldview for it. You only need philosophy of mind.
What now?
You don't need the whole of my worldview for it, just a philosophy of mind.
Okay, just your philosophy of mind then. Like,
You're not
I'll
going
say
to
your
crucify her
philosophy
for
of mind and your yeah, I'll say your philosophy of mind, yeah. Which is part of your worldview. But, yeah.
Part of why that ends up being sort of not contradictory or whatever is because of the unsoundness of beliefs and concepts.
Okay, so like, but I asked you a question a while ago, right? And that is without like setting aside like is this the case? Is it either the case that under naturalism semantic epiphenomenalism is true or eliminative materialism is true, or like are those the only two options you have? Because like you're making reference to eliminative materialism, and I'm asking you like, is that your only option? Like, are you really telling me like that's all you have? Because if so, like I will happily like slap around eliminative materialism for the rest of the night, and watch you squirm on trying to address my refutations of that. But I want to know, like, are you really saying that's your only like argument, or is there any other argument you want to present?
Okay.
First one is, of course, that they can deem these semantic affairs to have causative force.
Okay, how?
Well, essentially as computational devices, right?
But no, but like that is okay. So let me lay it out like this. Like, let's say I have a belief, right? Let's say belief P, and let's say belief P is there's a beer in the fridge, right? That belief, like, it has two sets of properties. It has neurophysical properties, like it's these amount of neurons in the brain, they're firing in this manner, at this location, they have this chemical structure, right? Like, they have these type of properties. They also have semantic properties, like it's about a beer, it's about the beer's location in the fridge, right? Like, they have these two different type of properties, right? Okay, so here's the thing. Like, so let's say, you have my belief that there's beer in the fridge, and that we say that that belief causes me to get up and go to the fridge. The only thing that has any causal like play there is the neurophysical properties. Like, because my body getting up and walking to a fridge, that's a physical event caused by a physical chain. And so the only thing that matters is the actual physical structures that are in that causal chain. If somehow you could change the semantic content and keep the neurophysical content, then it wouldn't matter. Like, your reaction would still be the same, right?
Yeah, and the way those who are not eliminative dodge this is that belief does have some kind of neurophysical structure required to represent it in the brain.
Okay,
And
so I think you just agreed with me, right? Like, if let's just say I could change the semantic content of my belief without changing the neurophysical structure, my actions would be the same, right? Because all the physical chain of events is the same. I think you just agreed with me, right?
yeah, in a way.
Like, I'm not saying that's the case. Like, maybe it's the case. Maybe it's the case that you can't change the semantic content without changing the neurophysical contents. But let's just say you could, like thought experiment time. If somehow I could keep the neurophysical event that causes me to get up and go to my fridge, and I could switch the semantic content to say something like, there's a huge spider in my fridge, it's going to eat me. Since the physical since the neurophysical like event in my brain is the same and the causal chain is the same, my behavior is still going to be the same. Like, the semantic content, it doesn't matter. It doesn't come into causal play.
Yeah, the physicalist denies the possibility of that. So, yeah, you assert that. And,
okay.
well, you're essentially denying.
Okay, so you agree, like, a physicalistic view of mind, it entails this. It entails the semantic content not having any causal power.
The semantic content is necessarily chained to physical structure and such.
Okay, but you didn't address my point. Like, you understand, like, if the semantic content could be changed without changing the neurophysical content, then your actions would be the same.
Yeah, and then you essentially have something other than physicalism.
Okay, but that's my point, though. It's like, that means that the only thing that causes your actions is the neurophysical properties. Like, the semantic content doesn't matter. So long as the neurophysical properties are the same, the semantic content could be whatever. It doesn't matter, so long as the neurophysical content's the same.
Yeah, no one's going to be bothered by this because, of course, physicalism would essentially demand the semantic content be represented by physical actual structures.
Okay, but that doesn't help you. Like that, you're trying to throw out some vague concepts you've read about like computational theory of mind, but like that doesn't address my point. Like no matter how you structure beliefs.
Can I ask something? Are you saying that the symmetrical, which I'm saying, we give words and names to things, and that doesn't really give them meaning? And then
No.
there's neurological is how we interact with that, with our bodies and senses.
No, so I'm saying like under a materialistic view of the mind, right? A belief has two sets of properties: syntax and semantics. The semantics is the propositional content. It's what the belief is about. The syntax is the neurophysical structure. It's the events in the brain. I'm saying if materialism is true, the only thing that causes anything is the neurophysical events. Like the semantic content, the propositional content, it doesn't come into play causally. And so my issue with like if this is the case, then all justification goes out the window. And I'm asking Nadia to explain to me like for my belief, how can it be that the semantic, that the propositional content of it, how can that affect my my actions? Like how can there be an intrinsic causal power in the semantic content?
Good night, y'all. Take care.
Night.
Right.
Hey, Bunto.
And so far, Nadia's only said, oh, but eliminative materialism doesn't have this problem. I'll address eliminative materialism. Like, that's fine. I'll be happy to talk about that. But my question is, like, since you're making this appeal to eliminative materialism, Nadia, are you saying that the only option, like the only way out of my argument is to appeal to eliminative materialism? Because that's what I'm hearing.
Reductive and reversionary types would simply say that beliefs are represented by neurophysical structure, and that the hypothesis here actually proposing essentially takes them out of the realm of physicalism.
Okay, but like that doesn't show me how the propositional content affects my actions. Show me how propositional content can affect my actions. And you say, oh, well, if you change the propositional content, it'll change the neurophysical properties. Like, even if that's the case, the change in my actions isn't from the change in propositional content. It's from the change of neurological properties. So I'm asking, how does propositional content of my beliefs, in and of itself, cause my actions?
Yeah.
That's what I'm asking you to show me.
In the reductive case, the proximal cause would only be the neurophysical structure, right? And ultimate cause, of course, would then be that sort of propositional content.
But how is the proposition? What do you mean the propositional content is the cause, the ultimate cause? Like, what do you mean by that?
Well, that propositional content would be the next cause behind the neurophysical structure.
But wait, I have a question. The propositional content, how does that cause the neurophysical? The neurophysical is matter, right? And under a physicalist view of mind, all I am is matter. So if something is going to cause the matter, the physical part of my belief, it itself has to be matter, right? Right, Nadia?
Well, in the sense of effective causation.
Okay, under a physicalist view of mind, there is nothing immaterial about me, right?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah, so under a physicalist view of mind, the only thing that affects my causal behavior is physical. It's these neurological events.
I'm not sure.
And if you say no, then you're leaving physicalism. If you postulate there's some non-physical thing about me that causes my events, like causes my actions, then you're leaving physicalism.
Well, it would represent something like a formal cause, right?
But like you're throwing out this term formal cause, but you're not explaining how is there a causal chain here. I've said there are two properties of beliefs, and I'm asking you to show me how the propositional content causes anything with my actions. I'm not asking about the neurophysical processes. I'm asking about the propositional content.
Yeah. I'm not sure people are actually going to be bothered by this.
Well, here's why you should be bothered by this, Nadia. Here's the reason you should be bothered by this, right? Is if the propositional content doesn't have any causal interact, like if it doesn't affect your behavior at all, then you have no justification. Your brain evolved through the process of Darwinian evolution with the purpose. It evolved to create neurophysical events that help you survive. Why should we think these neurophysical events that help you survive, why should we think that they have semantic content that's true? We have no reason to think that these events that have... One second. We have no reason to think that these neurophysical events that have been produced by this brain to help you survive, we have no reason to think that they have semantic content that is true.
Okay, can you give a quick definition of semantic content?
Yeah, when I say semantic content, I'm using that interchangeably with, and I'll type it out, propositional.
In words that all of us can understand.
Yeah, propositional content.
I want 8th grade semantic content definition.
So it's the semantic okay, so like let's say, 1 second. Let's say I had a piece of paper, right? And I wrote down the sentence, the dog is brown. The syntax of that sentence is like the lead on the page in a certain, like it's here, it's this type of markings, like that's the syntax of it. The semantics of it is it's the dog, it's about something. The propositional content is it's being referenced to a dog and its color. And so what I'm saying is the propositional content, and like maybe you could even apply this to sentences, right? Like say I had let's say I had a shell, right? Like I'm walking on a beach and I have a shell. And let's say I throw the shell, okay? Whether or not that shell, like let's say it's used as currency for a local native tribe, the fact that that shell is used for currency, that doesn't matter. Like the physical properties of like how I throw it, how far it goes, none of that matters. It's going to go the exact same as if it isn't used by currency by a local tribe. The only thing that matters is the physical aspects of it.
What I'm getting from this, I can't understand is that...
I think the argument is for evolutionary reliabilism, external justification, are going to apply to this.
Okay, so explain that to me. Explain to me. Okay, so you never gave me a reason to think that propositional content can affect belief, and so now I'm pressing the issue of why should we think that that neurophysical events are associated with semantic content that's true?
I would back up and I'd say that propositional content, at least by the reductive and revisionary types, are believed to affect belief.
How? How, Nadia? I gave you an argument on why it can't, and all you do is you throw out a vague term. I'm asking you specifically, how does propositional content cause actions?
The neurophysical structure has to represent the beliefs. The beliefs are instantiated in that structure.
Okay, but like that's okay. So you're saying you have this neurological event, right? This physical event, and you're saying that represents this belief, like this propositional content, right? That's what you're saying. I just quoted you.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. If I had that neurological event, and it represented a different belief, since the physical aspects are the same, it's going to have the same causal effect. You understand that, right?
Well, then that hypothesis essentially denies physicalism.
No, it doesn't. Okay, so let me put it this way. Are you saying that the semantic properties are identical to the neurophysical properties? Is that what you're saying?
The semantic content is uniquely specified by.
But no, I'm saying are they identical? When I say like this neurophysical event, is that identical with the propositional content? It's a yes or no question. If you say yes,
Well, no.
then that creates a host of metaphysical issues, and it doesn't dodge the epistemic issues. If you say no, then you're granting my point. Like my point is, if these two different things are connected in a certain way, and one of them is different, it doesn't cause a change in action. So either way you answer this question, you don't dodge my issue.
It's not uniquely specified.
Okay, when you say uniquely specified, what do you mean?
Semantic content is uniquely specified by neurophysical content.
Okay, when you say specified by, do you mean it's caused by? Nadia, do you mean it's caused by?
Yeah, essentially this says formal causation.
Okay, so the semantic content is directly contingent on the neurophysical content, right?
Yes.
That's what you're saying. Okay, if that's the case, the semantic content can't cause anything because the semantic is contingent on the physical. What you just described is textbook epiphenomenalism. You understand that, right? Like you literally just described to me like the definition of epiphenomenalism. So I'm asking you, the brain is evolved to create these neurophysical events, and these neurophysical events represent some semantic content. Why should we think the neurophysical events that favor adaptive behavior, why should we think that those represent semantic content that is true?
Because if they were not accurate, we would not survive.
But no, but show that you're assuming that there's a causal role, and I've already showed you that there can't be a causal role. You're dodging my question continuously.
I didn't. No, I'm not touching your question.
No, because okay, what you just said was epiphenomenalism. You're saying, okay, so you're saying that the neurophysical event and the semantic, the propositional content. You're saying the neurophysical represents the propositional, right?
Right.
Okay, if I was to, if somehow the propositional content was to be different, but the neurophysical was the same, yes or no, would the action still be the same? Now, this is not, I'm not asking you whether or not this is possible.
That itself would deny physicalism.
No, but that's not the question. Nadia, that's not the question. Yes or no, if this was the case, would the actions be the same?
If that were the case, physicalism would not be true, and... Sure.
Nadia, you're dodging the question. If this was the case, would they be the same? You're dodging my question. Okay, so here's the issue. Under physicalism, is there such a thing as semantic content? Is there propositional content under physicalism?
The reductive and visionary types believe so, yes.
Okay, so I'm asking you, and you've already agreed, you've already told me that the propositional content and the neurophysical content, they're not identical. So the thing I'm asking you to imagine, this thought experiment, is not a contradiction. Based on everything you gave me, this is a valid thought experiment, and you're dodging my question. If you have a neurophysical properties and semantic content, if I was to change the semantic content but keep the neurophysical properties, would the causal chain be the same? Yes or no? Do not cop out again. Yes or no?
I'm not copping out.
Yes or no, Nadia? Why are you dodging my question?
I say, well, that denies physicalism, yes.
No, but I'm asking you, yes, are you saying it will be the same?
I'll always qualify with essentially you're denying the physicalism.
No, I'm asking, no, how is this isn't denying physicalism, Nadia? How is this denying physicalism?
I will never, yeah, the extent that the change in semantic content is able to, not have any demand on representation in physically.
Okay, that right there, that is my proof. That is my argument that propositional content doesn't have causal power. Refute that.
Why should I bother? And the
Because if you can't refute this, you're intellectually dishonest. I have presented you with an argument on why, under your view, you literally can have no justification.
This is not true.
What now?
A thought experiment takes as its hypothesis essentially that physicalism is not true.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't assume that at all.
Well, you say the semantic content changes with no effect on the physical, right?
The only way you can say the semantic content, and so but I already addressed this, Nadia. If you say a change in the physical is a change to the neurological, or I mean a change to the physical is a change to the propositional, that doesn't show how you have propositional content affecting anything. All you have is the neurophysical changing. Like the cause in behavior isn't different by the nature of the propositional content. It's different because of the chain in the neurophysical structure. So even then, like even if I grant your objection, which is not an objection, it's not valid, my argument does not assume the falsity of physicalism, you're still missing, you're still not addressing my point. Anything that causes behavior has to be physical, right? Under a physicalist view.
Effective causation, yes.
No, like in general. Like, is there anything that is immaterial that causes any of my behavior under a physicalist view?
All effective causation is physical.
Okay, so that grants my point that any cause of you is neurophysical.
Okay.
Okay, and that's my point is, why think those neurophysical causes have propositional content that's true? And you cannot say because true propositional content will help you survive, because the only thing that helps my survival is the neurophysical structure. The propositional content is irrelevant. Why should we think the propositional content that is represented by adaptive neurophysical events in my brain, why should we think that those are true? Why should we think that the adaptive ones are represented by accurate semantic content?
Well, like I said, that survival demands, well, essentially some element of truth out of the.
But Nadia, you missed my argument. Like you completely missed it. You're saying, oh, but truth value helps survival. No. Like I said, the only thing that affects survival is the physical. Whether or not it's true does not affect the survival. It affects it doesn't affect anything, and you granted me that. The only thing that affects survival is neurological. And I'm asking you, why should we think the adaptive neurological is identical or represented by accurate propositional content? And if you say what you just said again, you just need to admit that you don't know how to answer my question. Because all you're doing at this point is you're just reasserting your position.
No, the abstract characterizations at higher levels of abstraction can still be meaningful. They are describing and grouping large swaths of physical events and phenomena and so on at a time. And if you can't digest that, then I don't know what to do with you.
Okay, so this abstract, right? Is that abstract is itself, is that a physical thing?
No.
Okay, so that's a physical structure in the brain, right?
Well, there are classes of physical structure in the brain.
What?
There
You're
are
saying,
classes.
oh no, but this abstract can cause something. But that abstract is physical, right?
There are classes of physical structures in the brain.
Okay, but that doesn't address my point on why you're saying they're identical. Like you're saying this specific neurological event is, you're saying it's represented or identical to semantic content that is true. And I'm asking, why in the world should we think that? Why in the world is neurophysical events that are adaptive, like whether or not it's true doesn't matter. Like if the truth value of it doesn't affect my actions, the neurophysical content does. If it's false but it has the same neurophysical content, it's the same thing. Like it's the same action.
Ultimately, it's a matter of how it affects the behavior interaction with the real world.
Okay, so I'm asking you.
Acting on sort of, well, at least in the revisionary and reductive cases, yeah, acting on those false beliefs will, in many cases, get you killed.
But no, but you're assuming that propositional content causes behavior. You're assuming that, and I just presented an argument on why that can't be the case. And all you do is you just reassert that propositional content causes behavior.
The fact, the neurophysical structures represent these things.
How does that help you? Okay, so let me put it this way, right? I write down a word on a piece of paper, and that wait, I have a question. But listen, listen, Nadia. If let's say I write the word dog on a piece of paper, right? That piece of paper, let's say I wad it up and I throw it in the trash can, right? That is going to have it's going to have a certain mass, certain velocity, you know, whatever, right? And that dog represents, you know, like this furry creature, right? Let's say that word dog, let's say it didn't represent a furry creature. Let's say we lived in a society where the word dog represented a car, okay? Now, the fact that that represents something different, that doesn't change the velocity or any of the physical events of the paper, does it? Does it?
Probably has a very slight effect on.
How? How does? Okay, so you're telling me if I would write the word dog on a piece of paper, and I take that and let's say I walk up to it and I say, okay, this means you know, this furry creature. And it has this. You're saying if I was to take that, like all the physical facts of that piece of paper being the same, right? You're saying if I took the word dog to mean car, you're saying there was going to be some change in how that piece of paper acts? That is asinine. Like all the facts, all the material facts, the weight, the mass, like the volume, all of that is the same. The only thing that's different is what that represents to me. Like how I take those markings, all that's different is how that's represented to me. Like the actual marks on the paper don't change. How in the world does that cause a difference in the behavior, Nadia?
I may have misheard you.
Okay, so here's what I'm asking, right? What a word, right? Like if I wrote a word on a piece of paper, what that word represents, whether it represents a dog or a car or a dinosaur or root beer, whatever it represents, that doesn't affect the mass, the volume, like how that piece of paper is going to act, right? Like none of that affects the physics of that paper.
All right.
Would you agree with that?
Sure.
Okay, and you're saying a belief, you're saying this neurophysical event represents propositional content. And I'm saying the same thing about beliefs. Like whether or not this like event of neurons firing, whether or not that represents a car or a dog or whatever, like whatever it represents, that doesn't affect how that causes the events in your brain, right? Right?
It does.
You're dishonest. Like literally, you are so dishonest. I can't even stand it. How? You just said in the case of the piece of the paper that what it represents doesn't matter. And it's the exact same thing. In one scenario, you're telling me that what a physical thing represents, what you're saying is that what a physical thing represents has no causal interaction in the world. That's what you're telling me. And then when applied to your mind, you're saying, oh, but no, it does. So you're either going to have to accept that you're either going to have to retract your first statement and say that, okay, what the word represents does have causal difference on the behavior, or you should be intellectually consistent and honest and admit that even in the brain case, what your neurophysical events represent don't have causal effect on behavior. Like, which one is it going to be?
Mm. Yeah, the way.
Is it is it going to be intellectual honesty, or is it going to be inconsistent changing of terms? Like, which one's it going to be, Nadia?
Well, I'm not doing either.
What do you mean? You just agreed with me. You just agreed with me. Like, no matter what word I have written on the piece of paper, no matter what it represents, whether, like, if I have the word written cat, it doesn't matter whether that represents a furry creature or a dinosaur or root beer. No matter what it represents, like, no matter what the propositional content of that word is, it's going to have the same physical causal effect. Like, you agreed with me on that.
For paper, yes.
Okay, but I'm saying no. But you're saying that a neurophysical event in my brain, you're saying that represents a belief. And first off, I want to point out that a representation that only works for a third party member. Like, that doesn't make any sense. First off, like, just what you're saying there is not coherent. But, like, setting that aside, if what you're saying is true, what it represents doesn't matter. Like, if I have, let's say I have these specific 4 synapses firing, right? If those 4 synapses firing represent a true belief, or whether or not those 4 synapses firing represent a false belief, since the causal events are the same, it doesn't matter. Since in both of these scenarios, even though one represents in one sense it's representing something true, and in one sense it's representing something false, the neurophysical events, it is the same. Like, there is no, in the world, there is no difference. Like, the events that happen in your brain, the causal chain of events is exactly the same. And so thus the representation doesn't cause anything.
It requires a certain physical structure to carry out the representation.
Okay, wait. So you're saying that the propositional content. Okay, so you're saying that the propositional content is identified with the physical structure.
Yeah.
But that's what you just said. You said in order to have this specific propositional content, it has to have this structure, right?
Well, one of some set of structures, yes.
Okay, so this is good. Okay, so if this, okay, so let's say I have propositional content A, and it's required, it is contingent on neurophysical structure B, right? So A is contingent on B. Why should I think that? Okay, and let me back up. In this scenario, how does the contingency of the propositional content, how does that come into play? Like, how does that affect anything causally? Because still, causal event-wise, like, nothing's changed. Like, if I say 4 synapses are firing, and my belief that there was a beer in the fridge is contingent on these 4 synapses firing, like, that doesn't change the fact that the thing which causes me to get up and go to the fridge is those 4 synapses firing, right?
Sure.
Okay. So this is the issue. Like, this is it right here, right? If that's the case, then the propositional content isn't what's changing. Like, it isn't what's causing anything. And I'm asking you, what? Like, there's no reason to think that the neurophysical events, the chemical structures that are adaptive, there's no reason to think that the semantic content which is contingent on them, there's no reason to think that semantic content has truth value. And you cannot say that, oh, but semantic content has, if it's true, it's more likely to help us. Because you just agreed that the semantic content is just, it doesn't matter. You just agreed with me that the neurophysical events is what has causal effect. Yes, you did. I'm done. This is ridiculous. You're so intellectually dishonest. And when someone refutes you, you just sit there and reassert the same thing.
No.
You can talk about whatever they want. I'm done.
May I ask a question, James?
Go for it.
Okay. I'm trying to argue, I'm trying to understand your line of argumentation here. Now, it sounds to me like you're talking about semantics having an effect on human actions. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm talking about the semantic properties of our beliefs having causal power.
Okay. So let's say you are in U.S. Army boot camp.
Yeah.
Drill instructor tells you, jump. What happens?
I jump.
Okay. So is that not a cause and effect situation?
Yeah.
By the semantics of the word jump?
Under a physicalist view, no.
Oh, not?
No, and here's why. Because what caused me to jump? Me jumping is a physical event, right? And that
Okay.
physical event was caused by a long chain of neurological impulses, right? Like my muscles contract, and that was caused by an electrical impulse in my brain, and that was caused by certain synapses firing, right? Like that's a fully physical strain.
Right.
The only
Yes.
thing that
All
enters
that
in.
did happen. Yes, that happened.
Yeah.
We can go back a little bit further. The drill instructor uttered the word jump,
Yeah.
vibrating the air,
Yeah.
which caused your eardrums to vibrate, which caused your auditory system to interpret the vibrations and the language and speech sensors of your brain to interpret the command jump, and then you followed it.
Yeah. And so let's say
all of that
let's
is
say
physical in nature.
okay, so in this okay, so let's examine this. Let's call this physical chain A, right? He says it, all those things you just described, the physical events, and me jump, right? Like we'll call that physical chain A.
Okay.
If physical chain A was the case, all that was the same, but when he uttered those words, and let's say accompanied with physical chain A is semantic properties A. And semantic properties A is, I believe the drill instructor just said jump, and I believe if I don't jump, I'm going to have to do push-ups. Like, let's just say it's something like that, right?
Yeah,
Does
that's
that seem
entirely reasonable.
okay? Yeah. So let's say, so we have this semantic structure, and we have these two things, right? We have the physical chain and we have the semantic chain. If for some reason, and I'm not saying this is possible, I'm saying if the semantic was different, let's say the semantic was the drill instructor said jump, but jumping will make me do push-ups or something like that. I don't know, or like just think of something completely crazy. If that was different, not saying that's possible, but I'm saying if that was the case, it's just a thought experiment. If that was the case and the physical chain A was still identical, I would still jump, right? Like that seems reasonable. Like I would still jump, even if that's not a possible event. Like even if you can't change the semantics without changing the physical. Like if you could, the physical events would still be the same.
Okay, I'm not quite clear on what distinction you're trying to make here for this. I'm assuming we're calling this chain B.
Okay, so we said
he says jump, you jump. Otherwise, he said, all right, drop and give me 20. And
yeah.
If by that time you don't, you're you're sent packing.
Yeah. So like if that propositional content, like I believe if I don't do this, I'm gonna be sent packing. I believe he told me to do this. I believe I should do this. Like all that. Like let's say I had completely different. Like let's say I believed I shouldn't do this. If I do this, I'm gonna die. If I do this, I'm gonna get packing. Like let's say I had that propositional content, but I still had the exact same physical chain. If that was the case, my actions would still be the same. And what we can glean from this,
a different set of neurons going. You'd have a different set of neurons firing in your brain for your different interpretation of his word jump.
Okay, yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because what I'm saying is that even if that's the case, and like that's not the issue at the second. The issue is like if this was to happen, not saying it can happen, but if this was to happen, this tells us the fact that like the physical facts would be the same. What we can glean from this is that there is nothing about the propositional content that intrinsically has causal power. And if you say, oh, but if you change the propositional content, and therefore it would change the physical, like you can't change the propositional without changing the physical. You're not refuting that point because even then, the change in action isn't coming from the change in propositional content. It's coming from the change in the neurophysical structure. So at no point does the propositional content actually play a role. It's simply the neurophysical.
Well, I'm having difficulty seeing the distinction here, because you're interpreting the word jump, as an order to jump, and you're jumping to follow that order.
Yeah.
So the word jump from your drill instructor in this causal chain A was correctly interpreted, and you performed the desired action of jumping.
Yeah.
So all of that, everything that happened there was direct physical causation, a chain of causation of events.
And here's what I'm saying, is if that physical chain was the same, but I did interpret the word correctly. Like, let's say every
so you're
physical...
interpreting the word jump as run away?
Yeah, like, let's say that's the case. Like, even if that's the case, but if the physical is the same, my inaccurate, interpretation doesn't matter. Like, the events are going to be the same. Like, nothing's changed in the physical realm. Like, there's been no change, like, if that's the case.
But if you're interpreting the word jump differently, like to run away, why aren't you running away instead of jumping?
Because the physical process is the same. Because, like, if the propositional content is different, but the physical process is still the same as me jumping, like, the chain of events that leads to me jumping is still there. Like, it's still the same. And that's, like, I think you get the point, which is that, like, the propositional content in and of itself does not cause the events. It's only the neurophysical. And so the only way we can say beliefs cause actions is in virtue of their neurophysical structure.
Okay, I don't see a problem with that.
Here's the problem with that. If the only causal power, or if the only causation that comes from a belief comes from its neurophysical structure, and it doesn't get any from the semantic content. If semantic content holds no causal play and it's purely physical, why should we think that the neurophysical events that have been selected for by the process of evolution, like the brains that present this type of neurological events that are adaptive, why should we think that the adaptive neurological events have semantic content that has truth value? And you can't say because truth value helps us survive, because we just agreed that the propositional content, true or false, doesn't play a causal role. It's simply the neurophysical.
Well, since you're bringing up evolution, what has happened is your brain has evolved language structures so that you can communicate the word jump, or you can interpret the word jump.
But, like, in the evolution process, right? Like, my DNA mutates, and let's say I have a mutation, and it causes this organism that's forming to be a brain. It causes it to, under certain conditions, present this neurological event. It causes it to present this neurological event. And let's say that in this scenario, this neurological event is a belief.
Okay.
And since this neurological event it helps me survive, right? Like, this neurological event, there's something about it that causes me to help me survive when it's presented under the certain conditions. You following me so far?
Could you provide a concrete example so we're not being too abstract?
Let me think. Sure, I guess. Like, the neurological event is, I guess, let me think 1 second here. If I am hungry, I need to eat, or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so your brain tells you you're hungry.
Yeah. So, like, that's, like, under the conditions that my stomach is empty, it causes this neurophysical event, right? And that neurophysical event causes me to eat something, right?
Okay.
And, like, this is adaptive.
Yeah. All right.
In this chain scenario, I'm asking, like, why think that the neurophysical event? Why think that the semantic content, which is it's associated with, which we agree doesn't have causal power? why should we think the associated semantic content has truth value?
Well, actually, I didn't agree that it didn't have causal power. I was saying, like, for in chain A, the word jump caused you to jump. Now, in this case, you're saying the feeling of hunger is causing you to eat.
Well, let's say it's the belief that if I eat this, it'll quench this, it'll quench this desire. Like eating
Right.
this, lifting it to my mouth, biting into it will help me.
That's fine. So you believe that you eat this particular thing. I don't know, let's call it an apple. It'll quench your hunger.
Yeah.
So you feel hunger, you eat the apple, and let's say it's successful. The hunger goes away.
Yeah.
How is that different from you receiving a different impulse, the word jump, causing you to jump?
Because in each instance, it's the neurophysical causing something. Like it's the neurophysical.
Ultimately, your brain is what's controlling your muscles or your
Yeah, I
action.
agree. Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing with that at all. But when you say semantic content, what I am thinking, in at least from my worldview, semantics is the meaning behind, language constructs. That is,
Okay.
semantics is the meaning of the language.
So maybe I should use this word. Maybe I should use the word propositional content, because often semantics is referred to with language. So let's use the word
propositional content is, could you also define that for me, please?
Yeah, so like the propositional content of a belief is what it's about. So like if I have the belief there's a beer in the fridge, the neurophysical is like it's these synapses firing, it's this structure, and the propositional content is there's a beer in the fridge. Like there is this thing, like my idea of a beer, and it is in the location of the fridge. Like it's what it's about. It's the proposition of it.
Okay, so you believe there's a beer in the fridge.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. Okay, so what do you do with that?
So, and we say that my belief that there was a beer in the fridge, it causes me to get up and go get a beer, right?
No, in that case, you just have the belief that there's a beer in the fridge.
Well, let's say I'm also
thirsty.
thirsty.
I want to drink that beer.
Yeah, let's throw that in there too.
You want to drink it, and you have the belief that there's a beer in the fridge. In combination, those will cause you to walk to the fridge to get the beer. And if the beer is not there, you'll of course be disappointed.
Yeah, that will cause me to get up and go to the fridge if the neurophysical events which are associated with those beliefs are ones that cause my body to get up and go to the fridge. If the belief there's a belief a beer in the fridge, if that propositional content was associated with a neurophysical event that, I don't know, caused me to clap my hands, like I wouldn't get up.
Oh, so clapping your hands would somehow convey to you the belief that there's a beer in the fridge, or you believe there's a beer in the fridge so you clap your hands? I don't
Neither. Like in this scenario, like what I'm saying is like the actual propositional content, like it doesn't cause anything. Like whether or not like the clapping of the hands, that doesn't cause me to have the belief that there's a beer in the fridge. Having the propositional content, there's a beer in the fridge, that doesn't cause me to clap my hands. What causes me to clap my hands is the neurophysical structure itself.
Right. Okay, yeah, the propositional belief that there's a beer in the fridge doesn't cause an action on your part, unless there's something that triggers you to want to have the beer.
Even if there's something that I want to have the beer, that propositional content still doesn't cause it. It's the neurophysical that causes it.
No, the beer existing in the fridge is some thing that may or may not be true. You have the belief that it's there. You could be right, you could be wrong.
I could be right, I could be wrong.
But no, I agree that that's not going to cause you to do anything. What would cause you to do something in regards to the beer in the fridge was if you felt the desire to drink a beer.
But let's say I do have the desire to drink a beer. Like let's say the belief is there's a beer in the fridge and I want to drink a beer. Like that's the belief in question. Like
Right.
if that's like we'll just say that's the belief, so we don't have to do this combination of belief stuff. Like if that's the belief, the propositional content, like there is a beer, I want that beer, like that doesn't cause anything. It's the neurological event in my brain. It's the synapses firing, causing the electrical impulse, causing my muscles to contract, causing me to get up to walk to the fridge. Like that's what causes me, is the neurophysical event. If the neurophysical event wasn't there, it doesn't matter about the propositional content. Like if the neurophysical event wasn't there and somehow semantic content or the propositional content was, it would matter about the propositional content being there. Like I would still get up and do it. And if that neurophysical event that caused me to get up and go to the beer to the fridge and get it, like if that was there and somehow the propositional content wasn't there, I would still get up and go to the fridge. Like in either scenario, it is simply the neurophysical that causes me to get up and go to the fridge.
Right. The proposition can be completely false. You think there's a beer in the fridge. You have a desire for the beer. So
But
you
no,
go to
like
the fridge, and
it's not it's not about the proposition possibly being false. It's about the proposition, like so long as the neurological event is still the one that causes me to get up, even if the propositional content is something like there's a big spider in the fridge and if I open the door the spider will eat me and I don't want that, or like something like that. Like even if that's the propositional content, like if the neurophysical event is still the one that causes me to get up, like I'm still going to get up. Like the causal chain is still the same.
Okay, so you get up. But if you actually believe that there's some kind of monster in the fridge that will eat you if you open the fridge, wouldn't that belief prevent you from opening the fridge? Or
Not if
are you feeling suicidal that day?
No, if the neurophysical events are the same as the I want the beer in the fridge, if the neurophysical events are the same, then the actions are the same. You understand that, right?
Okay, so you're going about walking to the fridge.
Yeah.
But okay, so what is the ultimate thesis of this argument?
My issue is this: is like a physicalist view of the mind is gonna leave out the causal power of propositional content. And my point of the whole beer in the fridge scenario is to show like by imagining a scenario in which the propositional content is different, but the neurophysical events are the same, and we can be like, yeah, you still have the same actions because you know the physical events are the same. Yeah, like that's showing the concept like the propositional content is irrelevant to my physical actions. And then the reason that is significant is because, you know, like we were talking about evolution, like why should I think the neurological events which are adaptive, why should I think those are associated with propositional content that's true? And you can't say because truth helps us survive, because as we just examined, the propositional content being true or false, or you know whatever it is, that doesn't have any causal role. So here we have this issue of we have no reason to think that these neurophysical events are associated with true propositional content. And if that's the case, then we lack justification for any belief. And if we lack justification for any belief, we're up a creek without a paddle.
Well, okay, here's the justification for the belief that there is beer in the fridge. Let's say you go through all those neurological actions in this new chain we've been discussing, that for whatever reason, you get up, you walk to the fridge to grab the beer. You open the door, and lo and behold, there's no beer in the fridge. You've still undertaken that action, even though the proposition that there's beer in the fridge was false.
I'm sorry, saying, but like that doesn't affect my point.
Well, it affects the outcome. You're not going to drink the beer.
Well, yeah, I won't drink the beer, but like if I believe there wasn't a beer in the fridge, like whether or not there's a beer in the fridge at all, like that doesn't matter. Like and whether or not I believe there is or isn't a beer in the fridge, that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters of me getting up and going to the fridge is the chain of physical events.
Okay.
Like that's the issue. And if that's the case, then we have no reason to think that any neurophysical structure is associated with propositional content that's true. Because the truth value of it can have no, like the truth value of the propositional content, since propositional content doesn't have causal power, the truth of it doesn't matter. Like, all that's matter is the neurophysical. And if we have no reason to think that true propositional content is associated with the neurophysical events that are adaptive, then we have no reason to think any of our beliefs are true. And you can't say, like, oh, but science, oh, but like this or whatever, because then you're using the beliefs I've just attacked to support your beliefs. So essentially, what I'm giving you is, I guess, what you could call an undefeated defeater. Like, I'm giving you a defeater for justification in your beliefs, and you can't reason your way out of it. Like, any belief you try to form and say, oh, but I can be justified because, like, I used a microscope or like whatever. Like, that doesn't matter. Like, you have to address one of the points in my argument.
Yeah, let's ignore the causation of you having the beliefs, assuming there is a causation. Let's just pretend you have a set of beliefs. For example, you believe there is beer in the fridge.
Yeah.
So, but you've never tested this theory, so that gets rid of any empirical justification for your belief. You simply have the belief.
Are we talking about under a physicalist view?
Well, I'm just trying to go strictly by some kind of reasoning that I'm familiar with. I don't know a philosophical label for it.
Okay.
I'm saying,
so how about like I guess we should divide this into two issues.
yeah,
If propositional content doesn't have causal power, right? Do you think that would lead to lack of justification?
well, no, because I'm actually going to make argument here based on your belief that there is a beer in the fridge.
Okay, so my belief that I have the belief that there is a beer in the fridge, and that belief has two sets of properties: neurophysical and propositional.
Right. So let's look at the propositional first.
Yeah.
Fortunately, beer in the fridge is a nice binary proposition. It's either true or false.
Yeah.
So that makes it simple.
Yeah.
Because we don't ever have some weird there is and is not beer in the fridge. Yeah. Unless it's Budweiser. Let's assume it's, but let's ignore that.
Yeah.
There's either beer in the fridge or there's not beer in the fridge. Therefore, your proposition is either true or false.
Mm-hmm.
Now, and that's your belief. Your propositional belief is that there is beer in the fridge. Now, the moment you decide you would like a beer and initiate the action of going to the fridge to fetch the beer,
mm-hmm.
the reason you're going to the refrigerator is because you have the belief, the propositional belief, that there's beer in the fridge.
No, that's not the case. The reason you got up, the reason your muscles contracted to get you up, to move you to the fridge, is because there was a neurophysical event in your brain which caused a chain of electrical impulses. It was not the propositional content, it was the neurophysical. If you could have just the... It's great. Nadia was talking about philosophical zombies earlier, right? We can imagine a philosophical zombie that gets up and he goes to the fridge. He has all the same neurophysical events, the same synapses firing, but let's say there's no propositional content. Even if somehow there was no propositional content, so long as the neurophysical is there, you're getting up and you're going to the fridge. And the opposite's true too. If you have the propositional content, but you're lacking the neurophysical that causes you to get up, contract your legs and go, you're not getting up and going to the fridge. Well, whether or not you get up and go to the fridge is solely contingent on the neurophysical events in your brain.
Well, yeah. Well, not entirely. I mean, like I say, Stephen Hawking, for example, has motor neuron disease. Well, that's a simple name for it. Lou Gehrig's disease is the common American name for it, and ALS is the initials for the more complicated medical name for it. He doesn't have the ability to get up and go to the fridge.
Yeah, I agree.
So he could want to get up and go to the fridge all he wants. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, but that's because he has a physical limitation on his body, though. That's not relevant to the discussion of what causes it. And I guess maybe this is the way I should phrase this question to you. Is you said
it's because the neurons in his brain that operate his muscles simply are dead. They don't work.
Yeah. So the cause they can't cause him to get up and go to the fridge in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, precisely. That neurological set of events simply cannot happen.
Yeah, okay, like that doesn't affect my argument.
But there's an outcome here. I mean, let's say, for example, all right, propositionally, you believe there's beer in the fridge.
Yeah, and so can I phrase the question this way? Can I rephrase the question? Maybe it's simpler.
Okay.
So you said that I have this propositional content, there's beer in the fridge, and I have this neurophysical event that causes me to get up to go to the fridge, right? Following me so far?
Right.
Okay. If the propositional content was not there, if it simply either didn't exist or it was different, but the neurophysical was the same, would I still get up and go to the fridge? Would my body still arise and go to the fridge?
You could get up and go to the fridge, yes.
Okay. So that right there. Wait, listen. This is significant because the fact that you just said that's my point. Is that the propositional if it's there or not, that doesn't affect whether or not I get up and go to the fridge.
Here's my defeater. The reason you walked to the bridge was the fridge. I don't know why I keep saying bridge. Anyway, let's say, okay, you had a desire for beer, and that's why you walked to the fridge. Has nothing to do with the proposition. Well, it does have to do with the propositional belief that there's beer in the fridge, because that is, by force of reasoning, why you're going to the fridge. Jeez.
It's okay.
That's why you're going to the fridge instead of, say, for example, getting up out of your comfy chair, opening your window, and jumping out the window.
Okay. So I have a question. If the proposition, I believe there's a beer in the fridge, if that was still there, but it lacked the neurophysical, but let's say that proposition was still there, but instead I had the neurophysical structure that caused me to jump out of my window and fall out, would I go to the fridge or would I go to the window?
Well, if you have the belief that there is beer in the fridge, the sensible thing to do is go to the fridge rather than
but that's you dodged my question there, and the reason is I think you can see my point. Is a while ago I asked you to examine a scenario in which the physical events in your brain were there, but the propositional content was different. And now I'm asking you to examine a situation in which the propositional content is the same, and the neurophysical events are different. And my point is, and I think you see it, and I think that's why you didn't answer me, is that in each scenario, the propositional content didn't affect my behavior. Like in the sect where I did believe it, but I had different neurophysical events, I still jumped out the window. Like the fact that I believed that there was a beer in the fridge, like that propositional content did squat to my action. And likewise, in the event where I got up and went to the fridge, but I didn't have that propositional content, like I still got up and went to the fridge. And this reasoning, like we can conclude, like okay, like the propositional content in and of itself, it doesn't cause anything. It's simply the neurophysical.
Okay, so the propositional belief, according to your argument, has nothing to do with whether you're jumping out the window or going to the fridge.
The propositional content, what I'm saying is, under a physicalist view, the propositional content does not affect my behavior.
So what is your explanation for your desire for beer, and instead of jumping out the window, you go to the fridge where you believe that there is beer?
Well, see, that's my issue. Is like I'm not a physicalist, right? Like I think it's because of this issue that I think physicalism is insane. Like I think any naturalistic view of mind is insane because the issue of whether or not I go to the fridge or I go to the window, like the proposition, it's whatever neurophysical event helps me survive. So like the brain that causes a neurophysical event that causes me to go to the window and jump out, like that's not going to be selected for. And a brain that presents the neurophysical event that causes me to go to the bridge, I'm doing it now, the fridge, in some sense, that is going to be selected for. Like, and so the brain that presents the neurophysical events that causes like the action here, like that's the one that's selected for. And what I'm saying is, why should we think that the propositional content that's, you know, like that's somehow, I guess, associated with this neurophysical event, why should we think that it's the I guess you could say the right one? I mean, like we could have the propositional content attached to the one that causes me to get up and go to the fridge. We could have that one be the window one, and I would still have the right action. And so what I'm saying is, like, I see no reason to think that the propositional content that's somehow attached to these neurophysical events, which that itself is, I could make an argument against naturalism right there, like and how propositional content is attached to a belief, or how it somehow, like, they all are together. Like, but setting that aside, is I see no reason at all to think that propositional content would be associated. I see no reason to think that true propositional content. But no, you didn't, because in the scenario you just presented, all that matters is the neurophysical events, and I would say evolution selects for the neurophysical, and we have no reason to think that the propositional of it is true.
But I did present a reason why you would go to the fridge, and that is your belief that going to the fridge will get you the beer that you desire.
Okay, but
what I'm asking you for is your alternative theory as to why you would go to the fridge because you have an expectation that there is a beer there.
Because of the neurophysical cause. And like I'm not trying to be rude, but you're backtracking, because you agreed with me on 2 points. Like, you agreed with me on 2 points that validated my conclusion.
Yeah, I agreed with you on that the brain contained a propositional belief.
No, but I gave you two situations. One in which case I had neurophysical properties that caused me to go to the fridge, but no semantic content, and one propositional content, and one in which I had the propositional content, but not the neurophysical event. And in each case, like, the answer you gave me is the one that I've been trying to get you to see, which is that the propositional content doesn't have the causal role. And it's interesting because, like, when I ask you why. I asked you, you know, if I have the neurophysical event but I don't have the propositional content, you said I would still go to the fridge. And the reason you think that is because the physics are there, like the physical events are there.
You have, okay, implicitly in my statement was, all right, you have, okay, A, you have the desire for a beer, and B, you have the belief that there is beer in the fridge. So, in order to satisfy your desire, you reason that because there is beer in the fridge, you get up and walk over to the fridge, open the door, and expect to find a beer there. So,
yeah.
You know, there's reason, which is what the brain is built to do.
Okay, so here's my question to you, right? If I reasoned I could reason in a completely ludicrous manner, which is there is a spider there's a spider in the fridge. It's going to eat me. After it eats me, I'll be in its belly, and I can drink my beer there, or something like that. Like, it'd be ludicrous. Like, in fact, that's at least has something to do with beer. Maybe I have a reasoning process of, I hate beer, there's no beer in the fridge, I have no reason to go to the fridge, and that's my conclusion. Like, even if that's the case, like, even if that's my reasoning process, that doesn't matter. Like, the neurophysical is what matters, and you're not addressing this. Every time I, like, really point this out, and, like, I get you to agree with the point that, like, if the propositional content was gone and the neurophysics was there, and you did agree with me a while ago that if there was no propositional content and there was a neurophysical, you would still have the same cause, then you just back up and you say, oh, but the propositional cause causes you. Listen, I agree that propositional content has causal action. Like, I believe that the propositional content of my belief plays a causal role in my actions. But that it is, and I think that's the case, but it isn't an issue of what's the case. It's an issue of what's the case under naturalism.
Well, that is the case under naturalism.
But it can't be.
Well, here, let's
I've already proved that. I've already showed that.
Let's reverse the proposition. You have a negative belief about beer in the fridge. That is, as far you believe your fridge is empty.
Yeah.
But you still desire a beer.
Yeah.
So now what you do, instead of going to the fridge because you believe the fridge is empty, you pick up your car keys, you drive to a store that sells beer, and you purchase a beer.
Yeah.
So in the propositional belief that you had beer in the fridge, you went to the fridge. The propositional belief that you did not have beer in the fridge, you went to the store to purchase beer.
Okay, wait. Are you saying the propositional content?
Well,
Because I'm saying for every belief, there's
okay.
two different types of propositions.
Okay, the proposition, there is beer in the fridge.
Yeah,
In
the
the
content
case
of my
where-
belief that has that.
In the case where you believe that is, you believe the proposition to be true, you go to the fridge. In the case where you believe the proposition to be false, you go to the store to buy beer.
So you're saying in the belief in which that belief has
You're
the
acting on the
propositional
belief.
content of I take it to be true that there's no beer in the fridge.
Yeah, you're acting on that belief.
No. Okay, so I'll pose the question again. You're saying the proposition is what's causing me to do that. If that cause of events, if the cause of neurophysical events and physical events, which causes me to go to the store, if all that causal chain was the same, but I did not have the propositional content, would I still go to the store?
Okay, now so you're being totally agnostic about whether or not there's beer in the fridge.
No, even if I believe there was no beer,
That is, there's no concept in your mind of beer in the fridge. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying I'm going strongly. I'm saying let's just say I firmly believe, my belief has a propositional content of there's no beer there. It's not like, oh, I don't know. It's like there is no beer there, right? Or maybe we need to say I'll make it stronger. It's the belief I need to go to the store to get more beer.
Okay, that's fine. So you believe strongly you must go to the store to get more beer.
Yeah.
Therefore, you go to the store to get more beer.
Yeah. The cause of that,
yes.
The cause of me going was the neurophysical event in my brain. You understand that, right? Without that neurophysical event that set off that chain, I would not have gone to the store. You understand that, right?
Well, yes. I've never denied that.
Okay. So keeping that in mind, you understand that if that neurophysical event was there and the propositional content wasn't there, you understand I would still go to the store, right?
Well, yeah, because you're now thinking I need to go to the store to get beer. You're not thinking anything about beer being in the fridge.
Okay, so yeah, so based on those two things you just agreed with me on, the conclusion is both these scenarios show us the propositional content does not cause me to do anything.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm arriving at the exact opposite conclusion.
But I'm legitimately confused on if I have let's forget I'm trying to think of a much simplified scenario in which we could do this. Okay, so let's say I have a string of dominoes, right? And I push over the domino, and one domino causes another, causes the other to fall, right?
Okay,
if this is the case, yeah.
Yeah, we've all done that as children.
Okay, yeah, okay. So let's say each domino, let's say the first domino is blue, okay? Oh no, forget that. Let's say the first domino in one scenario, the first domino, it was bought, or I used it, I traded it as currency when I was a kid, okay? In this scenario, I traded it as currency when I was a kid, and I knocked the domino over, and it falls, and it knocks the other one over, right? You follow me so far? Okay, let's imagine another scenario, right? The first domino, it's the exact same domino, but I didn't use it as currency in a kid. It sat in the box in my basement, right? And I knock it over, and it causes a chain of events. The facts, I guess associated propositional content with that domino, that doesn't matter. The events are still gonna fall in the same way. No matter what facts are true about that, all that affects the chain of dominoes is the physics of it. And that's what I'm saying about our bodies, is the physical event of me doing an action. The only thing that matters is that first domino, I guess you could say, is the physics of that first domino. It doesn't matter whether that domino was used as currency, whether or not my dad gave it to me, whether or not I found it on the street. Like, all that matters is the physics of it. And like with my belief, all that matters is the physics of my belief. Like, it's the equivalent of the first domino. It doesn't matter whether or not it's associated with propositional content that's about wacky-ass aliens. It doesn't matter if it's associated with propositional content that's about beers and fridges. Like either one of those, like whether either one of those propositional contents was associated with it, the neurophysical event is still going to cause me to go to the fridge.
Okay, but that neurological event is essentially like the chain of dominoes, except multiplied by a few trillion.
Okay, yeah, I agree. We have lots of neurological events. I agree with that. That doesn't affect my point.
So I honestly don't see what the difference is. I mean, okay, the first domino might have some form of sentimental value to you, or it may not. The fact that you knocked it over to knock down a whole chain of other dominoes, I don't see how that fact is meaningful in that
Exactly,
situation.
it isn't. Exactly, that's my point. And that's the same conclusion. Like that's the same concept I'm trying to show you with beliefs. Like whether or not this neurophysical event, whether or not it's about spiders or aliens or beers, none of that matters. All that matters is it's this domino and it's starting this chain. Like that's all that matters.
Okay, but the belief, I'm saying, influences your actions because it is part of the chain.
But how? Like, okay, so you're saying the propositional content is separate from the neurophysical?
I would say, yeah. It is neuro. Your propositional beliefs are little beliefs that you have in your head. You know, they exist as I don't know. You know, let's say each neuron has written on it a particular propositional belief. I mean, so whenever that neuron is consulted, it affects what you do. That is, it affects your chain of action. So if it says, okay, beer in fridge,
yeah,
and then it says true, so you go to the fridge.
But
Or
like I don't know. I guess
in fridge false, so you go to the store. Or perhaps that neuron doesn't exist at all, so you have no concept of beer in fridge. But you still got the idea that there's beer in the store, so you go to the store and you never bother to check the fridge.
But it's almost sounding
all completely in the realm of naturalism.
But it's almost sounding now like you're trying to identify the propositional content as the neurophysical. Like you're saying, okay, this propositional content simply is the neurophysical, or this neurophysical simply is this propositional. Like, is that the out you're trying to take?
Yeah, I'm saying basically in computer parlance, it's a conditional branch instruction.
Well, here's the thing. First off, how in the world is like, and like I would argue in one case. First off, I think you have severe metaphysical issues here. How in the world are a certain set of neuron firing, how is that identical to the propositional content that there was beer in the fridge? How in the world is that identical? How did that come to be associated? Like I think there's a host of metaphysical issues there. But setting that aside and just saying, okay, like not even like looking at that. Let's just say I grant this. If they are identical, then the only way that propositional content, like quote propositional content, affects my actions is by virtue of them being neurophysical, like of them being a certain neurophysical event, right? Like but that just makes the argument simpler for me. That just makes it so much simpler for me, because if you're going to say, like, okay, propositional content is identical with a certain neurophysical structure, I'm just going to lean back and say, why are adaptive neurophysical structures identical to true propositional content? And you can't say, because true propositional content helps survive, because all you're saying then is neurological neurophysical events help us, or that are adaptive, or adaptive. Like you can't, like you're completely, like that's actually the worst way you could argue this.
Actually, we earlier agreed that you could go to the fridge in the belief that there's a beer there, open the door, and find no beer. So you've had the propositional belief that there was beer in the fridge, and lo and behold, you were wrong.
But I think
you still had that propositional belief in your mind.
But I think you're vastly missing the significance of this, which is like, in that scenario, like, you know, my belief was my belief that there was a beer and that there wasn't one. But I think you're missing the equally powerful belief that there was a belief that there wasn't a beer, and I go to the fridge and there is one, or belief that there. No, but listen. What now?
Yeah, that's a possibility also. You could buy 12 cases of beer because.
But no, but stop. I'm gonna stop you there. Like, you're like all your arguments trying to show like, oh, you can believe this and be wrong, completely off point. Like, like the thing. But no, listen. I'm asking you, why is it the neurophysical event like that causes me to drink water in this specific issue? Why should I think that it's identical to propositional content that's accurate and true? Why not think like it could be identical to propositional content that's about big ass spiders and like funky aliens? Like it could be whatever process that merges, that makes like one neurophysical event identical to some propositional content. Like whatever kooky, like mysterious naturalistic process like merges them, or says, okay, you're identical to this and you're identical to this. And like I said, there's huge metaphysical issues there. Like whatever process that is, why in the world think that my propositional content, like like it's night outside, like no, that's not a good one because that doesn't cause anything. Like my some belief that causes something, there's no reason to think that neurophysical event is identical to something that is actually true.
Well, I never said that it was identical to something that was true. I mean, we both agreed.
But wait, do we have reason to think these neurophysical events are associated with true things? True propositional content?
Outside of actually evaluating them for truthfulness, like opening the fridge to see if there is in fact a beer there.
But that assumes the belief that your senses are accurate.
Relying on your memory that I know I put beer in the refrigerator yesterday.
Okay, but Liz, that uses two beliefs. One, the belief that your senses are accurate, and two, the belief that you have a certain memory. But those beliefs themselves are neurophysical events that have been adapted for. And I'm thinking, why think that the wait, listen. I'm saying those don't have to, in order to get the belief, in order to get the neurophysical benefit from those, they don't have to be like, why think that the propositional content that goes with those is true? And you can't use a belief to verify your belief, because then you're arguing in a circle, and that's why this is an undefeated defeater.
Well, okay. When you open the refrigerator door.
And welcome, Farhan.
Yeah. When you open the refrigerator door and you find that you were wrong about whatever belief you held regarding the contents of beer therein, why is that a problem, other than now you have to go to the store to get beer, or
I don't understand what you mean, like,
to get beer.
But again, you're saying, like, you're trying to say, oh, but I can have support for my belief from my other beliefs. Like what I'm giving you, I'm giving you an attack on every single belief.
You're relying on an empirical test.
No. This isn't an empirical test at all. Like the beer thing, that's an example. Like that's just an example of propositional content and neurophysical structures. Like that's nothing at all has to do with this. Like I could parrot this to any other event ever. Like, right?
Is this argument somehow going to lead to brain fizz by any chance?
Brain fizz? I don't think so. No.
Or something that Alvin Plantinga may have talked about?
I mean, this is Alvin Plantinga's evolutionary argument against naturalism, and I think it stands unrefuted.
Yeah, Plantinga's absolutely wrong with his argument.
Well, you've been unable to refute it, and you've been contradicting yourself, so I guess I'm going to disagree there.
Well,
like I'm not trying to be a dick, but literally contradicted yourself multiple
and that
times.
is that I have been demonstrating that the brain is in fact capable of producing correct results.
That was not the argument at all. The issue was justification of thinking propositional content that is true is associated with neurophysical events that are adaptive. You've
Yeah, but
completely
the justification has to do with the consequences.
And you've argued circularly, because every time I've offered you to show me how just the propositional content affects my actions, you've given me an event in which you assume it does, and I say no, it's the neurophysical. So you've argued in a circle, and you've been unable to refute my premises. And I'm going to conclude. I have to get off soon, so I guess I'll conclude this here, and you can make your final remark. I'm concluding that this stands unrefuted. The naturalist is incapable of showing how propositional content can cause beliefs, and because of that, we completely have no justification for thinking any neurological event is associated with true propositional content, which means we have no justification for thinking anything is true, which means we're just up a creek without a paddle on naturalism. And that's my final remarks. You can have yours, and then I'm off.
I mean, the entire thing.
I really don't have much to say to that, so I'll just let it go.
All right.
Materialism is premised on a counterexample whose premise is again tantamount to materialism not being true. So.
Well, Nadia, you never attacked my argument either. You just argued in a circle and reasserted yourself. So
I didn't argue in any circles.
You did, but that's neither here nor there now. Everybody have a great night.
Didn't connect the chain. Where's circular implication?
Okay, so this was.
I can produce a circular implication in his case. So, I mean, rather simply, the propositional content having no association with the neurological structure denies materialism, flat out. Then he goes about from this premise essentially that materialism isn't true to conclude materialism isn't true. Circular.
I had, before I got in, I had been listening to the argument for a while James seemed to be repeating himself over and over again, but I was not seeing the connections with his thoughts, and I've had the same problem with Plantinga's argument because he never actually demonstrated why naturalism and evolution are mutually exclusive, when I think, in fact, they are what actually happened. That is, naturalism is the case, and evolution happened.
Well, as the very first step, I mean, I had to, of course, go about assuming things that I didn't actually believe or whatever. To even have the discussion, because of course you eliminated about belief, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can actually literally use eliminated materialism as the test case, right?
Well, I'm sure you could.
Eliminated materialism, but eliminated materialism implies belief doesn't exist.
But
so it's something he pointed out, right?
Yeah, he was arguing though. I mean, I was hearing that a propositional belief has no effect on your actions. And I thought I argued fairly conclusively that, yes, it does. It's effectively no different than the conditional branch instruction in a computer when...
Well, and it's necessarily instantiated in that neurophysical structure then.
Yeah.
And at that point...
It's not instantiated the way it is in a computer, obviously. Computer is a designed artifact by human mind, whereas the human brain evolved along whatever lines.
Not relevant is the difference in structure.
But mathematically, we're still acting the same way. We believe there's beer in the fridge, we want beer, therefore we go to the fridge. We find out we're wrong. Okay, we have to go to the store. I mean,
well, there's a bit of a presumption there that beliefs to the extent they exist are propositionally represented in the brain. And as I understand the state of neuroscience, it does not appear to be the case.
well, whatever I don't know how the brain works. I would readily admit that, because that's the truth of the situation. I don't know how the brain works. I mean, other than, it's got a bunch of interconnected neurons that are firing, and sometimes other neurons will fire because they picked up some kind of potential to fire. I mean, okay, yes, big deal. That really doesn't tell me anything useful. May tell neurologists something useful, but it doesn't tell me anything useful because I don't see the big picture. But speaking strictly from a linguistic point of view, you have a concept and you have this propositional idea, which is obviously something that's either true or false, I guess, in this particular case. You act on the truthfulness of the proposition. Therefore, it is indeed affecting how you act. Now, if the fact that you could be wrong about the truthfulness of your proposition is irrelevant to the fact that you've acted on it.
Yeah, it's quite a sort of sophisticated argument, and it's difficult to sort of follow. And it's the difficulty is that you can see the evolution doesn't select for truth. That's something that sort of people say is entailed by evolution. You can imagine all sorts of scenarios where you go on now.
Evolution not selecting for truth is, not able to be just asserted like that up front. right? The extent that the proximal factors in differential reading success are not necessarily true, right? They can be ultimately related to truth, right? The ascertaining of accurate information and so on leads to, say, better gameplay and such, right?
Yeah. So the idea is that it's like a side effect essentially of generally, sort of generality, but people often put forward the idea that being sort of a bit paranoid is, going to be more, increase your survivability. So you might sort of, most of what you imagine could be fairly delusional, and it, might help you survive better. So, it's hard to say that it's in all cases. I mean, obviously, the truth about the lay of the land and whatnot might be easier to justify that. Yeah, okay, if you don't know what's in front of you, you're going to trip over a lot, and you're not going to get very far. You need to know what's good to eat and this kind of thing. But then there's a lot of instances where it seems like it could be, easy to say that, like paranoia, for instance. But the idea goes further with the evolutionary argument. It says that you can imagine all sorts of weird scenarios where, for instance, you really, I think. Plantinti gives a funny example. I think it's something like that you really love tigers and you want to go and cuddle them up, but you believe that the best way to do that is to run away from them. So you end up surviving, but it's a completely crazy way of going about it. So in that way, it's a really convoluted setup of beliefs and reasoning, but it's conducive to survival. So it's strange like that. So this is the argument sort of develops along them sort of lines to say, I mean, like, if you look at like the various like hypotheses for certain data points, there's like an infinite of them, isn't there? So you need some way to say that what is actually the case is going to be more likely to be selected for than say strange upside down beliefs and upside down actions, which then end up having the same behavior, which is adaptive and helps you to survive. So then it goes back to the idea that if the mind isn't really having this kind of causative effect on behavior, then really it's kind of hard to see that it could be selected anyway, because you're kind of like, your consciousness would be kind of like a prisoner of the brain, and it would be, the idea is it tells a story after the fact. So you justify that you've had these beliefs and you've done these things, but really it's happening quite automatically. So in that way, you could make up any fantasy story, couldn't you, to justify things after the fact, and is it the behavior? It sort of diverges, doesn't it? The kind of the conscious mental sort of reasoning and beliefs from the behavioral actions that you commit to.
But one thing that really I think hurts Plantinga's argument, which is based, actually I have no idea what the hell it's based on. It's just a pure reason type of argument, I guess. But the problem with it is, all right, first of all, there's overwhelming evidence in favor that evolution actually did indeed happen and is continuing to do so. And there's an overwhelming lack of evidence that there is any supernatural processes going on that affect natural processes. Which means it's reasonable to conclude, from at least my point of view, how I see things, that both naturalism and evolution are true. In fact, evolution is a naturalistic process. So under naturalism, evolution is the only game in town, really. So
yeah, but that's the argument, isn't it? Like, given if you believe in
naturalism, when naturalism basically says, well, evolution is the best theory we've currently got for the diversity of life on this planet.
Yeah, but that is the argument, though, that if you believe in naturalism and evolution and in that way, then you can't sort of trust your own reasoning and sort of belief states. So, yeah, it's an interesting argument, I mean.
Well,
I mean, have you read Thomas Nagel has written an interesting book, and he basically, I think he believes this argument. I think he, these kind of ideas have rung home fairly true with him, and he's postulating a kind of a solution to this, a kind of like proto-intelligence as a natural law, like it's some kind of undiscovered law that we're gonna sort of find, and that will show that there's a kind of guide, basically, in reality, which solves these sorts of problems. But I mean, it's an interesting thing that we can look forward to in the future. I think that there will be some kind of solution to this, whether it be a naturalistic kind of force, which is a kind of proto-intelligence in reality, or there's some kind of supernatural aspect of reality, some kind of mind stuff which is doing that. They are the kind of arguments, though. Like, generally, this is a kind of sort of disposition that people, that theists, sort of look at the world and they say, look, a purely naturalistic sort of mechanistic system can't seem to account for the kind of things that we see and experience. So unless and until we can account for these things, then theism is going to be quite a prominent thing. And even if even if Thomas is right about a kind of proto-intelligence to reality, then it's just word games. We'd all be fierce saying it would just be kind of a word game to say, wow, you know, I don't believe that that's actually, you know, that it's a mind thing. It's just like one aspect of mind, which is just a fundamental part of reality. It'd be like moral realism. It'd be like mind realism. There'd be a sort of a part, a mind part of reality, which would be not mind on its own, but it would help weave reality in a certain way, which would be identical to as if there was a mind there.
Well, why does the matter matter if you know, this propositional content is so divorced from neurophysical structure?
I don't know. Matter just seems to be energy with structure. But let's say, like, the second law of thermodynamics, which is one that is a word that gets tossed, well, a phrase that gets tossed around quite a lot, especially in the evolution debate. I think it represents a point where there is an argument from ignorance on the point of people who deny the evolution happened, or there's other things, you know, that sound like arguments from ignorance, like Plantinga's whole thing. I think there's ignorance.
Well, I think there's a strong history behind these sort of arguments, right? And it's not just that. So that is one aspect of it, but there's this whole, even naturalists are fully aware that there are limits to what we can do with, you know, formal systems, and that, you know, there are limits to pretty much everything, and being aware of them limits means that, you know, it's not that it's an argument from ignorance. It's that there are like necessary gaps in what we are able to understand, what we can do with specific systems, and yeah, there are gaps there, and whether they be filled in, however they be filled in, you know, it becomes that's the question. So it's not a sort of argument of the gaps, right? Or God of the gaps and naturalism of gaps. It's that there are gaps. We know there are gaps, and they're always going to be there. Yeah, there's always going to be certain gaps in our understanding of stuff, right? And that's just a part of reality. You know, we've all got to face up to, whether we're naturalists or supernaturalists or what. You know, I mean, that does come out. So then
you have, but essentially there is no law.
Yeah, that's the real problem I have with supernaturalism, is there's literally no law behind it. It would be literally pure randomness and nothing but.
Well, you know, I don't think that's so. Basically, I think the way in which at least I sort of imagine sort of the supernatural realm is that it overcomes some of the limits of what we can do with purely naturalistic systems. So it's more powerful than Turing powerful, right? So given that, you know,
with it all, if we are not machines.
Sorry, I talked over a little bit what you said though. What was that first bit?
What does Turing have to do with it all? Why would Turing place a limit on us if we are not machines?
Well, that's right. You know, I don't think we are machines. That's right. So we aren't. So there's something more about us than just being, you know, a Turing machine. So yeah, so I believe that there is a supernatural aspect to reality and that it's not computable. But a naturalist would have to say that we are computable, and I think that, you know, maybe we are. But if we are, then it becomes quite miraculous. A lot of aspects of reality are like, you know, highly improbable, and you know, that needs explaining. We can't just say, look, let's just take that as a brute fact of reality. We've got to say, well, you know, how is that? How has that come to be?
Even at the quantum level, where it is a stochastic system, it has odds. So it works like a casino. You know, you can assume randomness in the mathematical sense in a casino, that is, a throw of the dice is completely independent event of the next throw of the dice. So even though an actual throw of the dice is subject to, Newtonian mechanics, you can basically abstract that away and just say, each throw is independent from the previous throw, and that gives you your random sequence of numbers from throwing the dice. But in the case of quantum mechanics, the dice are loaded, or the way the rules are kind of loads the dice in a way that, for example, the way light either reflects or does not reflect off of a surface of water, it's actually, totally random. There's no way to predict which photon is going to reflect and which one is going to pass through. But you can say that, when you've measured a huge number of photons, that a very specific and exact percent will pass through, and the rest will reflect, with the total probability, of course, being 1. So,
yeah, I mean, so,
there's stuff going on there. And also, the second law of thermodynamics still applies at the quantum level. It's one of those in physics, I mean, not talking simply heat engines here, but just the way things run in general. That creates essentially a path, a set of possible pathways through like a phase space diagram, I think it's called, that are more likely to be followed than others. So, given all those laws that are working together, it would seem to me that under the right conditions, like Earth, when it cooled down sufficiently, the evolution of some form of life is inevitable, rather than simply, or at least highly probable, rather than being a ridiculously improbable event.
Well, most people believe it's a ridiculously improbable event. But
that's
yeah, I
because
mean,
they're assuming that we were the intended destination of a bunch of random events, as opposed to the consequence of a whole bunch of random events. I mean, it depends on whether you're thinking a priori or post priori. I mean, there is no reason that we had to come about on this world.
well, that's a philosophical statement.
That's
now,
the
isn't
way
it?
the path went, historically.
Well, no, that's just a philosophical claim. I mean, we don't know. The world might literally be being guided through a lot of specific states, and it might be being hidden in some of these laws. It might, like you said, right? So you made the claim that it's sort of inevitable that life would form on the Earth, and so naturalistically that's all highly improbable. But from a theistic point of view, I would say it's 100% certain that life would appear, and it would develop into intelligent, conscious, thinking beings, humans, right? So,
except you're trying to read the mind of God, and non-theists basically have to rely on the laws of physics as they're currently known and understood.
well, no, because I'm a Christian theist, so we believe in a God of sort of law and order, so we still have to rely on these same laws to work out how God's achieved these ends. We just believe that God is achieving these ends, and that's how, basically. So
No.
from that point of view, it's we can say, okay, from your point of view, it's highly unlikely unless you can show that it isn't, and we've pretty much shown that it is highly unlikely. But from my point of view, I can say, well, either there is going to be laws found, they're philosophical positions, is all I'm saying. I mean, you've heard of the four causes, haven't you? I mean, one cause is a final cause, but that doesn't say that we don't need to have a kind of material cause or an efficient cause. It just means that there are these different types of explanations or ways of looking at things, but they don't negate each other. They're all simultaneous to each other. Yeah.
Actually, when you talk about efficient cause, final cause, whatever cause, those suddenly mean, I know what efficient means, but probably not in terms of what it means when you say efficient cause. I don't know what those two words mean when you put them together.
So science basically deals with like the formal cause and the material cause. So it says what materials it's made out of and what the laws.
More words.
Fairly efficient causation. Formal and material are largely seem to be absorbed into it. Similar.
Yeah, so basically you'd only have the sort of first sort of the material cause and the formal, or I get confused between the efficient and the formal, basically. But two of the causes are sorry, what was that, Nado?
Usually it's only the efficient material held to be.
Oh right, okay, yeah. So then the efficient and the material would be like what science deals with, but that's not really true, right? Because that's what the physical sciences deal with, right? But the sciences like sociology and psychology, they deal with all four causes. So you've got the material. They just deal with the agent causes, right? So the reasons why somebody does stuff and the sort of plan that they're trying to sort of bring into reality, the goal state, right? So it depends what science you're looking at, really, as to what causes you're asking for answers within. But most of the sort of natural sciences deal with the material and the laws that govern said material. Whereas the social sciences often deal with agent interaction, reasons, rationales that agent uses to justify doing a certain action over another, and then the plans in which they're trying to sort of bring into reality, and therefore the line of actions, the sequence of actions which they are going to want to undertake to achieve such goals. But so from a theistic point of view, that we just say that even the natural sciences has these other causes as well, because we believe that God is the agent causation that is operating in all right across the board.
Welcome, Beetleman. Well, agent causation.
Hey, good to be back. Hi, everybody.
I'm sure agent causation is deemed all that compelling by many outside of Christianity.
Oh yeah, it's not just Christianity. Most theisms. I mean, but there's a few different theisms which that's what I was saying the other day, Nadia. Right? So there's a few different sort of theisms which they only deal with the sort of same causes that science deals with. They just say that there's another sort of realm, a kind of sort of supernatural realm, some kind of spiritualist kind of realm, right? But they operate according to them same two causes that the natural science is looking at. They just say that there's another kind of substance, like a spiritual kind of substance, and that so that would be the material there. And there would be laws in which that operates under as well. So they would be like the formal causes and the material causes, but there's just another material sort of supernatural area that operates in. So yeah, it's not. That's right. It's not always so clear cut a division.
Well, clearly you have at least contra-causal libertarianism at that point.
Yeah. So I think that's a really that is the key thing, isn't it? We all know, right, that if you've got some system, you know, it's that, you know, unless there's a forces act on other forces, and it's quite easy to see what's going on, and it's quite easy to predict, given that you know a little bit about physics, right? But then if an agent comes in, they can make cups levitate, right? They can reduce entropy, they can tidy up, they can make cups levitate, they can pick them up. So it's not really breaking the laws, but it's introducing sort of other effects which we can't analyze in terms of the physical laws. We have to just say that this person is an entity. We don't know. You might want to presume that internally to that entity that it's all operating according to physical laws, or you might not believe that. But either way, you just take that entity as a sort of lump being, a kind of agent that wonders about and breaks laws of physics. Whether you believe they actually break laws of physics or not, you cannot predict what's going to happen in that room just given the sort of simplistic laws of gravity, motion, wind and rain that may be blowing out. You know, you've got to look at the psychology. It's a completely different science. You've got to say, okay, what's this person all about? What are their likes? You know, how tired are they? When did they last eat? You know, you've got to look into these kind of concerns to try and predict how the different things are going to evolve in that room. So
I said agent causation revolves around sort of each agent or soul or whatever it is being having an uncaused cause in it, or being an uncaused cause.
Oh yeah, definitely. But that's what I mean though. But this idea about contra-causation and uncaused causes, the agent themselves, when you introduce a person into a room which you were originally, looking at or simulating or whatever, with these very simplistic laws of force, motion, gravity, and maybe a bit of wind and whatnot. Once you introduce the agent, you have got that. They can introduce causes. They can sit there, and you cannot predict when they're going to, using them basic laws, you cannot predict when they're going to get up and move that cup, right? You've got to say, well, how hungry are they? What's their character? You've got to take into consideration completely different sort of aggregate sort of ideas, right? Because we can't simulate them to the level of their constituent bits and pieces and how they're interacting physically. So straight away you've got that kind of free will motion. It's different, isn't it? It's a different kind of causation. They're not. You've got to take that into consideration. Now, if you want to say that internally to them, if we could simulate them, we'd find out that it was all just laws of physics and matter and motion. That's a completely different sort of, put that on the back burner issue. Just looking at the initial situation of the room and the person entering the room, you immediately need to construct a logical system, a kind of scientific system, which says that this agent is fundamentally unpredictable. They might be rational, they might be irrational. I mean, if you look at economics, it's a study of irrational behavior, really, isn't it? I mean, and they can, above and beyond the simplistic laws of nature that you were looking at with the rest of the objects in the room, they can change things as if by no previous cause, right?
But if a person's nature and a person's character doesn't cause their action and such, then how is that action attributable to the person?
Well, but that's what I mean. That is another question, isn't it? That might not be a tribute to them. If they are completely just laws of physics, then maybe you could say it's not. But until we solve them problems, we're stuck, right? We're stuck. We've only ever got partial information. We can't sort of annotate everything down to the quantum level and know exactly what's going on. So we've got to take sort of aggregates and whatnot And it's when you've got a person, you're just stuck with having to look at it from a psychological point of view. And given that you're dealing with an agent, it's a completely different kind of causation. You're dealing with an agent which can sit there for some indefinite amount of time and do things pretty, as if by they're uncaused, as if that they're able to eject new causes into the system via their own will. You just have to model that at that higher level, because we just don't have the information. Whether they are completely, physically causal entities or not is something we just don't even know. And and even if we did know that, we'd still have to have this kind of aggregate, fuzzy idea of them, because it would just be too complicated. Now in the future, maybe we could work all these things out. We could know everything about them, and we would have like planet-sized computers or whatever it would take to simulate this all properly. Then we could go back to analyzing the room and predicting what's going to happen with purely physical law, and just sort of measuring where everything is at a given instant, and then bang, you whack it into your simulation and you can predict everything. But that is assuming, that makes assumptions and appeals to the future, and a very powerful computer in the future as well. So until we do that, we are stuck with this. We do all accept that there are agents that operate not by what we usually class as physical law. It's psychological law. It's totally different.
Well, hopefully this can be between more than just me and Rodney. Deidre, Beetleman, Bud, anyone?
Well, I'm still worn out by that argument with Jimmy.
I think I missed the argument. I missed
You're
the
lucky.
excitement, huh?
Consider yourself fortunate. Well, if the topic, I don't know, if we're still trying to stay on topic, not sure exactly what to say. I mean, I would think an interesting question for a philosopher would be, where did the laws of physics even come from? I mean, not the ones that as we understand them, but the ones that really, that is, assuming that there is some underlying mechanism that is just happens to be what we describe mathematically. That is, if there is somehow a deeper level, then what is that? But of course, that may be one of those things that's just simply flat out unknowable. Now, Rodney, you also mentioned appeals to the future. That's an interesting idea there, because even in a mathematically deterministic system, there are nonlinear systems where the only way to know, excuse me, Gordon, you're making noise in your mic. If in a purely deterministic mathematical system, there are types of equations that you can only know how they'll turn out by literally running the computations. There's, no predictivity other than doing that. Like, fractals, for example, are a clear case of that. Any chaotic system actually falls into that category. And it turns out that most of nature has actually got chaotic aspects to it. So there's no fear of living in a purely Newtonian world where you can assume a clockwork universe and know what the precise state of the universe is going to be at some indeterminate time in the future based on any amount of knowledge of the present state of the universe. Because effectively you would require infinite knowledge, which is impossible.
Well, anyone else? Deidre, Beardman?
No.
I feel like I'm catching up to the conversation a little bit, so I'm kind of just soaking it in for a little bit, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I'll get
All
warmed
right.
up. Eventually I become chatty.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Nadia, I downloaded the USDA's, what is it? SR27 database.
I found it was unfortunately less informative than I hoped. Products and such. And
Well, yeah, it doesn't. Yeah. Oh, so you've had time to look at it. I'm still reading the PDF file. Rather surprised at all the information they're simply referencing in that I'm not going to have access to. You know.
Well, I didn't have most of what I had on my shelf, whatever. Anyway, yeah, the attribution issues within agent causation are dire. Jimmy Stevens, the Calvinist, even cites the same attribution issues as grounds for his, well, theological determinism. So.
Yeah, I've even Tipler is he holds a kind of deterministic point of view, and he basically says, yeah, it's interesting. He said it was impossible to like predict future states of the universe because you'd need like infinite knowledge. He says we will have infinite knowledge, and that's how we will be able to do it, and we will do it. So, you know, I think it's interesting. It's an interesting case, but you know, like I said, it's we have to make certain appeals, don't we? That you know that these things are going to sort of play out in the future, and I mean, he appeals to us being able to, you know, completely annihilate matter and recollapse the universe through an infinite number of very special states, and thereby, yeah, increasing our computing memory and power to infinity. But yeah, it's quite you know, I'm not a determinist, but I know there's a lot of people are. I find it difficult to understand how that really makes a difference. It seems to me very atheistic. It's an atheistic philosophy, essentially. Well, that's what it seems to me. So. Well, we had this conversation, didn't we? Sorry,
Hey, Rodney. I had a question for you. Do you think we have limited free will? Or do you think we have free will? Or is you said not determinated, so what about the idea of limited free will or just absolute free will? I was just curious.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so sorry. Yeah, no, I think that we very rarely use our free will, so in that way it's limited, but I do think that we have proper libertarian free will, which is we can make decisions that are not determined by previous states. So given a set of two different situations where the causes are the same in both and all the inputs are the same, we could make a different decision in the different, you know, and also not with just a mere sort of throwing dice, like some kind of quantum mechanical sort of dice trick, but we're actually using our will to, you know, arbitrarily or non-arbitrarily, or rationally or non-rationally make decisions. So I think we do have that choice.
I think. Oh, sorry. I think given the underlying stochastic nature of the universe and a finite number of particles with a finite amount of energy, seems to me that infinite knowledge is just fundamentally impossible. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's it's a bit of a complicated physics argument he makes, and I'm not going to pretend to understand it completely. I sort of get the gist of it. It's something about so he collapses the universe. But to do it, he collapses the entire universe into a sort of point. So he sort of does it that way. Yeah, it's like proper time and experiential time and this kind of thing. So he manages to do it in a weird kind of way. But yeah, it's complicated. It's worth reading. It's worth checking out his stuff. He's got a TED talk where he goes over it. It's worth checking that out if you. I reckon you'll be able to follow it. It's quite fairly straightforward to follow. He explains it really well. So he's got a TED talk, Frank Tepler. If you tap that into YouTube, you'll bring up his TED talk about it. So.
I love TED Talks. They're fun.
Yeah, I really like the TED Talks that I've watched. There have been some very interesting ones. I think one of my favorite ones was the camera that takes pictures at trillion frames per second. I think, was it a trillion frames? Yeah, a trillion frames per second. Femtosecond camera.
That's pretty fast.
Yeah, it really, one of the cool things in the video, you can actually you can Google. It's on YouTube. TED Talks. Just Google, or in YouTube, just search on TED trillion frame per second camera. It's really, really cool what it can do. Oh, and one of the beautiful things they did is they open sourced their data for do-it-yourself people to analyze, which is relatively unusual, or very unusual. But one of the cool things was shooting a laser beam, well, not a laser beam, but a laser bullet. I think it was like about just a few inches long through a Coca-Cola bottle filled with water, and you could, because of the time scales involved, all the relativistic effects had to be accounted for, and you're actually seeing this slug of light moving through space and reflecting off of the water and stuff. There was also a setup where, because you're actually able to not just measure where the photons are coming from, but also when they're arriving, they were able to take pictures around corners with a surprising degree of detail when you're considering the amount of data that's being dealt with.
Yeah, that was a good talk. Yeah, I used to watch the TED Talks quite a lot, but I haven't watched it a lot for a while.
Yeah, I'll look out for that Tipler one if I remember to.
Well, I posted it in the side chat there if you want to. Yeah, it's worth checking that out. Rupert Sheldrake did a good one as well. It was a TEDx talk, I think. And that's against scientism. He's got a book called The Science Delusion. I believe it was sort of promoting that he did it. But he's been into this for years and years, Sheldrake has.
Yeah. I've been spending what energy that I'm not here in Nadia's Hangouts basically working on a project that Nadia actually kind of inspired. Well, not kind of, actually did inspire. But,
Yeah, it was somewhere on that. If I mean, the big trick, of course, is where is the information?
let's see.
Google actually has, say for Google Maps, the various transit authorities, but their databases of whatever kinds of route running times and so on.
You need to get an API key to use Google Map data.
What?
So
I meant for the route planning parts, right?
Yeah.
So all the buses and trains and
Oh, okay.
such, I mean, they all have schedules published, and then you can see schedules from the appropriate sites and whatnot.
Yeah, there's a crap load of data out on the internet, but finding it, geez, that's can be a real bitch.
So, anyway, yeah, the attributability issues of agent causation, beyond that sort of, major kind of winnowing and chaffing affair going on with causation within the body and whatnot. Yeah. I mean, the extent that there is a decision that seems to be caused by sensory. Sensory input is one of the causes, right? Sensory data?
Yeah, it's.
Sensory data?
I wonder if the concept of agent causation even makes sense in naturalism, because if you play the part of the reductionist or make a reductionist accusation, it all comes down to stimulus response. And humans are not agents.
Naturalism. You can just easily just say it's not natural, therefore the presupposition of, or at least within the context, the premise of naturalism rules out. Right? So you don't need to go very far for that.
Right.
Offering the critique, on the other hand, it's a bit more challenging.
I do have a beef with the term presuppositionalism too, because I know you've posted papers that say tabula rasa is in fact not the way we're born, but in terms of the things that I know, or think I know at least, I would say that they're basically conclusions piled upon conclusions, interdependent with conclusions, and that there's absolutely no presuppositions involved because I was born without any precept whatsoever to build anything on. So
well,
everything I know would be basically a castle in the sky.
Well, I challenge that assertion. As you said, there are, say, various kinds of brain structures that appear to come from inborn sources behind, political ideology, behind theology, behind, sexual orientation and gender identity. Those are, well, effectively acting as some kind of presupposition, premise, or properly basic belief and whatnot, right?
Yeah, but those all trace back to some kind of prior cause, right?
Yeah, but a lot of times you're looking at pathways in that case, things like that. Like repetitive action will cause a pathway. People who engage in pornography excessively will actually have a visually different brain pattern when they, put it under a fMRI. Same with conservative religious people, and is it something that's predetermined beforehand as you're in the womb, or is it something that develops over time? I kind of think some of these things develop over time. I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy. I'm not a neuroscientist. I just, just read things. But I wonder sometimes, because we do create pathways as we live life. So, I mean, is that predetermining, or is that just what we're doing along the way, and it becomes sort of ingrained in us? I don't know. I mean, how do you know?
Probably a combination of both. My understanding is that brain development continues from, continues to your early 20s.
Well, some things do, some things don't, right?
Yeah.
So at that point,
yeah,
which of the things is it? And the extent that it's studied, what does the science say about its heritability, right?
Yeah.
Now, or otherwise being inborn. And in the case of many of these, it actually does say it's inborn. And welcome, Rides from Angels.
Yeah.
Hi, Nadia. How are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah, I would say there's a point where the oatmeal congeals.
Where what?
Where the oatmeal congeals.
Oh no, it's using idioms. What's this mean?
Well, like certain parts of the brain are going to develop, and then at some point, it's like, okay, we're done. And like, so your early on, things that are already predetermined, presumably in utero, would be things like your sexuality, etc.
Yeah, sexuality, sexual identity, how you relate on two different tracks. They're now pairing that to what's happening in the womb, and a lot of it is tied to hormones and testosterone in the womb, which is really interesting.
Yeah, that was a good 40 plus years ago, 1968. In animal experiments with rats, especially.
Yeah.
Homosexuality was able to be reliably induced and prevented in rats.
And I would expect that there's a hell of a lot more research since then.
Yeah.
But I think it's been conclusively proven.
1968, right? So,
yeah.
Beyond that's more details getting fleshed out is
right. But hasn't it been reasonably ruled out that there's no such thing as a gay gene?
Not entirely.
Not entirely.
LeVay has actually resuscitated some of the XQ28 discussion in, I think, last year or so.
Is that considered serious scientific discussion or quackery?
It's serious. I mean, I don't think it's considered likely, but it's at least a serious hypothesis. Something to confirm or disconfirm.
I saw a Microsoft ad recently. They're bragging about their Azure cloud computing platform. And they said it used to take 2 weeks to sequence a genome. Now we can do 100 per day. I don't know if they're talking about whole genomic sequencing or just sequencing the bits that they think are important. But it seems to me that whole genomic sequencing on a massive scale, if you can do it quickly.
Well, to touch back on oatmeal congealing and such, I mean, memory formation is a case in point for at least some aspects of the brain. Continuing to develop over time, right?
Right.
You said you can remember things, even in advanced age, right? There's right, the brain's being reconfigured because that reconfiguration process is how any kind of ideation, thought, memory, and so on occurs. So
Yeah.
The question is, of course, what particular structures can change when and be influenced later and so on, right? That's
Oatmeal doesn't turn into concrete; it just gets thicker.
What?
Oatmeal doesn't turn into concrete; it just gets thicker when it congeals.
Well, analogy doesn't really work for memory formation. I mean, it's
Yeah.
too much going smooth the whole way.
Yeah.
So the enemy, what is this? And Welcome Incorporated.
And and yeah, I heard a theory a statement that apparently, even though your ability to learn new information slows down with old age, your experience makes up for it, so that you can still. So even though you're not, I don't know, your brain is slowing down, but it's also got a whole lot more information to process. I guess it works kind of like a Windows machine that way. Just all those registry errors creep in and fluff and whatnot, but yeah, the got more information to work with.
Yeah. In the meantime, there's some of these things like, say, political ideology, or actually more of the religion versus irreligion, seem to be associated with structures in the brain that are known to be effectively hereditary. Visual spatial cognition versus verbal cognition. That's known to be essentially inborn, right? And that's one of the big divides in terms of religion versus irreligion. Theory of mind is likewise effectively inborn. Another one of the big factors involved. So.
Yeah, there's also that, I believe it's called synesthesia.
No, that's not one of the other factors identified in the brain scan studies between the religious and irreligious.
Well, it's another thing it's another structure in the brain that gets fixed at some point. I mean, where you see numbers as colors or as sounds or whatever.
Yeah.
It's other ways of affecting thought processes. But I suppose the propensity towards religion, though, or a bias towards being religious or spiritual or whatever, it's just another one of those things that's... I don't know when it would form in the brain. I mean...
Well, the heritability of these kinds of cognition are very high, right? Yeah, even supported by twin studies, right, where the environment's a controlled environment. Right. They don't directly say it's inborn in the reports on study, but every characteristic they refer to is one that's shown to be inborn, right?
Of course, like the hormonal thing with the rats or mice or whatever, that clearly shows an environmental effect during development, also determining how things work out. So, effects that are not genetic.
Well, genetic is one question, but blurs to develop the kind of environmental versus innate boundary and so on. Go ahead, Rides.
Sorry, I was just typing to Palm.
Oh wow, some kind of is this boxing?
My son is into MMA for 2 years now. He's not a pro. He's not gone pro yet, but he's well on his way.
Well, that'll do it. Yeah, I would be pursuing such myself if I, well, ever had resources to. Well, maybe not the sort of competitive, rather sort of self-defense affairs. 'Cause I've had needs for the self-defense in the past, at least.
Krav Maga, man, that's where it's at.
Yeah, when I was cut off by MRSA infections in early 2008, I'd been taking Krav Maga for I think, about 90 days in 2007. Exactly, 3 sessions, and then it didn't do very much good.
You're looking a lot better today, Nadia.
Well, thank you, I guess. Well, I need a lot of beauty rest. Beauty levels are not up to where they need to be. Yeah, I picked out a little bit, but well, I'll have plenty of lean times to make up for it. In the well, a lot of this sort of weapon oriented affairs, I mean, I've not seen being very useful. Floyd actually has had some better advice on this, talking about the what is it, ground fighting and such. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you recommend, especially because of the gaps in situational awareness are in some respects unavoidable, right? So, and in many cases, well, the assailants know not to actually move in, make a move, whatever, attack, unless they have a clearer path and such. So, by and large, I am knocked down. It's the first hint I get.
I'm just waiting on the day that he calls Dad up and says, yeah, I need $12,000 for a trainer that'll get me to the next level. Only $12,000.
When he calls who?
Me. Calls his dad. Hey, Dad, I need this, I need that. And of course, I fund him. That's my job.
Well, minor. Never had any children. Well, it's a very different story for me.
Here's money. Now go kick a guy's lights out. I'm not violent. I'm anti-violent. I'm not really. The only sports that I excelled in was hockey, and that pretty much got me to Michigan State for 4 years for free. That's as far as that went.
Yeah, MMA is kind of brutal. I kind of look at it and kind of cringe myself. I always feel like it's. I don't want to be judgmental, but I mean, and I've known actually 2 MMA fighters, but it's just so brutal. I mean, it really is vicious. Though you could argue in a lot of ways that boxing's worse because boxing does more brain trauma.
Well, by and large, trying to prevent injury, not have injury inflicted upon me by the trading and whatnot.
Well, it shows that MMA fighting, mixed martial arts, is just not about boxing. Like, boxers go a long time to knock one each other out. Well, in MMA, they go quick. It's very quick. Usually goes to the ground, and there's lots of tap outs.
I think everybody should learn how to defend themselves, absolutely, in some way, whatever is, kind of based on your ability and skill level. I think there's awful people that will take advantage of you, and if you're a woman, I'm sorry, if you're a woman, if you're trans, if you're homosexual, you are more likely to get targeted by some sort of violence. You just are. Just the numbers. Or black, actually. That would be another one. Or Jewish. There's another one. So, like, all those kind of things that kind of red flag you as being different or weaker or whatever people want to perceive, for lack of a better word, evil person, a person who is willing to be malicious, you need to learn how to protect yourself against. So I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I guess I was just saying the sport makes me a little queasy.
Well, 12-gauge shotgun works for me.
Yeah, if the assailants were equally trained, it wouldn't do any good. I mean, it essentially relies upon that spirit. The difference in outcome really is, if you set your assailant's going to overwhelm you regardless, then it doesn't really matter precisely how far below your assailant you are. But you set your, you can have the potential to overcome your assailant, and getting over the line is meaningful. Right, your assailants equally or better trained, then if it were indeed for everyone, then, well, it doesn't really do any good. Maybe just an increasing risk of injury during training.
So I just wanted to come in and say hi. I have to go to work in the morning, so I'm kind of got to leave now and go to bed, start a new week.
Understood. I don't entirely know your schedule, but I'll try to bring you in on the discussions with people working on Daily Meow. So.
Well, I'll be in probably early in the morning, and usually that's what I do, early in the mornings, and then try to find some way to get in during the evening after work. And I have Fridays now are all off for the next year and a half, so that's I really enjoyed my Friday off. I actually didn't do anything. I just sat around at the computer and enjoyed it.
All right.
So we'll see you probably in the morning then. Take care.
Cheers. I'll see you then. Yeah, Krav Maga had some material about its training and such, where they went on about how they would I guess have you come into scenarios to represent basically the kind of dress and such you were going about in. So skirts, heels, etc. All there. As far as you weren't training for like unrealistic flat shoes, whatever. And this kind of thing where it had something about being spun around so many times, and to sort of start from the disorientation like you would have from being hit, and other things like that to come back from a disadvantaged position.
Yeah, I like that they're so practical about that, because the honest truth is most of us, if we get into a confrontation, and I've been in only one in my life, but most of the time a person isn't going to say, all right, let's go, put your dukes up, we're going to fight, fair and square. No, they catch you from surprise and clock you right in the face. And your brain is jostled, and you're like, oh, this just happened. Let me catch up to what had just happened here. So yeah, absolutely. That's what's interesting about that fighting, in that it uses its environment, and it uses what you have, and it takes into account what kind of body type you have and stuff. It's an interesting fighting style. I like it. I think it's practical. I think it's very real world. I don't like the idea of fighting on the ground. I would try to avoid it as much as possible. But obviously sometimes that happens too. But I would never initially want to induce wrestling. I think for me that would be I'd get a disadvantage. And as soon as someone's on top of you, they can sock you in the face repeatedly and you're done. I mean, you don't want to, I don't know. I was told by a cop, you don't want to ever end up on the ground, whatever you do. You don't want, you don't want to stay there. So, I don't know.
How do you get back up? They could always knock you back down.
Oh, true. Like if somebody's just heavier than you, you're pretty much screwed. Like usually, unless you have an object or something.
Well, if I ever get back to where I was before my thyroid died, 130 pounds, maybe slightly below. I'm not going to be heavier than that many of my assailants.
Yeah. I favor a device that launches a small jacketed piece of lead at about 900 feet per second.
Oh, good luck pulling that out. In fact, that's a tough target, right? Yeah. I mean, they run off with your purse, run off with your... Well, anything else you might have that's easy to grab and valuable.
Well,
that's one of them.
They do make...
They
make retention devices for those sorts of things. And, of course, there's always the steel sharp-edged backup for when contact distances simply cannot be avoided.
I can't cut anybody. I can't do it.
Have you tried?
They can be killing me. They could be cutting me. I can't cut somebody back.
Yeah, I don't think he would be serious.
I can't do it. I just can't. It makes me cringe to think that I'm taking a knife and slicing somebody. I'm easier with a baseball bat, but again, I would definitely trying to avoid hitting their head. I cringe.
But that's the fastest way to take them down, is to hit them in the head.
I know, but a baseball bat, a fist to the face is no problem if I can manage it. But a baseball bat to the head is definitely deadly.
Yeah, a chance to.
And I cringe. I don't care if the guy's trying to kill me. I cringe. I can't bring myself to even try to invoke deadly harm to somebody, no matter how bad that person is. I go crazy. I could be punching. I could be swinging, kicking, punching, freaking picking them up and throwing them somewhere. But I cannot take a weapon, and I can't take a knife and cut somebody, and I can't take a baseball bat and hit him in the head. I could hit him anywhere else but the head. A gun, however, which I don't own, I don't know if I could be trusted with.
I can honor that position. The question is, do you think that everybody feels that way, or everybody would be incompetent?
Oh no, absolutely not.
Yeah.
I'm an individual, and I've been sitting here for over a half hour, maybe an hour, and haven't said anything. But when you started talking about cutting people, or I should say Fred Mountain, I think, started talking about cutting people, I had to chime in. I had to tell you how I am about that.
Oh, I'm totally like Michonne from Walking Dead, just slicing people like right and left. No, I'm kidding. I take death really seriously. And I have questioned myself: would I rather die than kill somebody? As a Christian, would it be better for me to die than kill somebody? And it's something I still really consider.
Oh, trust me, this has nothing to do with being a Christian, because
Yeah.
I'm not a Christian.
Well, I know plenty of atheists who take life and death really seriously, and they would argue more seriously than a theist because it's all you have, you know.
It's almost as if I can feel it, and just by talking to you about it, I'm picturing somebody hitting me in the head with a baseball bat, or I'm picturing somebody cutting me. It's like I can't, it gives me a headache thinking about it.
Visceral reaction, huh?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I take it seriously. I wouldn't ever flippantly impose violence on somebody.
Italians have a saying. Let me see if I can get it right this time. No toccare la mia faccia. No toccare la mia faccia means don't touch my face.
Well, Deidre, I guess it's good you didn't grow up in St. Louis like I did. Sometimes some bitch needs his ass whooped. It is what it is. Hey, Commando.
It's that humidity, man. It makes people crazy.
Well, I'm a little shit. I'm a little thing. I'm a nerdy ass little.
Personally, I would stay the hell out of St. Louis. That way, I know I will never be mugged in St. Louis.
I ended up when I got older, I ended up moving out to the country and all that area, but that's where I was born and raised. I didn't have a choice in that.
I think for me, I think this need to survive would kick in, and I'd be willing to kill somebody. Like, in all honesty, I think while intellectually I'd like to say I love people, I love them, and the example of Christ, and stuff. But I think I might fight back. I think something would kick in, and there would be. I just know me. I mean, I've been in a fist fight when I was younger.
Well, I'd have to fight back, but as far as to use another weapon, I can't do what I said I couldn't do.
Well, you got to remember, if you got a baseball bat, I hear you're on a stab, and I'm not a big stabber myself, but if you got a baseball bat, you don't necessarily have to crack some bits over the head. You can bring out the kneecap, and that'll put them down good for you.
Kneecaps, if he has a weapon in his hand, I'll try to break his arm with it. I'll try to break a few bones, but I guarantee you that as much as I am told to, I'm pretty sure that I could not purposefully hit him in the head with it.
I'd much rather incapacitate. Yeah, I'd much rather incapacitate if all possible. And I think some things that escalate into shootings could definitely have been.
Hey Patrick, if you took the baseball bat and used it in a thrusting motion instead of a swinging motion, do you think you could do that then to his head?
That's easy.
If I had if it was like the only opening I had and I wanted to punch him in the face and I couldn't reach with my arms are so short anyway, I might bop him in the face with it, but because I don't think that's enough force to kill him.
Yeah, I'm like you with that. I just can't swing at somebody's head like that. Ugh.
It makes me cringe just thinking about it.
Yeah, it's funny, as I've been hit in the head like that, my brother accidentally did it to me. Just full-on swinging, concussion in the hospital as a kid. Blood was everywhere.
Well, that explains it. No, I'm like kidding. I don't even know.
I know, everybody says that.
I personally do not own a baseball bat, and I think I'd find it very inconvenient to walk around with one.
I think, in different direction. Like, body size is kind of an nasty thing for me. At least in recent years, bloating up by about 70 pounds did, I don't know, very nasty things. I mean, it's like, jumped up to basically a masculine body size. And I guess at a point where I was starting to get treatment to go in a more feminine direction.
Well, like I said, I'm a skinny little shit. I'm lucky if I weigh $1.25.
Well, I used to do, right? I used to be. I was not that much heavier than you.
Well, I mean, I'm only 5. My license says 5'6", but I think that was a lie since the day I got my driver's license. I think I'm more like 5'5", and being 55 years old, I might even be lower than that.
Right, and I was maybe 130.
In high school, I weighed 112 pounds.
In high school, were you bullied because of that? Because I noticed like a lot of guys when you're lightweight sometimes just get picked on just because guys are like that.
But, well, yes and no. Yes, but it was more than just my tininess.
I got in a fist fight with a boy in middle school, and it was a church trip. And get this is so bad. So we did this like little contest throughout the summer, and you could memorize like the Book of James, and whoever memorized the most of the Book of James would be taken on this trip to Palm Springs and go on this like water slide trip. You gotta love youth groups, you know, things that we come up with. But I was like, okay, you know, I'm good at this. I can do this. I'm competitive. So I like knew like whole chapters of the Book of James, just completely recited it. So I was one of the people that they took, and one of the guys too. And I wasn't very popular in middle school. I did fine in high school, but middle school I was a little awkward. Like I said, I was homeschooled, so I was a little different than everybody. And this kid was bullying me and giving me a hard time, and he called me a bitch. And because it was like this, you know, just added bullying, I kind of snapped. So I just dumped my water over his head. I don't know why. I just did. So I incited it. But then it just turned into a brawl. I mean, literally fist fight brawl. And I think back at it and I go, wow, how Christian of us to just sock each other in the face. Like, I mean, it was all over. It was like we're just hammering each other. And the leaders were like nowhere to be found. And so like they came back to us as a bloody mess, and everybody was yelling, and it was crazy. And I look back and go, wow, that was so out of hand. But like I haven't really had much since then. Like, you know, so I'm fortunate, but I don't know. That was really ridiculous. The things that happen when we're younger.
Yeah, I'm literally still trying to repair my body from them. And I will die with them, not heal.
I think the proper term I was looking for is that I'm a skinny guinea.
Yeah, whatever. I'm really rooting for Nadia's rescue plan to work out.
Me too.
So.
Well, it's all vapor for now. But anyway.
Yeah, I know. It's always vapor until it's fully implemented.
Any update on that, Nadia?
As far as I can tell, the person with all the actual information is not out of the hospital yet. And welcome, James.
Howdy.
Hey, Vaughn.
Hey, James Paul.
Hey, Vaughn.
Yep. Is there no way to communicate with that individual, or can that individual pass on information through other individuals? I mean, is it
They're not really computer literate, from what I'm hearing. Nothing up and so on.
I was just wondering if you only have a single point of contact for your rescue plan.
Well, there were two, but one of them's unconscious in the hospital and such.
Well, that's a rather lousy failure, right?
Okay, sorry I was hanging around so long without saying much, but I'm going to say goodnight.
Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, Nadia, you got my number. Shit, it's a fan, you know who to call, and not Ghostbusters.
Absolutely. And yeah, getting back down to, I don't know, a more feminine body size would help a lot. At least so I am not so radically tormented. Yeah, trim a bit off the edges here and there. It's essentially the only thing I can do at this point. So okay. Besides attempting to work on my voice, I'm hitting a wall with that too. I'm probably as far as I can get without formal speech therapy or surgery.
Yeah, I was curious about the voice thing because it was bothering you so much. Like I spent years in choir, like from 3 to 17, and we used to do voice exercises to expand our range. And we noticed that, like, when you stop singing and you stop doing those, your voice will start dropping. So, like, I don't know if that's something that might be beneficial for you, is to like look up the kind of same voice exercises that people do when they're singing. I don't know if that would help you keep a higher tone, or if that would matter.
Using singing is not going anywhere with me because attempting to sing and such pretty much throws me right into a masculine sort of speech pattern.
Okay, just a thought. Like it's kind of a...
It's pretty bad with trying to speak quietly too. I have to almost yell, but on the other hand, the singing still goes awry. End up sounding like Jim Morrison or something.
Jim Morrison does have a dreamy voice, just saying.
You should study Michael Jackson more.
No. Yeah, it's like, love me 2 times, baby. Love me twice today. Love me 2 times, baby. 'Cause I've got AIDS. Love me 2 times, baby. Once for tomorrow. Once 'cause I've got AIDS. Etc., etc.
Okay.
The Dead Milkman, Bitchin' Camaro, Crystal Shed, The Doors cover band.
Okay, and now to clear the floor to Billie Jean.
I don't know it, number 1. And number 2, no.
Oh, come on, it's full of high notes.
I can't hit them, number 1. And number 2, just no.
I can't hit them either, if that makes you feel better.
Well, as somebody that actually does the Doors karaoke, I don't know. I like I said, I seen somebody a few days back that was exactly like Nadia, and she was 100% female. She looked like Nadia, she spoke like Nadia, yet she was 100% female. So I don't see what the problem is. And like I said, I have seen women that talked a hell of a lot more gruffer and deeper than Nadia. I've seen women with Adam's apples bigger than Patrick's. You know, I mean, I don't see the problem. I'm sorry. You know, I mean, I guess I've just seen too many butch women to say that Nadia looks like a guy. I'm sorry. You know, reach me too late, man.
Bigger than Patrick Fester?
The Patrick that was just here, have you noticed how huge his Adam's apple is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen women with bigger Adam's apples than his. Right? Alright. And so, I mean, you know, no. I mean, and look at Nadia. Does she even have an Adam's apple? I can't see it. Where the hell is it? Did it go in
More of
hiding?
an Adam's apple than her.
Did it go in hiding? No, you ain't got no damn Adam's apple.
Like toss up facial feminization, they would probably, you know, dump
No, you ain't got no Adam's apple. Sorry.
rhinoplasty and the what do they call it?
Well,
thyroid
anyway,
cartilage,
it
whatever it
doesn't,
is.
it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't matter. You got no Adam's apple. Okay, you don't. All right, and especially not like Patrick's. So I mean, no, forget it. All right, no. I don't see what the problem is.
Our jawline and the eyebrow ridges that are.
Well, okay, your jawline's a little round here at the edges. Okay, so fucking what? That's
You know
not.
what? The jawline thing, I've been pointing out that I have a strong jawline for a girl. Who cares? Like, that's whatever. It's the shape of my face, you know?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And like I said, I seen a woman just a few days back that's 100% female, and she looks just like Nadia. Okay, so I mean, it's a moot point. It really is. It's a moot point at this point.
And I walk like a guy, but I'm straight. So there you go. Everybody's just like, you do not walk like a girl. I'm like, okay, it's how I am. Sorry.
There used to be a song in the 70s called "Walk Like a Man." Anybody
You
remember?
walk like a man. Yeah, sing like a girl.
That's like, Did you see Jersey Boys?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, musical. Yeah. That was going around when I was in New York. Anyway. For me, a lot of that went out the window when my knee got messed up.
I would love New York for the shows. That would be really sick. That would be really cool. I've never been to New York City, and that would be one of the things I'd want to do, is see a show there.
Forget seeing the shows. It's really about living there. Yeah. A place where, you know, people aren't like all sealed off inside their car bubbles all day. Yeah, they actually meet you and talk to you just, yeah, any place you go. That's something different, special. At least in the U.S.
You know, New York has a reputation of being a little bit cold, and well, California has that kind of similar reputation. We're kind of cold and vain, where we don't talk to our neighbors, for instance. Californians typically don't. But are New Yorkers really gruff, do you think, or do you think that's a bad rap?
I think it's sort of, well, not even sort of, just flat out the opposite of the truth. If anything, it's like Crocodile Dundee's naive bit about how 8 million people all living so close to each other have to get along so well. I mean, as naive as it sounded, it seems pretty faithful to how New York actually operates.
I get your car bubble thing. That sounds very Californian. We're friendly, but it takes a long time to sort of break into our friendship circles, I've noticed. We're kicked back, but we're not always inclusive.
Yeah, you knock the car bubble out of the way, a lot more happens. At least I found that made a big difference for me when I was in New York.
In San Diego, our metro system isn't fantastic. definitely is lacking, and we have a lot of canyons, and you know, it's not as efficient as it would be in New York or Chicago. So I mean, you just have to drive on the freeway. So like our city's kind of spread out. And with that comes a lot of divided attention, you know, a lot of divided communities. People are kind of, they go to church in one community, they live in another one. They hang out with their friends in another community, or not really as close-knit as some other cities I've noticed. And it probably has a lot to do with the car.
I had seizures behind the wheel in 2010. Well, there not only did the license go, but also the car. So. And given the kind of shit I'm in, I'm not going to be in the market for another car the rest of my life.
Barring the seizures, though, you can drive if need be, right?
Well, I certainly know how.
In other words, you're not going to be wanting to get behind the wheel and start bumping into Dipsy dumpsters or crazy shit like that, right?
But she probably had her license taken away, because that's what they do here. As soon as you have a seizure or something, they're like, oh, they'll just revoke your license.
Yeah, in Florida. Yeah.
I would think that the fact that it was a medically induced accident would, I think you would cut a break on that.
No. Like I have a friend who has blackouts. She got her license taken away just because she had a blackout at home, and the doctor revoked it.
At home?
Yep.
Not behind the wheel? And they still took her license?
Yep. Actually, I have 3 friends. I worked with someone with seizures, took his license. He had a seizure while driving.
Yeah.
Friend who was having blackouts at home, took away her license. Friend who was having dizzy spells at home, like severe vertigo, took away her license. Yeah, they'll do it. It makes it kind of, you're afraid sometimes to go to the doctor and tell them, because you're like, oh, they're going to take my license.
Wow.
So the terrible thing in my case was, I got thrown out of my husband's apartment because he passed away, right? So I was like trapped, basically in my car, trying to live out of it. Yeah, so when they happened, they weren't the first to happen. There was no hiding, right? I wasn't actually moving when they happened. I was sitting in the driver's seat at least. Yeah, parking lot, sitting behind the wheel, car not running, etc.
Well, I'm glad you weren't on the highway and that happened. That would have been catastrophic as hell.
Might have been better, because at least I would not have had to live through the past 5 years, whatever.
Oh, Nadia.
I mean, given that there has been no light at the end of the tunnel or anything like that, really, the earlier I would have passed away, the better.
There's nothing good about the light at the end of the tunnel. It's really an oncoming train.
Well, the point of that was that, the entire point of hanging on was that, maybe there might be some day on the other side when I'm actually, all fixed up and can stand being alive and can move on to pursuing, happiness instead of merely alleviating suffering. And none of that's ever going to happen.
Well.
So, there will never have been a moment in my life where it's lived through. Will have been all torture. So
it's not characteristic of me to be optimistic, but never say never.
There is no reason not to. I mean, when it is the rational evaluation of the case, say it.
Well,
This crisis will last longer than I have left to live. There's no resolution coming. Societal attitudes will not shift in time for me to ever heal myself, or in other case, soon enough to, well, leave me any time to live, because that's progressively more damage is done to me through medical neglect. You know, they'll run out the sands of my life far faster than the average person.
I swear, Nadia, if you live to be 99, I'm going to, and if I do, I'm gonna point this out and be like, remember when you said?
There's no rational reason to live live even another 10 years.
Oh,
I mean, what do I do in the ICU every time? It's called
Personally, I'd like to outlive all of you, but I doubt that's going to happen.
You'll outlive me.
Like I said, Nadia, I'm not getting any vibe that you're going anywhere.
You got married, tell her more. She didn't make it to 40 years past onset by being homeless half her adult life. And welcome, Shameless. I mean, it's sort of like, you know, total suspension of all the cause and effect and everything else when examining our own lives is, I think, pernicious in a number of ways.
you got that potential get rich slowly project, you know? So you gotta...
Slowly means never. There's no time.
Well, get rich quick.
Slowly means it doesn't happen before I die. Right? Or am I like Ponce de Leon in Search the Fountain of Youth?
Yes.
Not using this case and some
I've
kind of
visited his
resources
friend.
been destroyed. My heart, my intestines, my pancreas, my thyroid. And of course gonads, well, grew out wrong in the first place. Am I supposed to regenerate those, or is there no magic healing water?
I'm not aware of magic healing.
Benny Hinn? Is that his name? Faith
Benny
healing.
Hinn.
Benny
Hinn, the face healer?
Yeah.
Going to smack my forehead and I'll go,
I want to know why the fuck he isn't in federal prison.
uterus?
Why isn't he in prison? Because people believe that he's an emissary of God. That's why.
Yeah, the fucking confidence trickster. He should be in jail.
Someone was in here yesterday saying they were healed that way. I wish I remembered who it was.
There are many cases of people being healed by laying on of hands. It's a real phenomenon. You know, even if you don't believe in God, there's still the idea that energy from your hands going into another body can heal that body. So even if you don't believe in God, there's still the possibility that laying on of hands can actually heal somebody. Yes.
Readily disagree. But when it is fraud.
Yeah, I'm skeptical of Benny Hinn for sure.
Well, I'm kind of skeptical of the guy myself, but the point is is that there are cases of people being healed by the laying on of hands. It is true. You know, I mean, this is something that goes all the way back to the ancient times, the Far East Orient, where they used to do that. They used to use acupuncture and laying on of hands and certain types of massages and pressure points and shit. You know, I mean, that shit's common, man. That goes all the way back to the Orient.
I have 4 small requests for Benny Hinn. Regenerate my pancreas, regenerate my thyroid, regenerate my ovaries, which I never had in the first place, and somehow repair down below so I actually have a vagina instead of, well, what's there now. Think he can do it?
I've yet to see someone.
I think the gods could do it, but I don't know if Benny Hinn will do it. See, that's the problem. You're looking at Benny Hinn instead of looking to God, man. You know, when you go to somebody like that, you're not supposed to be looking at them any damn way. You're supposed to be looking to God to heal you, right? You know, to hell with Benny Hinn. Benny Hinn's just a damn tool. You know, what you want is the power of God hitting you and healing your body. That's what you want. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's Benny Hinn or Ron Parsley or somebody else. Who cares? You know,
I think that's where Vaughn's hitting the head on the nail, like the nail on the head. Is if you're looking for a man, he might be a false prophet. If it's all circled around the guy, you know, it's about God. Absolutely. I would agree with that. I'm open to the idea of healing. I just I think God often uses time and doctors and medicine and our intellect to do so. But I will tell you, Vaughn, one time a friend of mine did lay hands on my head, and it was the weirdest thing. And I'm skeptical of this thing. I'm usually like, don't touch me. This is weird. I don't like it. You know, kind of. I'm a Christian, but I'm very skeptical of that. And she laid hands while she was praying on my forehead, which is like a big weird thing that never happens. And it was like a jolt of energy that just went through my entire body. It was the weirdest sensation. And it made me think, well, maybe sometimes this does happen. I've yet to see someone like get a limb regenerated, but maybe there's something that happens that's healing that's unseen that we just don't see. I don't know.
The trolls love to bring up a story that I put out there publicly of my cat. Somebody shot my cat with a sniper rifle. And of course I was devastated because my cat was my best buddy and we went everywhere together. And you know, in an act of desperation, I laid hands on my cat, and my cat was the bleeding stopped. My cat started being alert, and he was fine after a day. Okay, so yes, laying on of hands works. It does. Like I said, it goes all the way back to the Far East, the Orient, where they used to do it back in Far East days. You know.
All right. Somebody find somebody to lay hands on me to regenerate, at the very least, my pancreas.
Well, I don't know about regenerating. I don't know about regenerating an organ, but you know, like if you had an open wound or something like that, chances are it would fix that. But I don't know about regenerating limbs or regenerating bodily organs. I don't know if it would do that or not. But you know, I laid hands on my cat, and my cat was completely restored.
Regardless.
Huh?
What's so different about the defiance of the laws of physics involved with regenerating an organ from, well, the rest of the healing?
Well, I don't know. I guess bleeding's easier to deal with. You know, bleeding's easier to stop.
The other thing is, I had a friend who had a cancerous tumor, and she was worried about it, and she went in and it disappeared. They were like, we have no answer for this at all. These things happen, and then they're never published. Nobody, like, you know, the doctors aren't gonna. They're just like, we maybe made a mistake. That's what they'll say.
No, they're not gonna publish stuff like that because they could be they're afraid of they're losing their license and stuff like that.
I mean, I was there with her. I walked that. I mean, in the doctor's office with her because she needed support and she didn't have a husband or anybody, and so I was there with her when they thought that she had a tumor, and they were, you know, doing the scans and stuff like that. When she came back, it was gone.
Yep.
And they were telling her that she would have to have her uterus removed and everything else, and so it's weird. But then again, I'm also very skeptical when people just thrive off of it, and that's all they, everything. It's like,
Well,
God
again,
found me a parking space, and then I freak out. I'm like, okay, whatever.
but again, it's not. You're not to look at a man or a woman. You're not to look at a thing. You're going to do this with the interest of having the power of God in you for the purpose of healing your body. But if you're looking at a man or a woman, or you're looking at an object, then you're doing it wrong. Okay? Because it's not about that. That's about receiving the power of God within you to heal your body. But I was devastated. He was my best buddy, and he was my favorite friend. We walked everywhere together. We walked these whole mountains together, me and Garfield did. He trotted right along behind me just like a dog. It was crazy.
Well, I'll convert to your religion if you'll heal my pancreas, thyroid, ovaries, and downstairs too.
Well, now, God's not going to give you something you didn't already have. He's not going to do it. He's not going to do that. However, is it possible that God might give you your pancreas back or your liver back? Yes. But as far as giving you something you never had, I don't think he's going to do that.
Bond, do you think God ever heals without faith first?
If it serves his purpose, yes. If it serves his purpose, I believe he would, yes. And even if that individual didn't convert, it might cause others to convert, and so yes.
Why can't birth defects be healed?
Why can't birth defects be healed? Who's to say they aren't? I mean, like she said, like Deidre said, a lot of this shit goes unreported, Nadia. A lot of this shit goes unreported because if the medical field reported that the power of God works, more people would be flocking to the power of God instead of...
You said that if I hadn't had it in the first place, it wouldn't be healed.
No.
So why can't the birth defects be healed too?
Why, like I said, I'm sure there's probably many cases where birth defects have been healed. The problem is that they don't get reported.
Oh, why can't mine be healed?
My cat was healed. My cat was healed. I got my whole family as witnesses for that. My whole family witnessed that.
Why can't my birth defects be healed?
Why can't your birth defects be? Look, you might deem it a birth defect, but others might not see it that way. And a lot of times we don't get what we really need because of doubt and unbelief. I mean, it's just that simple. If you've got doubt and unbelief, you're not going to expect anything from the gods. The God, like it or not, the gods don't owe you a damn thing. They really don't. All right, this idea that somehow the gods owe me something, that I'm some little snowflake. Sorry, they don't. They don't owe you a damn thing. You're lucky to be breathing. Okay.
How does that belief have any positive force in the world?
Well, like I said, I'm a pagan. I'm not a Christian. The Christians have their idea of God, and from my perspective, the gods can be very petty and very cruel at times. They just can. And the truth of the matter is, they don't owe you a damn thing. You need to strive. If you wish something from them, you need to strive to get that thing, whatever it is.
Would you say that they've been cruel to me?
Huh?
Would you say that they've been cruel to me?
Yeah, I'd say they've been pretty damn cruel to me, too. What's your point? Like I said, they don't owe you a damn thing. But if you want something from them, yes, you're going to have to kiss their ass. Oh well, bend over and pucker up. That's all I can tell you. If you want something from the gods, you're going to have to play by their rules. You're going to have to work under.
Can the gods be fooled?
No.
Okay.
The gods do have a fooler, though. His name is Loki, the trickster. But I don't think the gods can be fooled. No, I don't. No, I don't. Not in the long run. They mess with each other sometimes. That's written down. But when it comes to us versus them, no. You're not going to get anything over on them. They span time. They're outside of time. we're trapped in this little bubble called time and space. Okay, they're outside of time and space, looking down on us. They're not you know, they're not limited to our little sphere of influence at all, not at all. And you know, according to pagan lore anyway, we told them, hey, you guys are dangerous, you're too powerful, you guys stay the fuck over there, we'll stay the fuck over here. You know, but seriously, I mean, you know, if you want something from the gods, you're going to have to play by their rules. It's just that simple. You have to play by their rules, man. And sometimes they like to mess with you. Yes. They sure do.
Is anyone else seeing Bond pause and start up again, or is that just on my end?
It probably was me pausing. I do that from time to time.
Okay, I was just checking. Okay.
I live way out in the middle of nowhere. Even though I have brand new fiber optic lines, I still live out in the middle of nowhere. And so, you know, I have to go through several nodes before it finally gets to the main hub thing. So
ultimately, your gods and so on will never heal me quite enough to make my life worth living. And so I'll never have the incentive to convert to your religion.
have you ever read the story of Hades? Have you ever read his story?
Hades appears in a number of stories. Which one?
Now, the story about the fact that he was denied true love, man. Don't you think that's pretty harsh? He was denied true love, man. That's pretty damn harsh, don't you think?
Is this Persephone? Or Eurydice?
Yeah, he was denied true love. I mean, that's pretty damn harsh.
Persephone or Eurydice?
I don't remember which one, actually. I'd have to go back and check myself. But, I mean, he was denied true love, man. I mean, that you can't get no more harsher than that shit. And yet, it's written down, it's documented. You know? So, you know, if they're going to be, now listen, if they're going to be harsh with each other, how much more harsher do you think they're going to be towards us?
These accounts were written on the fly to demonstrate certain points through allegorical personifications.
Well, we can call it allegory all we want, but we're using it as an example.
Oh, witness the symposium.
Huh?
Witness a symposium where, I can't remember who the speaker was, but a creation myth was devised out of whole cloth to illustrate the story of essentially soulmates.
I don't know.
Well, given that kind of repeated pattern, improvising these accounts and such to demonstrate such notions as soulmates, as Aesop's various fables and whatnot, as all kinds.
I believe in soulmates. I don't know if that's the genesis of the various mythos that are out there.
Well, it's not truly presented as a mythos. It's presented as a speaker within the story of the symposium themselves telling a story within a story. Right? That story within the story is this creation myth devised on the fly, improvised, extemporaneously.
And that's like seeing animals in the clouds.
Point regarding soulmates, right?
Yeah, but that's like seeing animals in the clouds, okay? I mean,
well, it's literally an account of how these, legends, myths, or whatever you want to call them, were approached, right? In order to illustrate this concept of soulmates, right? This character within Symposium, which was shown to deliver this extemporaneous story about how people were originally like 4 arms, 4 legs, split in half. The other half being the soulmate. Right?
You ever hear about the guy on the roof?
What?
You ever hear the story about the guy on the roof?
I am hard pressed to see the pertinence, but tell anyway.
Well, there's a point to it. This guy on a roof, some issues happen. It begins to rain real bad. Some water starts flowing, getting real deep. You heard this one yet?
I know where. I think I know the story you're talking about.
Well, I want to make sure she's heard it, because I don't want to tell it if she ain't heard it.
Right.
If she has heard it. All right, I'll make it quick for you, Nadia. Guy's on the roof, and he's saying, what the hell? It's getting all wet out here. I'm going to end up drowning if God doesn't do something. God, come on, help me out. So a boat comes along with some people, and they say, hey, man, get in there. He goes, hey, I'm waiting on God. God's going to come through for me. So they leave. A helicopter comes along. Come on, man, let's go. The water's filling up. Let's go. He says, hey, I'm good. I got faith. I'm good to go. So they take off. The guy ends up fucking drowning. He dies. He's standing before God, and he goes, God, what the hell? I sat there and I called out to you all these times. What's the problem? And God says, well, I sent you a helicopter, I sent you some dudes in a boat, and you just wouldn't take any offers that anybody gave you.
Alright, well, like fashion, to how your story was meant to illustrate the, I guess God acting through what seemed to apparently be naturalistic means. These other sort of mythological accounts were, improvised with no basis in sort of like being some kind of historical fact, to illustrate, points akin to that. That very metaphorical, allegorical, and involving various personifications of forces and whatnot. So when an explicit account of things being devised in this manner is given, and it's not the only one, really. The entire sort of viewpoint on these accounts of mythological events should really be viewed in a different light.
Well, let me tell you what's not mythological. You've literally had hundreds of people come in and out of your rooms that love you and care about you, and have tried to think of every type of way possible to be able to help you out in some kind of way. That's not a myth. And why? Because they believe in you. They believe that they want to do something good. They want to help you.
Well, fingers crossed it'll actually work out and I can actually get back at some point.
And with that being said, I'm going to go out and inject myself with tobacco. I'll be right back.
Cheers.
Brett, you need to get you an ego tea, man, and get off the stick. Get you an ego tea. Get off the cancer stick, man. Get free from cigarettes.
I'd really like to see the studies on that. I'm just curious because, you're still putting something in your lungs, but
yeah, but everybody I know, every single person I know that vapes has kicked cigarettes. Every single person. There's no denying.
Do you feel like your breathing's better?
I feel 100% better. I feel 100%. Oh, yeah. Now, listen. Here's the truth, okay? It's going to take about 10 years to get all that junk out of my body, okay? In the meantime, I'm going to cough, and I do cough. And I'm going to be coughing up a bunch of black shit out of my lungs for a while. But once that's done, after 10 years, I'm clean, man. I'm clean as a whistle. It takes about 10 years to get all that junk out of your system. But once you do, that's it. You're done. You're free. But even in the only being a few years, pardon me, even after only being a few years, man, my breathing's better. My concentration is better. My food even tastes better. So, yeah, I've noticed a real change in me since I've been vaping. Now, I've been vaping for a while now. I've been vaping close to 5 years. And I'm loving it. I'm absolutely, and who can resist knee-high grape? I mean, come on. You know, who
What is
can,
it?
knee-high grape.
I don't know what that is.
Grape flavored.
Oh, okay.
You know, grapes. You know, Concord grapes.
I like
Grape flavored, yeah. But who can resist? Who can resist grape? I mean, they've got all kinds of flavors. They got peanut butter, grape, strawberry, raspberry. I mean, any kind of flavor you could think of. You know, even Mountain Dew. I heard they've even got Mountain Dew flavor now, which
That
I'm trying
reminds
to
me
try.
of hookah bars.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the answer to getting people off of cigarettes. You know, I was
it
able
still
to.
does that oral fixation thing, not to be sexual, but people, it is a habit. People, like, same with nail biting.
Right. Well, this is better than nail biting.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, this, you know, you've got something in your hand, you got something to put in your mouth, you've got something to, you know, produce smoke, but it's harmless. Now, I'm using this particular situation I'm in right now. I'm using no chemicals of any kind. I'm using the vegetable oil version. Okay, so I don't have the propylene glycol, and this particular liquid that I'm using has 0 nicotine in it. Okay, so there's no chemicals and there's no nicotine. So I am literally 100% biological, and I am feeling 110% better than that. I'm absolutely feeling great. And there's no denying.
Oh, for Palm, I just noticed he said there's some studies that show that that's worse, but I wonder if that's because of what you were talking about, the type of fuel you have, because that's one thing I found.
That was one of the reasons why I got away from the propylene glycol and went to the vegetable oil, because that way nobody could throw it up in my face. Well, you got propylene glycol. Well, no, sorry, not this time. I'm using 100% vegetable oil, and it's 0 nicotine in this particular bottle, and it's knee-high grape from sweetsouthernvapes.com. This particular bottle has 0 nicotine in it, and it's made with vegetable oil, not with propylene glycol. And so it's 100% organic, and I feel 110% better. And I can't go wrong with this, man. I mean, it's great. It's great. And like I said, there's thousands of flavors out there. Any flavor under the sun you can think of.
Hey, Vaughn, I've
Yeah.
never smoked before, but I think it looks kind of cool. Would vaping be okay, or should I just not even bother?
If you've never smoked ever in your life, or never done weed ever in your life, I wouldn't start. No.
Okay.
Because it's still a habit, you know, and I would hate for somebody to pick up a habit, even though this particular formula is totally harmless. I still would not, you know, want somebody to pick up a habit. My wife even wanted to try it. I'm like, I don't think it's a good idea. You know, if you've never smoked ever in your life, don't start. Don't start. Not even with vaping, because I would hate for you to pick up a habit and then try to have to fight to get rid of it.
I would propose the same kind of perspective I gave on the creation account involving soulmates, and quite extended to the various notions regarding gods would apply further, such as to, well, Genesis and the Gospels.
You know, Nadia, if you're sincere about wanting to be female, have you ever thought about praying to Diana, and just for the shits and giggles to see what would happen? Have you ever thought about that?
Well, not seriously. My knee-jerk reaction is, of course, it would be rather ineffectual.
Well, just for shits and giggles, you know. Take a night and you know, get quiet. Just you, no internet, no phone, no nothing. Turn off your phone, turn off the internet, get real quiet, and say, okay, Diana, goddess of the universe, if you want me to be a female, you're the queen of females, make me a female, make shit happen for me. And just for shits and giggles, see what happens. You know?
I think I can do something in earnest beyond just that. It wouldn't work. It would have no effect.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
what was it? Kibala and the guy who I guess engaged in self-castration to act the part of Attis, right? Often lived as hyridials. Well, I'm probably not quite attractive enough to be a temple prostitute, but still.
Well, like I said, take a night. You know, another one you could try would be Hecate. You could try Hecate. You could try Diana.
Definitely.
Try.
Well, Charamata and.
And if you're feeling particularly brave, you could even try Sekhmet, although she would want to drain you of your blood.
Sekhmet.
Sekhmet from ancient Egypt. But she's a vampire.
Well, they didn't have vampire in ancient Egypt.
You could try her. Like I said, she'd probably want your blood as payment, but you never know.
Bahucharamata from Hinduism is more directly. Said Bahucharamata. And there's another who took wives who were of those like myself. Can't remember offhand.
Well, if there's one you particularly fancy, just like I said, get quiet, no internet, no telephone, turn everything off, and see what happens. You never know. You might get lucky. You might get their attention.
Well, in the case, go ahead. Case, they more directly relate to persons like myself.
We're having distracting sidebar conversation, sorry.
Yeah, I'm like, what in the hell are you guys talking about? A frog and a staff and a book next to a mountain? What the hell?
I said Enoch, and I said I had a frog named Enoch.
Oh, Enoch.
And then one day he walked with the Lord, and one day he was not.
Is that why you named him Enoch? Because he had a short ending?
He did have a short ending, and I was like, well, that was fitting, I guess.
Yeah, I guess it ended up being fitting then, didn't it? Okay, well.
When they hunt like cats. So I'm a cat owner, too. And they prowl, and they stalk.
Okay, yeah, that's the Aravani, I think.
Aravani? Okay, that's the one you wanna choose to splay your desires and frustrations and whatever.
No, they. I guess religious ideas, most directly relating to persons like myself, are within Hinduism, and there they seem to be devotees of Bahucharamata, or I guess there's a whole other sort of bit of mythology revolving around Shiva, Arjun, Kali, Ahiravan, and...
Well, try Shiva. Try Shiva then. That's a popular one.
Well, Ahiravan is more direct or directly associated God with it all.
Hiravan, thereavon, everywhere upon. I'm sorry. Sorry, I couldn't resist.
Ahiravan is some random god or something, a minor character from the Hindu epic of the Mahabharata, son of the Pandava prince Arjuna. So he's Arjuna's son, and the Naga princess Ulupi. Ahiravan is the central god of the cult of Kutatavar. So plays a major role in the cult of Draupadi. So yeah, you notice Aravan alternately there, and I guess the patron god of Hijra, husband to them in the Mahabharata, I suppose. So yeah, the two that seem to are Hiravan.
Well, you said you wanted a husband, so there you go. Sounds like a plan. Just get quiet.
Imagination. Better suited.
Well, like I said, if you have something in particular, a particular deity that appeals to you, take a night here real soon and get quiet. Turn off the phone, turn off the internet, devote the entire evening to this deity and say, okay, here I am. Let me know what you got, man. Hit me with your best shot. All that good shit. See what happens. You never know.
Well, I need a bit more of physical rather than spiritual healing.
But you might get it. That's what I'm saying. You might get a physical healing of some kind.
No such physical healing.
You totally missed Deidre's story of where she went in with her best friend and her best friend had absolutely no cancer in her body. Yes, it can happen. It can happen.
She was physically ill too. I mean, throwing up and just really, really ill. I mean, losing weight and pale and like her face was getting fat. I mean, there was a physical reaction too that you could see going on, that there was something not right. And then it just went away. And there was where everybody laid hands in church over her, and that usually didn't happen in my church very often. Like, we're not really Assemblies of God, this is what we do every week kind of people. And so, I don't know. I mean, like, for me, that was sort of a, well, maybe this can happen, kind of aha moment. So, I don't know. I had a friend who moved from atheism because he had an aha moment similar. He saw something like that, and he's like, I think there's a God. So, I don't know. That's how a lot of us become God believers. There's something that happens in our life that just makes us believe that there's something more than what we can taste, touch, and feel.
Maybe Nadia, maybe that's what the gods are waiting on. They're waiting for you to just say, hey, man, here I am, help me out. Maybe they're just waiting on you to make the first move, man, and like a game of chess, They're waiting for you to make the first move, and then when you make the first move, then they'll capitulate. But I don't know. Like I said, it can't hurt you. It sure as hell can't hurt you. And if you get a healing out of the deal, all the much better. Finances may come your way. Healing may come your way. I don't know if you'll regrow any organs or anything, but hell, that might even happen too. You never know.
Well, actually, I do know. I would have, at least by, sort of things you would understand, a justified belief which has quite a bit of truth to it.
Well, let me tell you a true story, Nadia, and this is an absolute true story.
Justified belief has quite a bit of truth to it. No amount of prayer, belief, or imagination. No mental machination. Will reconstruct destroyed organs. Will reconstruct organs that were malformed from birth and even before it. And that those parts of me that were destroyed or malformed are immune to any belief, any faith, any imagination, any mere wishing, or to the extent there's hope that hope is centered around, actual physical reality. The physical means carry out the healing and repair, not, some kind of, force of will or mental silliness that has no actual force in the world.
Well, let me tell you a true story. This is absolute true story verified by medical records. My father had blockages in most of his arteries. He had heart attacks. He had all kinds of problems. They had already been inside his chest like 2 or 3 times. And one day he was feeling particularly spry. And I'm like, wow, you look different. You feel different. He's like, yeah, man, I feel like new money. I'm like, really? We ought to go get you checked out. You know what had happened? His body had literally grown capillaries around the blockages in his arteries. His body had literally grown capillaries going around the blockages and reattaching, allowing his blood to continue to flow. Now, like I said, this is documented in his own medical records. And he said, man, I feel like new money. Now, eventually my father passed on anyway because the blockages got worse. But my point is that this is documented. His body actually grew capillaries around those blockages in his arteries, and he was able to continue. All right, so don't underestimate the power of the ability to heal, man, because healing is an awesome thing. It's an awesome thing. And like I said, man, if it may just be the simple fact that the gods are wanting you to come to them. Maybe they're just saying, look, you got to come to us first. If you come to us, then we'll move. And maybe that's all it takes. But now let me ask you something, Nadia. If you do pray to a deity, your deity of choice, and they come through for you, are you willing to state publicly that you'll give theism serious consideration?
No.
Well,
maybe I have some clues, right? Proper attribution, that event or whatever to whatever kind of supplicatory or intercessory prayer I might have issued is difficult to establish without repeated experimentation. Right? So it's not that easy.
Well, I assure you that
So I would acknowledge that some differing event had occurred.
I can assure you that the gods will make it to where they ain't nobody gonna get the glory but them. I assure you. Doesn't matter whether you're Christian, pagan, Jew, whatever. I was just curious because it could very well be that that's what the whole hang-up is, man. They're waiting for you to come to them on their terms. That could be the whole problem right there. I give it a try, man. Maybe even later tonight or tomorrow or something or whatever. Just shut everything down. No phone, no internet, no nothing. Shut everything down. Turn off the lights and sit there in the darkness and say, okay, deity of choice, whichever one you want to choose. Say, all right, here I am. Let me have it. Give me what you got. And be sincere and see what happens. You never know. You might get a revelation. You might get some truth. You might get a healing. You might get finances come your way. Who knows? I don't know. I have no idea.
It's rather serious question. Can I do that in earnest?
If you do it in earnest, you should get an answer.
But can I do it in earnest?
I can't answer that. I don't know your heart. Only the gods and you know your heart.
That's why I asked the question of faith, because if you're faithless, and I believe God can hear the cries of somebody who has no faith. I think that's possible. I mean, I think all throughout, you know, the New Testament, there's some accounts of people that weren't completely faith first, and then something happened. So I just that's probably where that question came from. If you ask but you're not completely sincere, like you're like, if you're out there somewhere and you don't have the faith, will God hear you? I think so. I mean, if we said no, I think we'd be limiting God, wouldn't we?
So, I mean, really, there's something of a cry to heaven test, right? When one is so hurt, one is so stressed, so on. You cry to heaven. You call out for God. The answer in my case is actually I didn't. I never have, not even once. And I've been through many very terrible things.
Well, there's a first time for everything, Nadia. You know, there's a first time for everything.
Right. It's not just every root fact. It demonstrates something. That instinct is not there. Longing is not there. Whatever it is that draws you toward your faith, whatever it is, and rest in the root of your character, and so on, that is attached to your belief or grounds your belief and such, is not there in my case. Scraping to the bottom of my heart, or slicing me open raw, and no such faith was there.
Let's see. You're in California, so you're 4 hours behind me. I got 2:30 in the morning, so that'd be 1:30.
3 hours.
12:30. 3 hours. I thought it was 4.
Unless you're
I'm on the East Coast.
Like New Brunswick or Nova Scotia, you cannot be in Atlantic time.
I'm on Eastern Standard Time.
You're 3 hours ahead of us.
I'm 3 hours. Okay.
Yeah, 3 hours.
I thought it was 4. I could have sworn it was 4. Maybe not.
I'm
All
a
right.
GM of the guild, and I have East Coasters, so I always know this. I'm like, oh, it's 7 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and they're like, what is that my time? So I'm used to this.
Okay. Well, that'd be 1, 12, 11. So that'd be you guys are at 11:27, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. All right. All right. So 11:27. Okay. Well, now Nadia, you could do it tonight, and just at the stroke of midnight, shut everything down. No phone. No. Turn out your lights.
Turning out the light will not make.
Sit in the darkness like a mushroom.
Turning out the lights will not make. Mountain such words.
I want you to do it on their terms, though.
Will not make mouthing such words be in earnest.
We're doing it on their terms. Remember, Nadia, we're doing it on their terms. Okay, no phone, no internet. Turn out the lights and sit in the darkness like a mushroom until you get an answer.
There is no doubt. Okay, Commando says, recite a new covenant after being visited by an angel.
That'd be pretty sweet.
Okay, I'll be like, well, maybe, he says, Muhammad or something. Or Baha'u'llah.
You know, Nadia, I tend to have a practical approach to faith as much as possible with a little bit less ooh and ah. And the purpose for something like turning out the lights would be to kind of limit your sensation and to cause a focus. That's why we close our eyes when we pray. A lot of us, not everybody does, but that's why some of us close our eyes. Some people think it's out of respect, but we do it so that we can focus. I am a very highly distracted person, so look a bird. Oh God, I'm just gonna pray about and they'll start thinking about something that happened in the day. So for me, um, you know, dimming the lights would have a practical purpose. It's not magic. It would have a practical purpose. I'm not really sure for Vaughn if it's a different purpose, but from
Whenever gods want to get my attention, you know what happens? Boom, 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 out go the lights.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, you got my attention. What's on your mind? You know, almost every time they want my attention, and I'll be sitting in an absolute pitch black dark, and everybody else has got power. So I know at that point it's not a normal outage, because if it was a normal outage, all of us would be without power. But when they want my attention, they just shut my damn lights out. And it's like, okay, you got my attention. What do you want? And then they tell me some things. It don't happen all the time, but it happens on occasion. And I'll look outside. I'll look out the windows. Everybody around me got power. Even my mother. I'm sitting in pitch black darkness. It's like, okay, you got my attention. What do you want? All right. And that's why I told her, I said, to turn out the lights. Turn off the phone, turn off the internet, turn off the lights, sit there in the darkness and wait for an answer. And you probably would get one, You probably would get one. And then, and as soon as I calmed down and I listened to what they had to say, power come right back on. Sure as shit. God's my witness. All right. When it's a supernatural thing, because like I said, if it was a normal outage, everybody would be knocked out. Especially my mom. She's right next door. But no, everybody would have power but me. I'd be the only one sitting in the dark. Be like, okay, what do you want? So turn off the phone, turn off the internet, turn out the lights, and sit there like a mushroom until you get an answer. I mean, if you want something bad enough, you got to strive to get it, man. You got to strive to get it. If you want an answer from the gods, then do as I say, sit in the dark and wait for that answer. And be serious about it. Say, I want this answer. And don't give up, man. Just don't give up.
Yeah, giving up is an odd idea. I mean, in some ways, the trying is compelled. Right. It's not a matter of so much effort anymore than, well, writing while you're drowning or something. Any refraining from effort.
Well, you really don't have much of an option, do you? I mean, you're pretty much back against the wall, ain't you? So what's it going to hurt to try it my way? Not much.
It's not that I would hurt. It's that I have such a high degree of confidence that it will not help. I don't give it for thinking that.
Do you ruin people that want to watch a movie?
Do I know people who watch a movie?
Do you ruin it for watching? Do you ruin people's enjoyment of watching a movie?
I generally don't go to.
My point is that when you watch a movie with a friend, you're not going to sit there and tell them the damn end of the movie, are you?
Generally, end up talking about something
My point is, my point is this, Nadia. You're ruining the movie, okay? You're ruining the movie. The movie of your life. You're ruining the movie of your life, okay? Suspend your disbelief, suspend your disbelief because you're an atheist. Suspend your disbelief long enough to see if you can get an answer. How about that? Okay? How about we do that? Suspend your disbelief long enough to see if you can get an answer from the gods. Because you just might. Okay? I got a funny feeling that's what the holdup is that you're not willing to go the extra step to reach out to them. That's what the problem is. You don't want to reach out to them. They're like, okay, here, we're going to give you what you want. But you got to reach out to us. But you never reach out because your doubt and unbelief won't let you reach out. And so therefore, you're all butting heads. You guys are butting heads, all right? The gods are like, okay, we're going to give it to you, but you got to come to us. And you don't want to come to us because you let your competence and your doubts and whatever else get in the way. All right, so suspend your disbelief long enough to get an answer from the gods. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
That be done in her. Truly. Can it be done in earnest? Can it be done in a meaningful way?
Yes! Yes, it can.
Really?
But you got to want to do it. You can't just sit there and talk about it all night. You know, listen, don't get me wrong, talking about it's fine, and it's a good thing actually. It's good to talk about it. But you got to put action behind your words. You got to put action. Oh, you've got to make an effort, Nadia. Everything in life is going to require some kind of effort on your part. You don't skate through life. Nobody skates through life. Nobody. Now, the trolls will sit there and tell you, I'm skating through life. Well, that's a lie. I've already proven that's a lie. Nobody skates through life. Nobody. All right? So, suspend your disbelief for one night, Nadia. Whether it's tonight or tomorrow night, doesn't matter. But suspend your disbelief for one night. Turn off the phone. Turn off the internet. Turn off the
that easy, have you?
I didn't say it was going to be easy, did I?
No,
did
I said those who have had it easy.
Well, the people that had it easy, that's on them, okay? We're not talking about anybody else right now. We're talking about you.
No one's case. It's easy life. You don't have to try.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about anybody else. Don't worry about anything else. Don't worry about anybody else. Don't worry about nothing else. Focus, man. Focus. All right? We're going to focus. We're going to suspend our disbelief. We're going to focus. And we're going to try this. Okay? We're going to try it. We're going to turn off the internet, turn off the phone, turn off the lights, sit in the darkness, and wait for, you know, what I forget which deity you finally chose. Sekhmet, or not Sekhmet, but Shiva. I think you decided to pick Shiva. Anyway, whichever one you finally decided on. And sit in the dark, see if you get a revelation, see if you get an answer, see if you get a healing, see if you get money coming your way, whatever. You know,
I've been in the dark by myself. No phone, no internet. Years at a time. And not once. He appeared.
And not one. And not one time though did you reach out to the gods and ask for some help though, did you? Okay, this time it's going to be different. This time we're going to make a change. This time we're going to try to reach out to the gods and see if they respond in kind.
It can't be done in earnest.
Then don't do it in earnest. Then don't do it in earnest. Do it because I said so. Do it because I said so. Do it because Uncle Von says do it.
Welcome, Ocean.
Welcome, Ocean.
Tell the God that you're praying to. Tell him or her. Say, I don't think I believe in you. Be honest.
Oh, absolutely. Be honest. Sure. Be honest. Absolutely. Be
How
honest.
do you address a person you truly feel is there?
Which one did you finally decide on? Was it Shiva? Which one did you finally decide on? Was it Shiva?
You can't address such a thing as a person to have a conversation with.
Nadia. Which one did you decide on? Was it Shiva?
There was none I ever decided on.
We were just discussing it.
Supernatural. But I cried out to not to heaven, people, the names of people, and when not specific people, and for police.
You could always pull up an empty chair and let that represent God and have a Clint Eastwood moment, since you're so skeptical, and pretend that God is with you. If some physical representation would allow you to even make the effort. It's just an idea. I knew somebody who did that, and that was helpful for them. I know it sounds really crazy and very Clint Eastwood, but it was just a suggestion.
Talk about words. But the belief actually uttering it can never come by. Right?
Well, if you won't consider Jesus, you won't consider talking to God. You could always consider contacting demons. That's always a possibility.
I don't want her to do that.
I can't believe in well, any supernatural entity that way.
Well, if you don't believe in an afterlife, then you got nothing to lose, I suppose. If you reach out for a demonic entity, you get anything you like in exchange for your soul.
Well, I have the same problem, right? Yeah, exchange God for a demon. Again.
I don't recommend reaching out to demons.
Don't in fact.
Yeah, I don't recommend reaching out to demons either, but you know.
Welcome back, Ocean. Fingers crossed. Not
The
getting
idea of
your.
reaching out to a demon in our faith, in the Christian faith, and like take damnation out of the picture, because like I said, I'm an annihilationist. Let's just pretend like that's not eternal suffering because you traded your soul.
Well, Deidre,
Let's think about the damage that demons do. When you invite somebody in your life, it's not for free. It's never for free for them.
Right, exactly. Yeah, even in the pagan realm, Deidre, it's not a good idea to play with evil spirits and demons. It's a bad idea. Bad idea.
Well, they all look the same to me, right? They all look like.
Nadia, you're like talking to a brick wall, honey. All right, listen, just do it for Uncle Von. All right, just say I'm going to suspend my disbelief for one night.
Not a brick wall, but it feels soft.
I'm going to turn off the internet. I'm going to turn off the phone. I'm going to turn out the lights, and I'm going to get serious, and I'm going to try to reach out to the deities and see if somebody will respond. Okay, it cannot possibly hurt you.
Hey, I think I've got this working again.
Yes, I think I got it working again.
I'm on my phone, but it won't work on either one of my computers, and it's very, very strange.
Yes, it is.
I've been trying different accounts, different browsers, and.
Are you getting like authentication issues or error number 9 or what is it?
No. I'm able to sign in and I'm able to hang out in here, but for some reason, it's just the only thing I'm having is like I can't receive audio.
With all those, you get into the Hangout, but they eventually error out with either authentication or error number 9.
Well, how would I fix that? Just wait?
Unfortunately, we don't know fix offhand. We do know that retrying eventually goes through. Your phone battery life is limited.
I mean, I've got a plug around here somewhere. But...
Number 9.
I'm still trying with another Hangout with Art and seeing if I can get it to work, but odd.
Ocean, I'm trying to get her to reach out to the gods, and she's like talking to a brick wall. She won't listen to me.
Who are you talking to?
Nadia.
I mean, you know, if you don't want to, you shouldn't have to.
It's not just that I don't want to. It's I'm not really capable of it.
She thinks that because she doesn't have the faith or the confidence to do it, that she somehow cannot do it, and I kind
of agree with that.
Really? You don't think the gods would still hear her? I think they would.
You will yourself to believe something.
I don't think that it works if you're not like. I think that belief is kind of part of the.
Well,
program.
I believe that's part of it, but I mean, you know, if she's sincere about wanting to get some help, then I would think they would hear what she has to say.
Maybe, but I don't. There's no guarantee of response, and I don't think
I never promised her a guaranteed response.
Like it doesn't. I don't think it works. I think we have a disagreement on how it works, but shit, what the fuck? Let's see.
Yeah, does faith come before you're heard?
Faith comes by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. Yes.
Well, it's a matter called doxastic voluntarism. Basically, whether your belief is subject to your will. Right?
Well,
by and large,
to an extent, but I mean, if you are in need of help, you're in need of help, Nadia. Okay, that is self-evident. It is self-evident that you are in need of help. I mean, if for no other reason than to get some salve for them bug bites of yours. Okay, so you are in literal need of help, and I think that if you was to get quiet and reach out to the gods, they would hear it, if not for the fact of your sincerity or lack thereof in this case, but for the fact that you genuinely do need help. It's not a ruse, okay? You're not going to the gods just to get something. You really do need literal physical and mental health, okay? And they would have to see that, and I would think they would want to respond, whether it be in the positive or the negative. I mean, they may tell you to go fuck off and die. I don't know. I'm not them. But, you know, I would think in the fact that you genuinely do have physical, mental, emotional, social issues that need to be addressed, then they would address them one way or the other.
What mental issues?
Huh?
What mental issues?
Well, I don't know about the mental part. Anyway, point is, there's no question and there's no denying that you need help. All right. And I would think that would be self-evident. I think that would be the catalyst to garner a response. Even though you might not be sincere, even though you might not believe, even though you might not even care. The fact is, though, you do need help. And if you reach out to them, maybe they'll respond.
Well, it might not be quite walking into a church and desecrating it, but at the same time, maybe it would.
I wouldn't walk my dog into a church. The 3 times Jesus went to church, he tried to kill his ass. That should tell you all you need to know right there.
Nadia, I just got a network. It says couldn't start video because of a network error, and it doesn't give a number.
There's a positive impact to church. You do have community. It's a place where people can come together and love each other. It's also a place where people can go wrong and be harmful to each other because we're human beings and sometimes we hurt each other. So for me, church is not necessary to believe in God, though beneficial for some people, but not all. So that's my take on it. I do understand why some people would have an aversion.
Well, I find it interesting that when Jesus was in a pagan temple, he had power and he had authority. But as soon as he went into a church, he lost all that power and authority. Very interesting. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't recall any story about Christ visiting a pagan temple in the Gospels.
The Bible says, as a child, Jesus was preaching in the temple and was heard and seen by many.
the Jewish temple, which would be a monotheistic god, not a pagan temple. So, I mean, I just feel like there's a little bit of stretchy going on.
Not really. The Jews had synagogues. They didn't have temples.
Wait, what?
I guess the Temple of Solomon and the temple that was destroyed by the Romans didn't exist, so I'm just not going to even argue.
No, they have temple and synagogue. Like a synagogue is a type of temple.
Yeah,
a church
I know.
is a type of temple.
I know, the Holy of Holies and all that. I mean, it's just, I don't know. I'm face-palming a little bit, but like I said, I'm a Christian and he's a pagan, so we're gonna have division here and there. It's not worth fighting them out.
I mean, I'm also a pagan, but I'm agreeing with you because I think churches are temples, synagogues are temples. Temple of Solomon would be a temple.
What I would agree with
they're all
Devon
kind of synonymous with one another.
is when Jesus came down harsh on people, he was harsh on the most religious, which is very interesting. He was harshest to the most pious and religious people. That's interesting.
Started putting Jews through tables, man. That's what Jesus did.
Putting Jews through tables.
With a cat of nine tails, no less.
Yeah, there was.
I don't think it was with a cat of nine tails.
Oh, yes, it
might
was.
have been with a whip.
He fashioned a whip.
He fashioned a whip, right.
He did not fashion a cat of nine tails.
Well,
fashion a cat
That
of
would
nine
require
tails.
glass and whatever else like embedded in it. So.
Yes.
He was whipped with a cat of nine tails. He did not chase people out of the temple with a cat of nine tails. There wouldn't have really been one available to him, and if he fashioned it right there, it was probably a single tail whip.
Well, single tail whip them, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is that he literally beat them and chased them out.
And do you know why?
Yes, I do know why. Because
Somebody's echoing.
Probably me. I don't know.
If you're not hearing an echo,
I'm not hearing an echo. I'm not hearing an echo.
Then it's you.
Well, I'm not hearing an echo, so it's probably me.
If you can find headphones or something, or just reposition your mic.
The mic is attached to my webcam. I can't move it.
When people take advantage of other people and use spiritual reasons, in this case it was money changing, and you know, you want to get close to God, let's make a deal, let's make a sale. Oh, you're impoverished, we can sell you these doves, you know, and they're changing money in the place of God, and we see this in modern day. So a criticism of the church still could stand. We see this in modern day Christianity, where people do money exchanges of different sorts, whether it's book sales or T-shirts. That would be debatable.
Or buying your soul out of purgatory.
That's selling of indulgences. That's old school Catholic, but it also is present in sort of Mormonism. Not purgatory per se, but people pay money for their ancestors. And that would be definitely debated. So, I mean, I think I get what you're kind of going for.
Nadia, give somebody mod power before you lay down.
I think I have.
Give a few of us mod power if you can, in case somebody has to drop out.
Don't give it to me. I'm fucking up.
You'll do fine.
I'm on my phone anyway, so I can't do anything. And I'm echoing so bad. What the hell?
Yeah, give it to Vaughn.
Yeah, give it to me. The worst I can do is go to sleep.
No. Art's being on Skype trying to get in, but anyway.
Oh wait, I think I can actually mod from my phone. Did you do that?
Yeah.
Oh. Oh my god. I can kick people out.
Art was in here all day today. He had plenty of time today.
Don't kick me, I didn't do anything.
I kind of want to test this, but I can't. Or I shouldn't.
I have a feeling I'm the target.
Excellent, desert! We can't be in the same room. You're done. I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm one of those people that I'm reluctant to kick people out of things. I think unless they're exceptionally cruel or lewd, like to the point where it'd get you banned, you know? Dirty words don't really offend me, but like people that are flashing and stuff, things that are really ridiculous, that'll get you in trouble.
Well, the purpose of the power is to keep the pervs out. That's the purpose of it.
Yeah, I think in one of the hangouts somebody was like, I want somebody to suck my dick, and like we immediately ejected. Get out.
Yeah.
Good for you. I said, you should become more flexible. I think that's what I said.
Bye. Yeah. See ya.
Good for you. You should become more flexible. I like it.
Two things in a row. When they said that. First, hit them from the chat. Second, brought up their profile link so I could block it from the profile permanently. And then third, ejected. That was my 3-step procedure for dealing with that.
Hey, some guys can do it, Faith. You've been working on that yoga or something. I don't know.
I'm thinking about it, I'm like,
You're thinking about it? Well, how would this work?
yeah. I just like wondering.
And if you could do it, would you ever leave your house? I'm a terrible person. I might be a Christian, but I definitely am a little... I don't know. I blame the gaming community. They've corrupted me.
Well, until I get like actually fixed just me, it wouldn't do a whole lot for me.
Ocean dropped. The author took his place.
Welcome, author.
Thank you. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Arthur.
Yeah, I've been.
Oh my god, how many accounts do you have?
Like 4, I think. Well, it's because Brett has blocked me, Von Helton has blocked me, so I needed to create a few extra accounts.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
You get
I can
blocked
do
that often?
Oh no, it's just that Brett and Von Helton have a really skewed notion of what is a justification or reason or... Well, I would not say about Von Helton, but for Brett Keane it's definitely lack of notion of honesty. And this is not just my opinion, this is... I'm just saying, this is confirmed by tons of people. He's one of the most, disliked, and I'm gonna, as politely as possible, disliked people on...
Yeah, I don't want to bash anybody. I'm new. I don't want to give any trash talk going on. I'd rather not.
Oh no, I'm not trashing. Well, except that Brett and Von Helton were trashing me in this hangout and completely misrepresenting me. But okay, I won't get there. I don't know. I'm here for a discussion.
Hold it, Art. How am I misrepresenting you when you turned my volume down to 0, which was witnessed by everyone in the room? You turned my volume down to 0 and left it there for half a fucking hour, and nobody could hear a word I said. That's not something I pulled out of my ass. Everybody saw you do it. It was documented by the video itself.
Okay? Right. Did you give the reasons for why I did it?
No, because I don't think I had any legitimate reason to have it done to me at the time.
Okay, you're welcome to think that, but I think I did have reasons. You could go. People can go to that hangout. What happened? Okay, so there were quite a few moments where this happened, right? So I do remember that at one point I did mute you all the way down,
because you're not allowing people to respond or to talk. Also, at a few occasions, I lowered your volume to the extent that our ears do not hurt because you were yelling at us, because it was granted a heated topic for you, but I didn't mute you all the way. First of all, I muted you all the way just in a few occasions, right? I was just trying to allow for a conversation. I never booted you from the room, right? First of all, I actually defended you quite a few times, especially when there was this troll of yours who was screen sharing pictures of your wife and kids, and I said, you know what, dude, this is not cool, and I unbroadcasted him. So I'm not a hater. I try to have reasons when I enforce my mod powers. Go ahead, this one. One Hilton, do you want to respond? Or are we okay now? Was I talking to myself? Is anybody here?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I gave my justifications, and I'm pretty sure many people will support me, even on the theistic side. And I actually just had a hangout of mine where I didn't boot people. We had a civilized discussion. And I can give a lot of theists to testify that I'm actually not abusing my powers.
I'm sorry, but when you turn somebody down and leave them there for half an hour and they can't, I asked people, nobody heard me. Okay, nobody heard me. I was down for a half hour. I went back later and talked to people. Nobody heard a word I said for a half an hour.
So the thing is, okay. Oh, you finished, sorry.
Well, I'm just saying, nobody heard me for a half hour. I went back and asked people, and they did not hear me for a half an hour.
Okay, so I never lowered your volume all the way down for half an hour.
Obviously you did, because...
Hold on, let me respond. So, for that period of time, I only lowered your volume to an extent that my ears do not hurt and other people's ears do not hurt. It is possible that my volume was more sensitive, so to speak, and that I lowered your volume so far down that other people had a different sort of volume set on their computer that they could not hear you. But I actually paid attention, for example, to Annabelle, right? If she can hear you, if she can respond to your points, and she did, and so did Mark. Whenever you said something, even though it was kind of low, I could tell that they're responding to your specific points that you said there.
Go back and watch the video. You cannot hear me at all. You cannot hear me at all.
It might be that on the live stream they didn't hear you because there's different volume settings for that. But I know for a fact that Annabelle was responding to your points. She was not just talking about random stuff. She was responding to your specific points, and I will ask Annabelle or Mark or any theist who was there, or a theist who was there, as opposed to an atheist, if that was the case. If it's not the case, if I actually did lower the volume so that nobody can hear you except a few people, I do apologize. That was not my intention at all.
I heard an apology.
Well, it's on the video for everybody to see, so...
I just heard an apology. I heard I do apologize. I'm just pointing that out. He did say that, and it's...
Well, okay, well, let's not rush to conclusions. Okay, it was somewhat of an apology if I in fact did something wrong, because I don't think I did, not intentionally, not at all. I didn't mean to make fun of Von Helton, as he said, that this led to. I don't think that I encouraged this at all. I was just trying to allow for a conversation. And this is what I do in all of my hangouts.
Well, the trolls made quite a bit of hay out of it, so the damage is done.
Vaughn, listen, let's be real here. And I'm not trying to be insulting or anything. You say a lot of stuff that provokes a lot of people. For whatever reason, even if they're justified or not, there is a lot of drama around you. There's a lot of trolls around you, even without that thing that happened with me lowering the volume. So it's not really big of a difference.
Right, but that was something that gave them ammunition, and they ran with it.
Yeah, but really, I will get literally like anybody who knows you, be it an atheist or a theist, who will have just tons of things to criticize you for, be it your controversial ideas or positions on science and your claims about, many other things. I don't want to go into specifics, but dude, come on, you do know that you have controversial claims and people do have a lot of ammunition to, talk about you.
Well, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one. Okay, that doesn't mean you abuse your mod status and give fodder to my enemies. That's not a very good thing.
I don't think I did abuse my mod powers, and people can ask theists and atheists who know me, who will testify that I don't do that. Not in Nadia's room, not in my rooms. I just had a room for like 8 hours and something, and I didn't abuse my powers at all. I actually kept a calm conversation. I was criticizing both theists and atheists when they were yelling at each other or interrupting each other. I have strict rules in my Hangouts, and I do try to endorse calm discussion. So, okay. If you wanna still think that I abused my mod powers, okay, go ahead. You're welcome to. But I don't think I did, obviously.
What are the topics of your room, Art? I haven't.
Oh, we talked about a lot of things actually. We were in a room in Carlton, Carmelarat. I think that's his second name. Room where he had a topic of prove God to me, right? Show me evidence for God. Quite a few people there that I know, Seamus, Ritual Prophet, and I kind of jumped in there. We talked about a lot of things like, ironically, we did not talk about evidence for God because the topic moved along. We talked about theists or Christians trying to disprove Mormons and Islam. They were claiming that Mormonism is completely ridiculous and Islam is completely ridiculous. It has no grounds to stand on. And I was kind of playing a devil's advocate for it, and we kind of continued the discussion in my Hangout after Carlton had to leave. And long story short, and I know it's not really short by now because I'm rambling, we had quite a few topics from criticism against theism, atheism, presupposition, modal ontological arguments, just tons of stuff, really. So I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, sounds cool. I'm gonna. Is this this wouldn't be the channel that you would want to subscribe to? I think I've subscribed to maybe some of your other accounts, so that probably wouldn't be the right YouTube.
Yeah, the one that you want is Art Norris. That's the one that I mostly stream videos on. And I don't do this regularly. There's like maybe 1 or 2 videos. So, but the last one is interesting. We talk about a lot of stuff. We had a no-hide in there, which is a kind of minority kind of theistic position. And he was arguing against Christians that Jesus did not fulfill the prophecies, but he was not actual Messiah, which is relatively rare in this kind of circles.
I believe that. I subscribe to that. I've been in the same Hangouts as. I'm presuming you're talking about Idol Smasher.
Yeah, Idol Smasher. Awesome dude.
Yeah, I was going to say I sided with him in an argument in regards to that. So, yeah.
Yeah, and actually I did sided with you one time against Seamus, right? About this topic. That was fun.
Indeed.
And yeah, coincidentally, he was also arguing against Seamus in my Hangout. So yeah, that was fun.
Seamus, just have a thing going.
Say again, idea?
You and Seamus just have a thing going.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know how to characterize this. I don't know. He's maybe my nemesis or something. It's like when the world is about to end, Art and Seamus are gonna be having a debate or something. Even if it's the last thing we do. And it's probably gonna be the same thing we're arguing every day.
You know what I found is because I like getting in. I think we were talking about this earlier. I like jumping in Johnny's rooms just to kind of stir things up a little bit. And I think one thing I can say positive is the flock there. I get a stronger appreciation for the more level-headed. I mean, when the more level-headed theists.
Oh yeah, totally. If you want level-headed theists, I can give you a few names if you want. You can look them up. And they're really pleasant to talk to. There's rarely any animosity or heated, discussions. It's really just pure, ideas and arguments.
Oh, I like the drama to a point, but when it gets out of control, where I was watching, whoops.
Oh, Sean, you muted yourself.
Yeah, sorry, my finger was on the button. When I watched Neff and everybody just kind of do a circle talking to each other, and once they started coming out with ideas, I was just shaking my head. Now, I wanted to jump in, but it was kind of entertaining to hear what happens when they only had like each other to talk to. They came up with the most ridiculous stuff, but I think they need atheists as much as we need them for a little bit. If you like the friction, I do.
The entertainment value.
Yeah, it's I've got this weird. It all started with I don't know if you guys were around for the Jason Burns era, but there's just something fascinating about. I don't know why it's fascinating, but
well, I think someone coined this term that perfectly defines this. It's a liberal sort of pastor on the Covenant group. I forgot his name, but what he said is that I think oh yeah, there we go. He said, it's argutainment.
Oh, sorry, I just coughed in the mic.
Damn it! Just missed my awesome moment. I could have just won this.
I'm so sorry.
It's called argutainment, like argutainment. That's basically defines why people like to listen to this. It's entertainment. People just enjoy arguments. Certain people do, at least. But yeah, regarding Jason Burns, I was in this community when that happened, and it was hilarious and kind of painful to an extent, and also unjustified on another extent. Because, Jason Burns has obviously some issues. And it's kind of like beating up a little kid. I know I don't mean any negative connotations. It's just, he just has some problems, obviously. If anybody watches the videos, it's really not fair to even, criticize him because, the man is unstable, period. Now, he did cause a lot of harm to Fiona, right? Because he, I think, dog dropped Fiona or her kids and caused, indirectly, I think, the attack on her kids.
Right, I remember that.
Yeah, so that was fucked up. That was a justified criticism of Jason Burns for sure.
Yeah, that's, you know what, but I respected that he, I guess you appreciate the little things like leaving the comments open and you couldn't help but feel bad for him, but it's kind of going after the. I guess what I'm attracted to is that extreme overconfidence when when you're wrong. I guess I don't know. It's we sit around. There's 2 or 3 of us at the house here that find like it's almost when you've almost heard the most ridiculous thing, something else will come out, and I don't know. It's treating the conversation kind of like raw entertainment. But I am really interested in the conversation. It's just some things are just really damn entertaining, and that's why I kind of gravitate towards I guess Johnny's hangouts a little bit, because the conspiracies are thick and funny, but unfortunately. They're not doing it for entertainment value.
Yeah, they're actually serious about it, which is scary.
Yeah, but there's like a little piece of Johnny that seems willing to try to be fair and diplomatic, and then there's another side that's like, no, not at all.
Yeah, you crazy atheist.
Yeah.
You will stop me in the alley.
Oh man, that one was great.
Yeah. I've actually met him the first time that he was on Google Plus Hangouts. The first hangout I think he came to was actually Xboxes and mine. Maybe it was an off-air one, but basically he was talking about Muslims. And he, as you know, he loves Muslims, right? He absolutely adores Muslims.
Yeah.
And he was saying his extreme stuff about Muslims, how they will, kill you, and they're all dishonest, pieces of shit, essentially. And naturally, even us atheists, we're like, dude, come on, that's too much. Okay, they're not all evil. Some of them are, some of them are. You're taking this too far, and we kind of progressed into kind of a little bit of a devil's advocate, defense for the Muslim faith, and eventually Johnny had a complete fucking meltdown. He was fucking psychotic. He was yelling. He was like a fucking crazy person. It's like, you pieces of shit, Muslim sympathizers.
Oh, that was with Matt Bell, wasn't it?
Oh, that was, yeah, he also had a meltdown with Matthew Bell about evolution. No, it was about, Matthew Bell said that Johnny doesn't know Islam. Johnny had the same meltdown. It's like, at one point he sounded like a Dalek. He was screaming at him.
He was yelling, exterminate, exterminate?
Pretty much it sounded like that. It sounded like that voice of Daleks.
Well,
like,
Matthew,
tell me this. No, I cannot do it. Okay.
Matthew Bell was trying to illustrate a point how he could use a line of reasoning to justify anything, and he happened to pick the Quran, and he's like, look, I can square away these verses by using this methodology, and all of a sudden it got taken as Matthew Bell being a Muslim apologist, and it was just to illustrate a point, and it's like I spit on you. I spit on you. You spit on the. You say you spit on Muhammad, or you'll get kicked out of this room. But,
yeah.
And I really didn't.
That's really nasty, because that will ruin any relationship you'd have with anybody that was Muslim. Spitting on Muhammad, it's really disrespectful.
It's entertaining and well, not, I mean, that kind of stuff. Yeah, well, theistic evolutionists too spit on them, or but the extreme views. I think maybe I can appreciate it because of my background a little bit. The lukewarm Christians are kind of it's hard to really they call it there's like a saying for it, it's like nailing jello to a tree. I can respect somebody that's pretty firm on what they believe, and
when you say lukewarm, are you referring to progressive Christians, or are you referring to Christians that don't want to be defined as Christian and there's like pseudo-Christian?
I like the what I'm referring to is the ones that accept evolution, completely cool with gays, have kind of squinted hard enough at the text to make it fit with what they to make it have found a way to make the text say what they want to. I don't particularly know or care for like Christian Hillbilly, but I respect that he is at least. It's easier to kind of have a discussion when
when they're irrational.
Well, not when they're irrational, but when they're
irrational.
Yeah, when they don't get into the it's just and wrong. It's you're exegeting wrong, and it's like
And you're an atheist, correct?
Right. Right.
I'm a progressive Christian. I'm one of those Jello Christians you're speaking of. I take the Bible seriously. I don't throw it all out. And I do look at Romans 1, and I do take it seriously. That's the gay passage. But I don't feel like I need to legislate morality. I feel like if you personally feel like you cannot indulge in a certain lifestyle, then it's on you. I don't believe in legislating that against everybody else. Does that make the religion more palatable? Does that make me a squishy Christian? I wouldn't say so, because I try to live Christ's love in the model daily, and that requires some sort of sacrifice and some sort of commitment. So am I squishy? I don't think so. Am I jello? I don't think so. Am I open to science? Yes. Am I open to the idea of evolution? Possibly. You know, does that make me... It doesn't make me a fundamentalist. You know,
Can I change my word to less dogmatic? I think that
really
that's
quick
fine.
though, I just one more quick. You're not the first atheist to say this, and I think it's interesting because atheists would rather deal with the fundamentalist than the progressive. And it's weird because it's like shooting yourself in the foot, because if you're a progressive atheist, you would want to go with another progressive theist
What's a
for social change.
What's a progressive basis? Like a atheist?
If you would care about equal rights, if you care about making a positive change in society, why wouldn't you tolerate a theist who was more progressive? It's something that just baffles my mind. I have met atheists that just slap our hands away because we believe in a God.
Well,
You're squishy, I don't like you. I would much rather deal with a fundamentalist so I can laugh at him and call him an idiot. It's something I've been watching atheism, particularly atheists that are activists, for over 9 months now, like Dogma Debate and AOA and all those people, and they would rather deal with a fundamentalist. And when they read the Bible, they read it exactly like a fundamentalist, and I think it's just interesting. And so that's my perspective. Do I hate atheists? No. I would much rather figure out ways that we could get along for change or a positive impact, instead of arguing about whether or not there's a God. So anyway, that's my little rant for the night, and continue.
well, maybe the reason. I just had
again, damn it.
I had a thought. Let's see. Maybe it's easier to. I lost my thought. There was a reason. I had a good reason why atheists kind of gravitate towards the fundamentalist, but when it comes back to me, it's really good and clever. I just can't think of it right now.
Yeah, let's assume it was good and clever.
Yeah, be in awe, and then it'll be retroactive.
Yeah, I always do the same thing for when I forget my arguments. Like,
it just completely escaped me. Well, you know what? I'll pass it over to Art or whoever else. I don't have the idea. Or let me ask Commando a question, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
I saw. I really respect your. You seem to have a lot of knowledge of the Bible, and believe it or not, it seems like Jesus DiCaprio does also. And I saw you were in a hangout with him.
Was it the one last night about race?
Yeah. Were there some, and he might not be the best presenter, but it seems like that he knows a little bit about what he's talking about. I can't really. It comes across as a pretty racist message, but did you all get anything squared away or?
No, he basically believes that the white race originates from the Dravidians, which is basically like like an albino sort of spin
That's
on another
that's
race.
what I saw. I saw the pictures he was bringing up of the albinos.
And my point was that the people that he was bringing up looked nothing like white people. They just looked like sort of like albino black people. That's what I was pointing out. And he was like, no, man, this is what areas look like. I was like, no, they don't. I was posting. I mean, I put a few. I was looking for a few links to sort of, like, prove to him that's not, where the white race comes from. I was getting like a lot of links to, stuff to do with that, but,
Are we going to? Is his ultimate argument that the white people are doomed in a way, or?
Yeah, basically, his argument is like all white people are evil, and yeah, and they're not going to be saved by the God of Israel, which I agree with. So,
Oh,
yeah.
Is that? Oh, so you agree with them?
To a degree, but I'm not. I don't hold any of that position. I mean, obviously, So
because they're white.
It's not so much because they're white. It's because. I mean, when he says that, he's talking about the white race, isn't he? He's not so much talking about the souls that inhabit the flesh, if you get what I'm saying. So, I mean, you have to ask him. I don't want to like speak for him, but that's how I sort of come to understand it. But
That's why I was asking if there were any highlights in that. I think it was like an 8-hour hangout, and there's some spaces where like nobody's in there, then some people are in there. But was there any epiphanies in that hangout that or any great moments?
No, really. I was only there for like, I don't know, like an hour, half an hour, something like that. Then I dropped out. But
you got to quit changing your icon, because it's like if you're looking through an old hangout and you're looking for a particular person to speak, you kind of have to, you know what I mean? When you're scrubbing over or hovering over, it's hard to see, and that's. I'm not trying to bash Brett King at all, but it's hard for me to see who's speaking when somebody's locked up on the screen. I'd like to know, who's actually talking, and you can't tell when you lock someone up on the screen like that. But just a little tip, if it's interesting to see who's saying what.
Don't give him tips, damn it.
Yes, but you have to do that sometimes, because we get these retards that'll come in here wanting to show their wang on the fucking video, or playing some kind of nudity video or some other stupid shit. So you have to do that sometimes. You don't have an option. Okay.
Yeah. If someone really wanted to do that, they could do it pretty quick anyways, even if you initially looked at them. But I mean, it would keep it down, and I see what you're saying. It would keep it down in the thumbnails instead of being on the main screen. Is that what the point is, I guess?
Well, here's the thing. You have cameraman turned on,
mm-hmm.
and then that keeps them grayed out until you approve them. And then you can do what we call white boxing, which highlights a particular speaker. And then even if you do approve them, you still have got somebody white boxed to where that if they do get approved and try to do something, they still can't do it. Nobody will see them because you have somebody white boxed. And then once it seems like, hey, they're not an idiot or a retard, then you can take the other person off the white box and everything will be fine. But you do it as a kind of like a double redundancy type deal. If one fails, the other one will work.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to worry about any peen showing up, because Google will ban you over peen. They will do that. And,
vagina is totally okay, but penis is not.
And the trolls know it, and so that's why they do what they do. They're trying to get your account banned, and that's why you have to have somebody white boxed as well as have cameraman turned on. And in that way, if you approve somebody, they still will not be able to put any peen on your show because you got somebody white boxed.
Does it usually happen right away though?
Sometimes not. I mean, they are clever.
Like surprise, like half an hour in.
Well, that's the whole thing. That's why you have somebody white boxed, and then that way, if it's somebody you don't know, you can have somebody white boxed as well as have cameraman turned on, and then And then if you do approve them to give them a chance, and then they decide to show some peen on camera anyway, well, you've got somebody white boxed. Nobody gets to see it but you guys, you know. And that's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of having it white boxed.
I wonder if you could just disable their ability to broadcast video. That way, you know, if you could adjust their bandwidth to where only their icon could show up.
I'm sure the NSA has that ability, but we won't get to play with that for several years now. They'll probably give it to us in about 10 to 15 years. Then we'll get to play with it. But we're not going to play with it right now. Yeah, the NSA. What, you think we're the only ones that use the internet, bro? Seriously?
I don't think they're going to mess with Google Hangouts too much, or that they may be listening to them, but I'm sure they're not adding features to Google Hangout.
No, it's not a matter of adding features. They got the features, and we get the leftovers. We get it after they're done with it. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. Anytime we get something, we get it because the government's already been playing with it for 10 or 15 years, sometimes even 20 years. But yeah, we get the hand-me-downs. All right, they get the best, and then they give it to us after they're done with it. Same with this very internet that we're talking about used to be a military operation. You know, and the only reason we're talking on it today is because the military declassified it and gave it to the civilian populace. Otherwise, we wouldn't be using this right now. It all belonged to the military, and we wouldn't even know it existed.
Is that true? Because I thought the first internet usage was done at some college university where they just kind of emailed each other back and forth.
Well, that's not true internet, though, is it? That would be what we would call LAN today, local area network. That's not the same as the internet. Anyways,
yeah, it actually is. It's the same principle. It's just about the scope.
Well, the point is, though, is that you know, we have this at the auspices of the military, who declassified it and allowed us to use it. That's how we got the internet. And
well, this idea is not. I mean, well, one, okay, I kind of agree that, you know, the military is not, of course, going to give all of its technology to, you know, the public, because it gives the nation an advantage, right? If they have technology that nobody else has. But I don't know if it's that extensive. You know, 20 years, I would not say so. Especially with the internet, because the internet is not you know, some kind of genius, you know, amazing, you know, thing. I'm pretty sure people were speculating about this in many countries, in many nations. I really doubt that it was just the Americans.
the point is, though, is that they hang on to something for about 10 to 15 years, and then they give it to us. They play with it extensively for those years, and then when they're done with it, they hand it over to us and let us have it. Okay, and that pretty much goes for anything. Pretty much anything.
What about planes?
What about who?
Planes?
Planes? Yeah.
Yep, they were invented by a civilian.
Yes, even civilian planes. That's right.
Yeah, but no, planes were invented by civilians.
Well, you got to understand, all right? Let's take the Airbus, for example. All right, they were flying around a prototype of the Airbus 10 years before we got a hold of it.
Well, I'm pretty sure
they were flying a prototype of the 747 around for 10 years before we got a hold of it.
I doubt that.
I don't.
Do you have any evidence for that?
I don't doubt it a bit. I don't doubt it a bit. That's how things work, man.
Okay, do you have any evidence for that?
I don't know if there's anything on the internet or not. But
Well, there's a lot of things on the internet. There's like pictures of aliens, you know.
No, that don't mean nothing.
Well, I think the point that it is true that, you know, I guess our F-22 or our latest fighter's been in development for and kept under wraps for the last 10 or maybe 10 or 15 years. But I think what the overall point is that the Wright brothers were not using forfeited military technology. That was something that was invented by,
civilians.
It was, and then the military made it. If you can get a military contract, you're pretty much set for life right there. But
and also, I would just like to say that, I mean, yeah, it definitely takes time to test a invention, especially a complicated one like, a fucking, 747. Like, takes a lot of time, takes a lot of resources to perfect this. But I don't really think it's even possible to keep something, that big, under complete secrecy for 20 years. It's kind of a conspiracy type thing almost.
well, there. If you look at these, there's there's some video, I think it was on Netflix, about our stealth technology in America, and how as soon as we knew that they had Sputnik launched, a satellite that could go overhead, they actually like painted shadows on the tarmac to confuse what pictures may be sent back, and I mean, that's what I think Area 51 does, is just tests our. I mean, I can see good reason to hide whatever we're coming out with next, but I'm sure we're probably working on our new fighter or something new and latest and greatest there right now. Not necessarily alien storage, but I think every military needs a little bit of privacy, and with privacy is going to come conspiracy, and
Yeah, I would agree, but I don't think it's that extensive. It's not that.
Well, anybody that thinks we can't keep a secret, then please give me the launch codes. I'd like to have them.
Yeah, but that's a different kind of thing. I mean,
and that's not a different kind of thing. Either they can keep a secret or they can't. And if they can't,
not many people. Okay, there's only a few people who know the codes in the first place. When you're talking about building a 747, there's thousands of people who are involved in this.
Yes, that's right. There are thousands of people, and each person is doing one thing. Okay, and as a result, that person's doing that one thing, but that one person doesn't know what the other person is doing, and that person doesn't know what the other person is doing. It's called compartmentalization. Okay, one person is not going to know what another person is doing, and they're not even going to have an idea what the overall project is. It's going to be, hey, come in here and build this truss for me. Okay, so you go in there and you build the truss for me. You might not even know it's for an airplane. You might just, you just go in there. Yeah, okay, here I built 30 trusses today. But you don't know if is it for an airplane, is it for a house, is it for you might not even know. You're just in there to build.
Okay, so let's say you're an engineer who is building the chassis for a plane. If you're an actually good engineer, I think you have a good idea what types of metal, what types of parts are suited for, right? That you're building right now or designing right now. So it's pretty reasonable for them to conclude that they're building something that is not precedented. It's unprecedented, right? Like a huge plane, right? It's fair deduction. Same goes for like tons of other stuff on a plane that you're designing. Wings, glasses, whatever.
Right, as a designer, you would know that information. But I'm talking about the average Joe worker that comes in and does 8 hours work. They're compartmentalized. They do one specific thing, or maybe two, and then they go home for the day. They don't know. They may not even know what they're building. They may not even be told what they're building. They just know that all they know is, I'm going to go in today and I'm going to build 20 trusses. Okay?
Sure,
I'm going to go in
sure.
and then I go in tomorrow and I build 20 more trusses. They may not know what those trusses are for. They could be for an airplane. They could be for a house. They could be for a condominium. They could be for anything. All they know is that they're in there to build trusses. It's called compartmentalization. They do it all the time. Everybody looks in that, oh, NASA's got this huge foray of workers. Yeah, they do. But each one of those workers is compartmentalized. They don't know.
I don't think that works for every worker, but okay, it might be the case that a lot of them don't. Well, yeah, this is not an important point for me, really. Okay, I will concede. Sure. Let's move on, maybe. Hey, Iman.
All right. Hello.
Greetings.
Hello. Yeah. Yeah, I was just listening to what you were saying about wishy-washy Christians and everything, and well, about how some people perceive some. I can't remember who was saying that actually.
That was me.
Oh yeah, yeah. I kind of think something similar, but not exactly the same. Like when it comes, I sort of suppose I can see your reasoning when it comes to like social issues, but that doesn't bother me so much, and it doesn't, and it definitely doesn't bother me at all when it comes to like biblical literalism. But the only thing at the time that and I mean, and not because I'm just I'm a wishy-washy in that sense, totally generic theist, non-committal, and but it's but the thing that I find a bit annoying is like when there are Christians or any kind of theists, but it's mainly Christians, and they seem to be like virtually the same as materialists, and it's because I don't really. I mean, I suppose it's because I sort of think that I've reached my sort of theism through philosophical sort of reasons that kind of annoys me, because I think that if I didn't see any reason to believe that there was sort of the supernatural or anything, you know, and I would just think like, well, yeah, the atheists are right. So I don't understand how they can sort of think the world looks as if, you know, like you know, materialism or physicalism is correct, but still believe, like, you know, but still have this faith
It
in
depends on the
God.
theist. Like, there's some theists that do embrace sort of a materialism or naturalism almost. I'm a little less ooh and ah than some other theists, but I mean, it depends on the Christian and the theist that you're talking about.
Yeah, I know,
So
but I
it's
didn't
a
want
big
to.
spectrum. Am I a progressive Christian? In a lot of ways, yes. Do I throw out everything in the Bible and say it's nothing is literal? Absolutely not. But I look at the Bible and say there's poetry, there's history, there's prophecy, there's gospels. I look at the Bible as not a simple instruction book that I can just, oh, simple answers for everything. Don't eat shellfish. Yes. We've
Yeah.
always, through centuries, we've cherry-picked, shall we say, the Bible, and I can't say that I have come to the conclusion, because there's 46,000 different denominations of us. So I'm doing the best I can to look as much as I can like Jesus, and I don't think Jesus would not be loving towards gays, or Jesus would hate atheists. I don't believe it.
Yeah, but I
So
just
I
think
take
that's, yeah, sorry.
being Christ-like very seriously.
Mm.
Does
But
that make it
yeah,
easy? No, not for me. Actually, I get so much hate from conservative Christians. It's like probably the worst position to be in.
I would agree that would be a tough spot. When I hear other Christians condemning other Christians, I'm not religious, but that is, I guess, like the ultimate kind of slap in the face to tell somebody that is a Christian that they're in fact not a Christian. Yeah,
Get out.
that's
When are you going to be an atheist next? That's what Brett said to me. When are you going to become an atheist? You like atheists so much. I'm like, I don't like atheists in particular just because they're atheists. I like people.
yeah.
And I understand maybe the questions that an atheist might have about belief. And I do believe in the supernatural, but I am not somebody that feeds off of it like some other Christians do. I believe that God can heal, but I'm not going to run over to Benny Hinn and ask for a faith healing. I'm very skeptical about that. So I'm a little more balanced in that way. Am I right about everything? I would not dare say that, because I think with all these denominations and all these different religions, I think some people are going to be wrong. It's just going to happen.
DJ, you have a good attitude. I like it.
yeah, but and I wasn't really arguing about that sort of, well, that sort of that kind of attitude. I mean, I was talking about what I mean, obviously, like Benny Hinn is a scam. But when I was talking about the supernatural, I mean more talking about, like, I think if you're a theist, you have to be, either as kind of an idealist or a dualist, which I could say probably, in my opinion, probably would reduce to idealism. So, but some Christians, they just seem to, I don't know, they just seem to be committed to a materialist paradigm, and to actually, really deride and dislike any sort of philosophical arguments, that someone like, say, William Lane Craig would make, or anybody would make, and I just don't understand it. I could understand, like, a materialist thinking like that, but I
Okay, well,
don't.
that's not me. That's not me. I can understand that frustration. I don't know. It depends on the person. I think that some people are able to think in abstract ways, and other people are so concrete that they can't even budge. And I think that's just the type of personality, almost less
Yeah.
about worldview and how the kind of person you're talking to.
Yeah, I suppose they sort of compartmentalize their brain, and they sort of bought into the idea that, that the religion is just all about, where the belief in God is just got to be based on faith, and it can't be supported by reason, because reason supports, the materialism, which is in their opinion, the scientific view of the world. I think that's what it is, but I don't think that really makes much sense. But I think that's probably how they think about it.
I haven't met too many Christians like that, to be honest. I find them to be rare to find. So you've been running into a lot?
What were you asking me?
Either one of you guys, a materialist Christian? I don't know very many like that.
What would you? How would you? A materialist meaning materials the only thing that's out there.
No, I was the one that introduced that. So no, I meant, as in the philosophical materialism, or more likely physicalism, that the world is just basically, physical cause and effect, and everything reduces to that, including consciousness. And so that's why they reject not just biblical literalism, as creationism, as in biblical literalism. They'd reject any kind of notion of intelligent design, or even teleology when it comes to fine-tuning arguments or anything like that. Because I think there are Christians like that, in England probably more, but I just don't. It just doesn't seem logical to me. I don't think.
Okay. Well, so I think the closest I could think of to that kind of thinking might be Sponge, or Spawn, or however you say his name, Sponge, the Episcopalian guy. He is probably about as liberal as you could possibly get, and I have a lot of serious questions about if he could even call himself a Christian, only because, not because I'm trying to judge him and throw him out of the tent, only because he looks like so indifferent towards an afterlife, towards a God. It's so like, and who God is. God's not a being. It's not a force. He's so hard to nail down that I find him really confusing to look at. And atheists tend to love him. I don't know why. Probably because he looks a lot like an atheist. I don't know. But I would use him as almost an example of what you're talking about. And I've never met anybody in real life, so to speak, out that he's real, but I haven't met anybody in person that.
I've met theists like that in England in real life, but I suppose I didn't want to drop names on the internet. I suppose it's Fiona and Andy Jack, and it's not that necessarily they deny that there is an afterlife. It's more the fact that they kind of like seem to adamantly believe there's no way to infer that, infer that there is, that these things exist. They say they sort of seem to believe that that science is telling us that materialism is true, but the only way you can, but you can, it's only purely by faith that you can, and it may be some sort of revelation or intuition that you can think there's more to the world. But I just really don't like that, because I don't see why it would be that that reality is a certain way, but you can, but rationally it doesn't look like that. But I think it is quite a prevalent attitude. They sort of share the atheist's assumption that reason is telling us that the world is all just can be reduced to the kind of I don't know, the picture of the world that science gives us is just I'm just repeating myself really.
Well, I think one of the things is there's something kind of lost across the pond. You're in England, right? The UK.
Yeah.
England is so secular compared to the U.S. So when you say progressive Christian here, people immediately go Rob Bell, and because Rob Bell rejected hell, Rob Bell's not really a Christian. And there's like this weird adamant rejection of him. For instance, I'm using him as an example. Another example might be John Pavlovich or Benjamin Corey or whatever his name is from formerly Fundy. We are like all kind of like a spectrum of various kinds of some sort of progressive Christian. Emerging church, some people would call us, or whatever label you want to put them on. But then if you compare us to whatever you would call progressive Christian in the UK, you might be talking about apples and oranges, because a UK progressive Christian could look a lot like Sponge or whatever his name is. You would look. I mean, there are some Christians that are actually saying that Christianity could move away from theism. And at that point, I say if you reject Jesus and his lordship, and you reject that he's the Son of God, and if you reject the idea of God, period, then I would say you might want to call yourself something else.
I'd agree with that, but I think that's a different thing again. I mean, I didn't use the term progressive, but yeah, well, the attitude I was talking about it's not people who don't say that don't sort of say the tenets of Christianity are true. They just sort of adamant that there's no way you can rationally infer any of it is true, or and that to try and do so is some kind of sin against science. So I think they've got the same kind of mindset of the atheists in that way, which I just really don't like that. But yeah, I agree with you. I've heard about that Don Kupitz who did the Sea of Faith. I think he's an example of the sort of person, the other sort of person you're talking about, that just have this kind of totally impenetrable idea that you should be religious, even though there's sort of it isn't true, but it sort of is. Yeah.
Well, Kierkegaard, I think, if I remember right, argued that part of the leap of faith would be to kind of forego your own rationality, to just be like, I don't understand, and this seems irrational, but I'm going to make that jump. And I know like C.S. Lewis would probably balk at that, and for me, there are times where I don't have a rational answer. And I have to be okay with that. And it's disgusting to a lot of atheists, but that dirty word faith, you can't get around it. Like, I mean, it's really hard to explain. It's like dancing about architecture.
Yeah, but I think, yeah, I know what you mean, but I don't think C.S. Lewis. I didn't. Yeah. I sort of. Yeah, I know. I'm not saying that you can sort of rationally prove God or anything, but I think like accepting that you need some kind of faith for some beliefs is a different thing from sort of thinking that you should actively believe that the world appears to be a certain way which should be totally incompatible with God. And that just seems like bizarre. That just seems like saying that, there's sort of making a massive sort of I don't know, sort of sorry, I'm blah, blah. I don't, I mean, that's it just seems like ridiculous. It's kind of you're showing off how much faith you have by saying like, oh yeah, I believe that the world looks as if God doesn't exist, but I have faith. I mean, that's a different thing from saying that you can't prove God, but there's nothing illogical about his existence.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I mean, I would agree. I think at a certain point I have a hard time explaining God and stuff. I mean, for me, when I look at the universe and this wide-eyed, Spielberg shot, my mouth drops open, like all the Spielberg shots, whether it's Jaws or Jurassic Park, that awe, that look of awe. When I look at the universe and I do feel small, and I don't feel like I'm a special little snowflake like a lot of atheists like to say to me, but that I feel like God is so big and God is so great, and I'm okay with being small because God is so big, and so I do kind of wide-eyed, and I admit to it, that look of awe.
So let's get this straight. So God is so big, and you have a mouth wide open.
I guess that kind of sounds a little dirty, but
Oh,
I mean,
Lord.
I meant like that Spielberg kind of.
I know, totally just yanking your chain.
Oh, and I deserve it. That was pretty good setup. Good job.
Thank you. I'm on Fridays. You can find me on Fridays, Tuesdays, and don't forget to tip the waitress.
I remember that point that slipped past me earlier about the lukewarm Christians. If we can go back on that for a second, the point I was going to make was when someone's like, and it's an extreme point, and it's probably just filled with straw men, but it's like having somebody who is or trying to speak to somebody who's a progressive Nazi. You've got your extreme ones out there who follow all the tenets and are just all Nazi'd up, but this guy over here, he's a more progressive one. He doesn't believe all that bad stuff. Just he likes the outfits and things like that. It's like, well, why identify yourself when someone gets that lukewarm? And I understand that the tenets and everything, the very, very, very basics, that you can agree on. It's easier to have a conversation with somebody who says, that would say, I'm a Nazi, I'm from head to toe, and we can argue about that. But if everything that I have against Nazism is something that you also don't like about Nazism, then I start wondering, why call yourself, a Christian and things like that. And I just I wanted to just state the reason that I came in this room originally was when I think it was Vaughn. I was getting a little bit disturbed about the trying to convince Nadia to pray or just try it out, because that seems when that's when I see Christians doing that type of stuff, it's like that's you can almost see the salivation of, oh boy, you are down and out. You are really down and out. This is like it's like their moment to strike, and really try to just kind of squeeze something in there if they can find somebody that's just super down on their luck, and bad things are happening. It's like, well, here, try this, or I don't know. It was rubbing me wrong a little bit, but I know the intentions were good, but it's that kind of stuff irks me a little bit when it's preyed upon the downtrodden. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I hear that, I see that, and there's that argument with again, a lot of atheist activism, and I pay attention to it. There are more theists, there are more religious people in the poor because they need God. There's more religious people and people that are a minority because they need God. And my response to that is perhaps your atheism is a unique privilege, because I'll tell you what, God's been a rock to me, and been a lighthouse to me and a source of hope to me, and I'm sorry that, if that sounds like it's awful and I've been preyed upon and brainwashed, I'm sorry, but
No,
it is
not
the
that
truth.
you have. Not the. It's the what?
It's the truth. It's as far as my experience. It's been my experience.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I mean, my personal analogy is that I make about the Bible. I say I kind of look at it as a book on how to make bombs. Some people will read it and maybe just get how to make electrical circuits out of it, and some people may get it and figure out how to assemble certain things.
All right, but if I just might come in,
go ahead.
Considering the nature of the Bible, if we look at it from a purely naturalistic viewpoint, where it was made up over time through various authors over millennia, of course, if we look at it like that, and we see people with outright contradiction, it would be kind of like if someone made a bomb manual where everybody was saying different things about how to construct the bomb. It's not, the Bible isn't one thing. It's a plethora of books and works that come together to form a scripture and create some kind of theological underpinning. It's only unified insofar as the church sees it as being unified. And when we step away from that theological lens and look at it as even a naturalistic thing, all we see is just an inconsistent patchwork anthology, which isn't the same as a bomb. A bomb manual is a concentrated thing that shows step-by-step instructions. A collection or an anthology of works over millennia are just going to give you a mismatch of ideas.
Right, but the point I was trying to make is that it has to do with the responsibility of the person reading it. There's some instructions for some really horrific things, and then there's instructions for some really good things in there. So we kind of rely on the morals of the person who's reading it, or the responsibility of the person reading it, and depending on what you take away from it, you could really take away. You can find good reasons for a lot of things in there, but there are some people who just read things that are useful. There might even be recipes in there that are useful, but if the book is got in the wrong hands, can lead people to do bad things, then I think it's worth pointing that out. Is the point I was trying to make.
Religion poisons everything in his book, and I read it and whatever. He's not going to give any kudos to religion.
Well, see,
it's pretty words in the King James. He did give kudos to how pretty the King James was, and how it was a testament to humanity, maybe. But
lately, I can give you my argument for religion, and it's going against the atheistic camp, but I have an argument for religion, and another one because these last couple of days here, I am now truly believing that usually when someone says, how do you have morality without religion, or they tell me, how are you moral without the Bible, I always kind of, I see that as a question, as if they really don't know and they need an answer on it. But I think lately I've heard some people that genuinely need to stay religious. It's almost protecting the rest of society, and I wouldn't want them to be not religious because of some of the stuff that they've said.
Because you think that he'll have a breakdown as soon as you get the green light.
It seems like if they didn't have this, that they really would be dangerous to themselves or the rest. And I used to not believe that until pretty recently. That I believe the people when they said, "Oh, if you just ask them straight up, if this was all proved to be not true, would you just be out in the streets?" I don't know if they actually would be, but it seems like everything that they can, that has to do with morality comes from the Bible, and it might just, I'm to the point right now where I kind of think maybe you should kind of stay.
Well, that point, it doesn't make sense, because look at China. They don't believe in the Bible, and they're not in a complete moral breakdown. There's things that I don't agree with in China, but is their whole society in moral breakdown? Like, are they all murdering each other and crazy?
And also there are parts of the Bible that even state that all humans, or at least humanity was intended to have the law of God written on their hearts.
Exactly.
So I
I agree. Yes.
So even on Christian theism, everyone has kind of an epistemological knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, but it can, if you read it with the wrong set of eyes, you can I could see you can take the Bible and get pretty, yeah, and if the potential exists for irresponsible hands to really get out of control with it, then you know
Sean, the same
that's
thing
what
goes with atheism.
we don't have a book.
Yes, it's just a disbelief in God. But if you decide to attach it to something, it can become dangerous if it's in the wrong hands. So if you attach it to nihilism, it becomes dangerous. If you attach it to social Darwinism, it could become dangerous. It doesn't mean that all atheists are dangerous, but depending on the person, again, back at you. Like, not all atheists are Pol Pot. I'm not going to be one of those Christians that says, everybody, what about Pol Pot? What about Stalin? But for them, maybe they needed some theism because they were clearly out of control, you know. So again, I think, you know, if you're so far gone where your heart is that cold, or you're a sociopath, you know, I'm sorry if you're a sociopath, if any listeners are a sociopath, but if you're a sociopath, you're going to act like a sociopath. So when a Christian says, if you're an atheist, how do you have morals? Oh my gosh, you're immoral. If society becomes atheist, there's going to be immediate breakdown. I think they're ignorant. Look at the UK. The UK is secular overall. They're not in complete moral breakdown.
Right. But we don't. But the thing about atheism is that I can't murder a child in cold blood and find anything to lean on to justify that. I can't. There's nothing I can point to say why I did this or the.
Well, I was just thinking.
I could with the Bible though.
Yeah,
Easily.
I don't know. Sorry, I was just thinking though when McKay was talking that it's not just that Ian Brady did exactly that, and so did Loeb and Leibowitz. You know, they attached their atheism to you know, they were kind of influenced. They were both those people were influenced by Nietzsche, and you know, believed that by doing the most sort of like socially disapproved things they could imagine, they were proving some great philosophical principle. You know, that you could the Superman, you know, has to supersede, rise above herd morality. So yeah, just because you wouldn't do that doesn't mean to say that some people wouldn't.
Yeah,
Right.
but I mean, that's with anything. You put anything in the hands of somebody and they can twist it into vicious propaganda. Show me anybody with an ideal of any sort and I'll show you a hypocrite. Show me an ideal that might be good and I can show you how it can be corrupted. You know, so the argument that the Bible is dangerous, I would say you're reading the Bible like a fundamentalist. Atheists read the Bible like a fundamentalist.
Well, that's just kind of a or you could phrase that as atheists read the parts that are glossed over, and that makes people a little uncomfortable.
Oh, I know all the parts. I know that David wanted to marry Saul's daughter and killed 200 people, 200 Philistines. I want to say Philistines. Maybe they were Amorites. I don't remember, but I just remember 200 people getting killed. And then he drops the bags of their foreskin at Saul's feet. I know the weird stories of the Bible. Am I going to look at that and say, well, I think I should circumcise my foes, because that's like saying not only will I kill you, I'll make you one of us, and then I'll kill you. Like, it's really twisted and creepy. Do I think that's a great story to live by? No. Am I going to tell my children that at night? No.
Would you have thought
I
of
would.
that on your own? You wouldn't have thought of that on your own, though, I guess, is the only point that I'm making.
May I throw in my perspective on in terms of the various war stories within the Old Testament?
Yeah, curious though, since I don't know people here. Someone called me McKay, really quick, the guy with the grid. I'm not McKay, though I like her. And we have a lot of similarities. We game. She's a universalist, and I'm more of an annihilationist, but we're really close. Anyway, I like her as much as we've engaged. But anyway, Orange Hat Dude.
Rusty
interrupt you?
Shackelford.
Okay, I was just curious. Since I know I have atheists in the group and stuff, are you a theist or
Yes, I'm an Anglican.
Anglican? Okay, cool. I've actually been very interested in Anglican, so anyway, go on, carry on.
It's the middle church. It has the liturgical history of the Roman Catholic Church, but it's theologically more open, although not Unitarian Universalist open. We're open to a variety of Christian theologies.
Got it.
Yeah. But I just want to say, in terms of understanding the Old Testament, if we understand the Bible to be a quote-unquote progressive revelation, and understand Jewish, and of course also understand Jewish culture, the notion of the Jews who come from a very tribalistic background, historical background, what would God be to them in light of all the other gods in the region who were also war gods and fighting gods? Well, you would want to take your historical record of the war, and of course, in terms of how people would have written them down in terms of their genre, they would have been more akin to war propaganda that was created. It was about showing how much you annihilated the enemy and how much you humiliated them. These events themselves would not have happened, but they would have been there to emphasize Israel's domination over their Amorite and Philistine enemies. Having a god who would only kill half of your enemies or 75% of your enemies wasn't really worth it. God had to kill all the enemies. In fact, the Amorites, who were said to be all killed, they were referenced later on in the Bible without any sense of sarcasm or irony. Like, they were flat out mentioned. Yeah, we have some left. The point is, the war record as a genre is meant to convey God's power. It's meant to convey the power Israel has thanks to the strength of God. It's more about that underlying message of the support of God in terms of providing for the nation, as opposed to, for example, war ethics and how to conduct war ethics. So that's how I would understand the Old Testament myself.
Yeah, and I'm totally right there with you. But when you read these stories, you go, "Holy cow, what?" Now, would I think of that on my own? That's an interesting question. I have a lot of Christians that condemn me for liking R-rated movies. I am a movie fanatic. You get me talking about movies. I love movies. I watch all sorts of art. I love it. Do I agree with all of it? No. Do I disintegrate and die when I see violence? Do I disintegrate and die when I see a nude scene? No. I don't. I think that's reality, and I think if the Bible was made into a movie, it'd be an X-rated movie. Sorry. Let's get real. I'm not gonna disintegrate over a swear word. I'm sorry. It's ridiculous. Do I want to swear and be abusive? No, but I'm not gonna disintegrate if somebody else is. But speaking of movies, would I think of being like Dexter? If I had never seen Dexter. Well, no, not at all. Am I going to be like Dexter? No. Should we get rid of shows like Dexter because somebody might be influenced by Dexter?
Exactly. The Bible is not supposed. The Bible has two kinds of aspects to it. There's the horizontal and the linear. The horizontal means the elements in which were supposed to be inspired in and of its own time, and what it would mean for the Israelites who were writing it contemporarily as a war record. And then there is how it factors in at all times in the Bible itself as a whole. And in the book of Revelations, we're instructed to treat the Bible and look at it through the light of the blood of the Lamb. And of course, that Lamb represents Jesus. Now, I don't think anyone could picture Jesus, the guy who stood on the mountain and had several preachings in the midst of killing and vanquishing enemies in the way David was doing. But rather, so in light of that, I think when we look at the Old Testament in light of the blood of the Lamb, what we're supposed to look forward to is a comparison of the future, or the earthly, eternal kingdom of Jerusalem from the one in the past, which was bloody and fought with such viciousness. And of course, that's how you interpret it as being a part of the whole of Scripture, as opposed to just being its own typical separate part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I read the Bible, I also look at a big meta message. I look at the Old Covenant and the New Covenant, and I look at a huge meta message in the mix. So I don't completely cherry pick and go only Jesus. I do look at everything. But we believe that the law is fulfilled.
Let me address just before I go to bed, because it's 4:13 here. About the Dexter analogy, I would say if all of a sudden we started seeing people following what Dexter was doing and really, and declaring what Dexter is doing as being, this is probably what's good for society, and living their lives basing their morals off of Dexter, then we probably should cancel the show if it's causing that kind of a problem. So the analogy kind of fails with Dexter. We're talking about we're talking about a book that people will toss the word truth out more times than they'll use the word truth like a period. And if they're putting it out there like that, we have the truth on our side. We have everything. Yeah, I hear your argument, but this one is the truth. And so you don't hear that about shows. And I think it's a dangerous walk that you can walk down when you have all these little scriptures to choose from, and Christians can't agree on them, or which ones are which ones are allegory and which ones are laws, and you put it in someone's hands and don't give them the reader's guide with it. I'm just saying that circumcising, bringing back the circumcisions of all the people you've slayed is it's putting some pretty horrific ideas out there. And it's putting horrific ideas out there in a book that people claim to be, some do, infallible and the book of life written by the creator of the universe. So I think it's quite more dangerous than a TV show in that respect. Just
the only reason why I use Dexter as an analogy is because first you used Nazis as an analogy.
yeah, I knew the Nazis was too far. I knew that.
Secondary, what was the other analogy that was pretty rough? Nazis, and there was another one that I was like, holy cow, okay. And what that does to me is it reveals that you view us as pretty sick. like
No.
that's what it tells me. So I use Dexter because Dexter's pretty sick, and that's why.
Well, he was in some way, judging his victims. He was trying to use some sort of moral code, I guess. I mean, but I don't view Christians as sick. Please don't think that. I'm just saying that the book that a lot of people hold and take it literally from the very beginning to the end, there are recipes in there for some horrific stuff that you wouldn't have thought of on your own.
But I think at the end of the day, though, anything can really be misused. And yes, the Bible does provide for a lot more ammunition, but one has to look at things in terms of institutional power and how much emphasis we place on our symbols and things. So the French philosopher Michel Foucault actually pointed out something fairly interesting. The government is not showing an act of power when they're sending in cops to beat down protesters. Rather, they're actually showing a loss of control over people. It's usually when people act in the day-to-day habits of society wherein the government is actually showing control, because it's restraining behavior in a sense. And of course, if we took away our illusion of government, it would just be a bunch of guys with guns versus a bunch of guys without guns walking about. But we also built ourselves a society. We also build ourselves this grand societal image of things. We endow things with power and meaning. The police uniform, for example. If we were aliens just looking at a guy in that outfit, we would think nothing of it. But because it It's related to a lot of other symbols and words and meaning. It's endowed with the sign of power, and of course that has its own influence within society itself. So so when people so when something gains power or influence, people who are seeking that are going to use it. And of course, one could even look to ethics and morality. I mean, there have been secular ethical codes that have been used as a way of controlling other people. So in that regard, I think it's really a sign that we can say, if anything, that garners a societal power in and of itself and is utilized by people in the grander image.
I'll have to ponder on that one, but it sounds like a good point.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just ask a question. So, how many of you here believe in this idea of authority? Does authority actually? I'm not talking about fictionally. I'm talking about realistically. Does authority exist?
I would say yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Can you clarify what do you mean authority? Yeah, like,
Authority. Well, what I mean by authority, authority simply means that someone else believes that they have the right to impose their will on other people. That's what authority.
I
agree. Dude, I think everybody believes that someone believes that they should have an authority, right? I think the question
Well, I'm
is,
not talking about now. Okay, wait, no, don't misunderstand me. What I'm asking a more, I have a challenge when I ask questions like this to people. Is I'm asking the very base question. When I ask a question like that, when I say authority, so like I will ask you as a human being, do you have the right to impose your will on another human being? And I just leave it at that. I don't get into politics. I don't get into whatever. It's just a very base question, right?
I'm gonna jump into this, even though it sounds like a big trap. It's a trap.
It's not a trap.
I say yes.
Actually, I think she's quoting Star Wars.
Yeah,
it's
Star
the
Wars.
squid head.
Yeah.
That's his only purpose in that.
Yeah.
Go on, Akbar.
I'm gonna say yes. We've decided that it's beneficial to put somebody in a place of authority, and usually they have to earn that right. But we see what happens when they don't earn that right, and they become destructive dictators, or there's corruption and stuff like that. So I believe in the ideal of authority, but I don't always believe that everybody who's in authority should be in authority.
Well, see, again, that.
My yes was talking about parents. That's what I'm talking about, over their children. That's what I meant by yes.
That's what I wanted to clarify what authority meant.
Yeah, exactly. Like, for example, I would say that there is authority based on rational impunity. So, for example, if I wanted to fix the sole of my shoe, I would trust the authority of the cobbler, because rationally speaking, he has a business, he's involved in the trade, he seems to show expertise in the field in terms of what he's done for other people. And
okay, well, with all due respect, yes, I agree with you what you're saying, absolutely. As far as you're talking, when you say authority in that respect of somebody that's educated in a field, has an expertise, let's say an understanding that, let's say, I don't have. I'm a welder by trade, so if somebody else is an astronomer, and you know what, and they're going to talk to me about astrology, well, you know what, I'm going to consider them an authority on that subject. Yes, absolutely. But again, going back to what I was saying, because everybody kind of skirts the issue. I just simply ask the question: you as a human being, do you feel that you have the right to impose your will on another human being? This is. I go back to the base of authority.
Like, do I have the right personally? Is that what you're
Absolutely, yes. Well, it's very personal. We're all human beings. There is no gods on this planet. We're all human beings.
Okay.
I don't care if you look at a politician or a leader. We're all human beings. So do we have the right to do
asking? In a
this?
different route. I wasn't trying to skirt I just didn't follow you, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not trying to plant a trap. I'm sincerely asking a question. This
Do
is
I
not a
have
trap.
authority? Well, I'm good with working with youth, so I might have authority in that situation, but I know when I don't have authority in a situation. Nadia, I think, is in some sort of programming. Over my head, no idea, bow to you. You know, you're the authority. I have no clue. I'm not going to jump into something and say I'm the boss. If it's morality, do I have the right to impose my personal morality to someone else who doesn't subscribe to my personal morality? No, I do not. I don't know if that helps at all.
Well, see, I still asked the basic question. I didn't say morality, and I wasn't necessarily talking about children. With young people, obviously they need guidance. So in some ways, I guess you have to impose some of your will. I mean, but it's not really so much your will if you're a wise parent. It's guidance, you know. Okay, so that kind of goes in a different. I'm talking about as grown-ups, as
Yeah.
we're so-called adults in a society. And my simple question is, do you have to right? See, it's a fundamental question. Do you have the right? Do you feel as an individual, and let's skip government and fucking everything else. I'm just asking, as you people on this hangout, as individuals, do you feel that you have the right to impose your will on other people? That's my simple question, and that's a yes or no answer. Either you feel that
That's
you
not
do
a
have a
yes or
right
no
to do
answer.
it.
That's not a yes or no answer because there's too
Why
many
not?
what ifs. There's too many what ifs.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know. I think like our one is probably, you know, a bit influenced by Mark Passio, which is not a bad thing, I don't think. But you know, I'm not saying he hasn't made it his own and thought about it, but it definitely just sounds like Mark Passio to me, and I've heard a lot of his. I'm a big fan of Mark Passio. Anyway, hence I keep saying his name. But
Actually, I'm more influenced by Mark Stevens. I've
oh,
listened
sorry.
to some of Mark Passio, but yeah, a
Oh
little
right,
bit of Mark Rose.
maybe he's not as original as I thought though, because he's the main one that I've heard using that kind of you know sort of phrase.
Yeah. No, I'm familiar with the guy. Definitely. Don't get me wrong. I am familiar with Mark Passio. So yeah.
So I think maybe you know it would help if like you know like explain that that kind of idea is that you have is sort of premised on the idea that the idea that you have no authority to impose your will on others is sort of premised on the idea that there are certain kind of like natural rights such as the right to self-defense and yeah that. So in that sense, as long as you're not infringing on anybody else's natural rights, obviously, like if you have, yeah, then it's basically it's political, isn't it? It's like saying like the police and the army, where the police have absolutely no real authority under natural law. It's just like a man-made kind of illusion that they've got, that anybody has got any right due to their position to tell you what you may or may not do. I mean, they may tell you things. They may tell you things with real authority, like if you haven't got a natural right to do it, like if you know, like you haven't got a natural right to go out and kill someone. So they may, but in that case, they wouldn't be imposing, they wouldn't be violating natural law in stopping you from doing that. But if it was like, you know, stopping you smoking cannabis or something, then they would be. So I don't know if that helps. So.
No, I get your point. Yeah, I'm kind of on the same page. I just like to stick to, like I said, every time I ask a fundamental question of people, I think they've been, you know, all their lives, unfortunately, through school and everything else, through media, through well, what I would call, obviously, as quoting Mark Passio, the idea of statism, you know. The government needs to take care of you, because if we didn't have government, God, the world would fall apart. There would be like, where we would be in I guess if we didn't have government, it would be like, I don't know, probably everybody's familiar with the Mad Max movies, I guess, or any movie where, you know, the government ceases to function. It's chaos, it's anarchy, people are murdering each other, eating each other, you know, this kind of ridiculous bullshit, which I don't believe in, but anyways, yeah, so, you know, it comes from that ideology, but when I keep, you know, still no one so far, having asked the question, I just asked a simple question. I said, as a human being, do you have, I mean, the right to oppose your will on someone else? Like, if you disagree with that, if let's say you personally, let's say, you had this belief, you know, you brought, let's say, cannabis into it. You know, anybody that smokes weed is a fucking loser and they're a waste of space. So I think that I should, because I don't agree with their behavior, but they're not doing anything to harm anyone, obviously, right? They're just sitting in their fucking house or whatever. They're getting high and being losers, and maybe that's not a good thing. I'm not saying that is a good thing. However, then I decide, well, you know what? I should impose my will, make that illegal, because I want to stop those people from doing that or engaging in that kind of behavior, even though they're not.
With that, Arwen, I would say no. If you're not harming society, I don't really care. In fact, I'm kind of libertarian on drugs. I do not partake in any drugs, but besides, like, if it's for medicine because I need it or whatever. But if you want to kill yourself on heroin, I'll go, maybe don't stop. And I might be like Willy Wonka, you know, and give you advice, but I'm not going to keep you out of the chocolate river. If you want to drown yourself in the chocolate river, it's your own free will. Sorry.
If I just might throw in my 2 cents, yeah, I do think there are situations where I can indeed impose my will on other people. I think those situations are very rare in nature, but I think that there are situations where, yeah, that is the case.
Well, okay. See, now here's the thing. I'm also, when I'm saying this, obviously, for example, whereas imposing your will, I'm not saying it's never a right thing to do. The time that it's a right thing to do is if somebody else decides to impose their will upon you, whether it's robbing you, raping you, I don't know, potentially wanting to kill you. Well, then you have every right to impose your will upon that person, whatever that is, to defend yourself, to fucking, even to the point of killing them if you feel that your life is threatened. In that circumstance, then yeah, that is a right that you have.
What you just did is you just qualified what you just complained about.
Yeah.
Like all I have to do is qualify. You asked this really simple question that could go 500 different directions, and so I'm like, what do you mean? You know.
Well,
it wasn't that I was trying to skirt the issue. It's sort of like, it depends.
Yeah, it's sort of qualifying. I suppose if in your self-defense you are imposing your will on other people in that they're, but that's only to sort of prevent them from imposing their will on you. So, but yeah, I suppose that is a bit of a sort of qualification. But yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is, what the majority, what happens in the world today, is generally that, you know, if somebody says, well, you know, my kids need to go to school, and you know what? And let's say I don't have kids, you know. Why the fuck should I have to pay for your kids' education? So you want the government to steal my money to pay for your kids' education. That's imposing your will upon me. Though I have not done any harm to you, or potentially I'm not going to, obviously. That's not right.
I disagree, and for this reason. Even though I don't have kids, I want my taxpayer money to go to schools, because I don't want to age in a society filled with stupid people. It's a program that benefits all of society. It's not just one person or another. Now, unless one is willing to go full anarchist in some sense, maybe a voluntarist, maybe syndicalism, whatever, then fine, you have a more nuanced position. But I think, yeah, using tax dollars to send a kid to school is a social benefit. It's not just something that benefits the kid, but society at large.
Okay, well, no, well, the indoctrination system as it is, education is probably not that good for kids. I'm not talking about arithmetic necessarily, but But still, the point being,
But
whether that's a social benefit or not. Now, here's the difference between being a free person and not being a free person. Now, if you as an individual see that as a social benefit, and you're more than willing to freely give your money to what you think is a social benefit, whether you have kids or not, okay, that's fine. That's not a problem. I don't have a problem with that. However, if I disagree with that and say, well, no, I don't want you to take my money, and all
right.
Then what? Then should I be forced to give my money for that, something that I may not believe in? Let's say I don't believe in it.
Hey guys, I'd just like to say hello to Joe. I cannot type it in because my H key is stuck. Just saying.
Marhaba, Job.
Okay, thanks, Art. Hey, what's up? Thank you.
Kifek William. Oh, Bilal.
That sounds like an
What is this terrorist language? God
Egyptian accent.
Lebanese.
It's terrorist language. Non-American says terrorist language.
USA.
Like Lebanese accent is like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not like attacking you personally or anything. Like it is the only accent that sounds the gayest in the whole Arabic different accents. Lebanese.
Your mom wasn't saying that.
The difference is I'm talking about just the
The
accent.
Lebanese people I've met are often pretty. They're just pretty-looking people. I don't
We
know.
are
I've
we
just
are
met-
pretty we are pretty sexy individuals. I will say that.
The only other like Arabic, Middle Eastern that I think is as might be Iraqi with the green eyes. Oh my God.
The
stellar
only
green eyes.
other Arabs that, in my own beautiful standards, qualify are.
Hey, I'm so white that I blend into the sand and you can't find me. Okay, so I'm just
The
jealous.
sand is not even white. That is scientifically disproven. Bam.
Yeah. Maybe
In
this
Coronado it
snow.
White people
No.
camouflage theory debunked.
Oh, but actually, I do want to respond
I'm
really quickly
teasing
to
anyway.
R1 philosophy, and I would simply respond to you by stating, because you live in a society wherein money is being allocated to people's education, and you are, in a sense, benefiting from that, it's only fair that you also contribute to perpetuating this institution, which is proven to be, which is proven to have a societal net benefit, which includes you as well. Unless you think that, now I could understand if you may propose an alternative system where nobody pays taxes and we do something else, but under this system, I think that yeah, there's nothing irregular about the school as an institution. I mean, if you're going to oppose the school as an institution, you might as well oppose government in general.
Yeah, but that's
I
basically what
do
this philosophy.
oppose government in general, but
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, and that example is just like actually sort of convinced me more of that of that case because I mean I was reading that from what I've read anyway the state gets too much credit for education. I mean the rise in literacy I think in the 19th century was basically due to workers organizing themselves into friendly societies and organizing their own schools, and that was in England in the Industrial Revolution, and I've heard the same sort of thing about immigrant communities in New York. You know, they different communities set up their own hospitals and their own schools. So.
Yeah, a lot of those were religious communities. Catholic hospitals and schools were fairly prevalent in the United States, for example.
Well, here, I'll give an example of my life. I'm not going to get into details, but basically, I lived in a socialist country. My parents, whatever, wanted to flee the socialist country. This is back in the 70s, of course. So basically, what happened because of the, leaving the country, I basically never went to school until I was in. Let's say grade 5 when I came to Canada here. So I didn't actually go to school. But guess what? The funny thing is, magically, even though I wasn't in school, I learned, mathematics. I was actually very good at it. I learned to read and write. I didn't. Though I came to a foreign country, I didn't speak the language. I'm Hungarian. I came to here in Canada, which is, of course, English. It took me about 6 months to learn English. I don't know. I'm fairly smart. Whatever. It didn't take me very long. And then I progressed through the so-called education system, just like everyone else. And so, I mean, to say that, you need education because, in my experience, you don't need it. And I think part of the reason the way I am is because I haven't been indoctrinated by this educational system, especially in my very formative years when I was very young. I didn't go to school. What I did, guess what I did? I hung out with friends. I played. I didn't go to school. The best time of my life. And children get robbed of that. And yet at the same time, yes, my parents did, make me do quote-unquote homework or whatever. I had to do math and whatever.
Okay, hold on a second. Okay, I just want to point out the irony here of a guy saying that you don't need education while denying the Holocaust happened.
Are you serious? Are you a Holocaust denier?
Yes.
I mean, look. Okay.
Wait, guys.
I'm not a denier of anything. I'm not a denier of anything. You just have to look at the facts.
Okay, so did the Holocaust happen as described?
I also don't agree with that position, but in terms of coming to a disagreement with another person, it's not good to start with incredulity first. We should actually discuss it.
I'm not saying he's just wrong because he's a bad person. No, I'm saying that his argument is refuted because he's an obvious evidence of what happens when you don't have proper education.
R1.
No, that's
R1.
proper brainwashing,
R1.
not
R1.
education.
R1,
So
really?
I was not in traditional school, and I can say there's pluses and minuses to that. One would be that you do have more free time. You're out early. You can do your work. I was a homeschooled kid, so there was education involved. But you do your work, and then you can be a kid. You're not in school for hours and hours and hours, and then you have to go hours and hours of homework afterwards because nothing got done in school. So I understand the frustration with the school system because it is imperfect. But I would also say, give me another way, because just rolling around uneducated is not an answer. That's terrible advice. That's horrific advice. And I would say, even in my case, being homeschooled, and I'm embarrassed to say that because there's immediate judgment with that. It's like, oh, well, that's why you're a theist, and whatever. But even in my case, I had very defined weaknesses when going to college. I was very weak at math, incredibly weak at math. So I don't know how you could endorse I don't know how you could endorse an idea that education is somehow bad, or you're unwilling to pay into a public education. I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
No, I'm not against. I'm not against education. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not.
I don't think I think there are homeschool people that are probably much better at maths than the average. So and there are people in the public school system who have gone through that and are absolutely terrible at maths. So I don't think that your individual kind of experience necessarily shows that one is better than is better that homeschool, that one is better than the other. So.
As for myself, I've been through a lot of modes of thought. I was an anarcho-capitalist at one point, an atheist at another point, a Christian at various points in my life of different ideas. Started off Eastern Orthodox, and politically speaking, right now I hold an unpopular position, which is constitutional monarchism, which is the notion that we should have a king. Although I'm a Canadian, so we do have a monarch, but it's very rare to find people being Canadian that support the monarchy. Many.
First you said anarcho-capitalist, and then you said sometimes I feel like this, and then sometimes I feel like being an atheist. I thought that atheism is all about belief systems and anarchy and all that crap about government. What is some sort of common social law?
My main point was I explored a lot of various positions, and I went to a public school, And what was cool is I had a lot of teachers who discussed these positions with me, even when they heavily disagreed with me. They would still sit down and talk with me, and I never felt guilty. Some even liked me because
Yeah, but
I had an opinion.
my point is that like you can't say one sentence positions from a different category and just like put it in one sentence.
I meant different ideologies in terms of ways of thinking. And none of these are contradict. They don't necessarily have to be opposed to one another. I'm just saying I explored various different ideas.
No, I mean, just the idea though that there's loose people not getting educated at all is just kind of disturbing. And not every parent is in the position to educate their child. There are some uneducated parents, and they realize it.
I hated, honestly, growing up, I hated the social aspect of school. That was the only worst part. I hated the popularity contest and interacting with people, but I loved actually learning and talking to my teachers. Like, that part was pretty cool, and I wouldn't give that part up for the world. I'd definitely give up the stupid popularity contests, but yeah, the teachers were just impeccable.
I grew up immensely lonely. Absolutely fiercely lonely being homeschooled because I'm a social person. I'm an extroverted person. So for me, homeschooling probably, when I look back, I don't know if it would have been the best for me because of my personality.
At least you got to watch a lot of movies.
I grew up from 1930s on. Like I like movies like big time, but I'm okay with paying into the system. I don't feel like I'm being robbed. I don't have children, but I don't feel like I'm being robbed for paying for other people's kids to get educated because I care about the society that I'm living in. And I think if you take that individualism of libertarian kind of thought too far, then maybe you all need to make an island and see if you can get something done on it, because I don't know how you could achieve roads. I don't know how you could achieve, like, if you take it too far, I don't know. I think there'd be a social breakdown.
Well, here's a simple point though. Yeah, this always gets back to, I know if I bring up this point anywhere, always when I hear the word roads, like I just feel like I want to slap myself, I guess, in a sense. It's like, roads, oh my god, no, if we didn't have government, there wouldn't be roads. If somebody wasn't stealing our fucking money, there wouldn't be roads. Oh my god. It's just the most ridiculous arguments I hear from people. Look, if you have a society of people getting together for a common, I don't know, I mean, they're all, the government doesn't make society happen. This is another silly fallacy, like, oh my god, if the government didn't exist, there wouldn't be a society. We couldn't have a city. We couldn't have roads. We couldn't have, we couldn't have any of this kind of stuff because the government wasn't there to tell us what the fuck to do. This is just the most asinine fucking kind of arguments I hear from people, and it does frustrate me. Look, if there was a need for roads in society, roads would happen. Without government, they would happen. Just like everything else. I mean, the government doesn't force people to open up a grocery store. It happens because people have a need to fucking have food. So there we have grocery stores. That's, it's how it works. If there's a need in society for something to happen, it's gonna happen. And the government doesn't need to fucking mandate the existence of grocery stores. I mean, it's a ridiculous kind of argument. It frustrates me. And yes, and ultimately, yes, if I don't have a choice, as everybody says, oh well, we're free in North America or whatever, we're free people. Are we really? No. Well, we're not free, because if I'm forced to do anything, then obviously that's not freedom. As soon as you're forced to do something, if somebody's forcing me to give my money to educate your kids or somebody else's kids, okay, maybe that's a good thing. I'm not even going to make the argument, well, it's a good thing or it's not a good thing, whatever. The point being is that I'm forced to do something against my will. That means I'm not free. I'm not free to make that choice, right? If I decide as an individual, well, let's say whether you agree with me or you don't, let's say I disagree with government fucking brainwashing of children for 12 years. Okay, if I disagree with that and I don't want to support it with my money, and you might think that I'm wrong about that, Okay, fair enough.
Mhm.
But there should be no reason that somebody should forcefully take my money to pay for that.
So I want to mention 3 things, and if you lose track of any of them, please feel free to ask me. You could take them one at a time. The first one is I feel you're sneaking in this premise that taxation is necessarily theft, which I don't think you've argued for. I think it's been thus far merely asserted. Not saying that you can't argue for it. I'd just like to hear one.
Taxation is theft.
Okay. You're going to connect the 2 categories for me then. The second thing I just want to throw in is I don't really care too much for this equivocation of government education being the equivalence of brainwashing. I went through public school. I've had disagreements with plenty of teachers that I've discussed with them, and none of them ever forced me to change my ideas for a grade. I've always felt free to discuss my ideas with other people, and of course I've never been unsafe in that environment. High school was great for me because I got to explore so many different positions, and even note that my teachers were individuals with their own different opinions. There's not just one cabal that's trying to influence me with one message. And the third thing I also want to add is in terms of things like grocery stores and roads being built, there are some components of those things that did arise from a state arising within society. So, for example, there are no grocery stores, there were marketplaces. For example, there were more primitive ways of handing out and passing out food. Even money, the money you use to pay taxes, that's printed out by the government itself.
No, it's not. It's not printed up by the government. Are you serious?
Have you heard about
Depends on
federal
your
banks?
government. It depends on the government.
Is not printed out by the government. That's actually a fallacy.
In America, it's the Federal Reserve.
The Federal Reserve is not a Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is owned by private banks. The government.
I know exactly. Yes, I know.
Well, it's not fallacious. It would be infactual. Something is fallacious if it's improperly argued for. Something is infactual if it does not comport to reality or is untruthful.
But nobody said infactual, though, do they?
No, but the word stated in terms of the government printing out money was fallacious, not infactual. If it is the case that the government doesn't print out money, then it is infactual.
It is infactual, absolutely.
Okay, then it's not fallacious. I'm just clearing
the
that
last
up.
time in the United States, at least in the United States, and though I'm Canadian, unfortunately, I'm probably a little more versed in American history than I am in Canadian. Unfortunately, probably due to YouTube. But the last time that the American government actually printed its own money was under Abraham Lincoln with the greenbacks. After that, it was private money. I mean, it's just banker money, right? The Federal Reserve doesn't answer to the U.S. government. It's a private corporation. So, and then all you got to do is a little bit of research. You can find this out. I mean, it's
and that's American. But what I was trying to say is that other governments, I'm not sure if they're in that same situation. But
I was actually kind of
when they do, basically, they get invaded, so that they have a central bank imposed on them.
Also, I was referring to the Royal Canadian Mint, us being Canadians after all.
Well, okay. If we're Canadian, I'm European, so I'm not maybe generally Canadian necessarily because I wasn't born in Canada, but I am.
Citizenship?
Yes, I have my citizenship. I've lived here for 20 some odd years. So.
Well, I would consider you at least Canadian under that. I mean, I also have a Lebanese citizenship as well, but I'm a dual citizen, so I would categorize myself as Canadian as the next guy.
Well, I'm kind of still a dual citizen. But, however, looking at Canadian history, see, this is the thing. We here in Canada did have a Canadian central bank at one point, and that kind of sort of, I think in the, if I'm trying to remember the date, I don't know if it was in the late 60s or early 70s, because we had a thing called the Bank of Canada, which now is still there in name. However, it's funny that we're 500+ billion dollars in debt, and then we're paying interest on this debt. But if we had actually a national bank, that wouldn't be happening. But anyways, that's a side story. But
I just want to also point out something that's usually normal for governments to be in debt. Usually, when a government has a deficit, it's a lot different than when, or a debt. It's usually a lot different than when a household does have a debt. Usually, the debt is maintained. Debt is maintained, but with that also comes in more investment, more. There's always some kind of monetary fund being brought in that keeps us at bay, even with debt. So it's not atypical for governments. Like if all the governments in the world were to one day say, okay, let's collect back the money we owe from one another, then it would collapse. But no government is doing that currently.
Well, no. Well, the thing with any governmental debt, the national, you want to call it the national debt. The thing is, if the government was actually printing its own money, then why would the government charge itself interest, right? It would be ludicrous. It would be a silly thing, right? So the thing is, what happens now in the U.S. and in Canada and almost every country in the world, there's a few exceptions, but this is the thing. It's if anybody here is a Muslim, a Christian, whatever, most of your religions will always be against usury, right? Because usury is enslavement. It enslaves people. That's what happens when the banks lend out a certain amount of money, but they expect more money in return than what they lent out. Well, it's impossible to pay it back, right? So it's this cycle of slavery, right? But where people borrow money, they can never pay back completely, right? I'm talking in a larger sense. I'm not saying that you as an individual, if you borrowed money, you work, whatever, you pay it back plus interest, and you do that, okay, and you're done with it. But in a large scope, when you look at societally, it's impossible to do that. It's the analogy of the musical chairs. Everybody goes around, everybody takes a seat. Somebody is not going to have a chair. At the end of the day, that's what usury is. So
anyway,
I think so. I think it's that.
Go ahead.
I find it quite hard to work out how it works, but I just think that the bankers, industrialists, and politicians, they all sit on the same kind of like boards, like the Council of Foreign Relations and everything. So I think that the fact that when governments have to borrow money, it just basically it just puts them in hock to not. It's not just the bankers that have got like a stranglehold. It's just the network, and I think the politicians have an incentive to go along with that system because they're just well rewarded for supporting it. So
well, of course they are.
Also, just to state, while it's true in ancient societies you had moral codes that professed an injunction against usury, and it wasn't always in the Abrahamic religions as well. If one looks to Aristotle, he thought that money was a completely sterile thing. It's not something that grows; it just remains the same. But really, when one looks at interest, money isn't sterile, because when someone borrows money at interest, they have a notion that they can invest the money and earn back enough to repay the extra interest. So with that in mind, there's always a way to grow profit for you and the people you're buying money from. Now, granted, the practice I don't think should be a professionalistic one where that's all you do all the time.
Okay, that's a good point since you bring theology into this. There's a specific Islamic way on how to deal with money laundering. There's two general concepts in Islamic law according to how economics should work. There is the prohibition of the interests on lending money, and there is second the purification donation, which is basically a donation for the sake of humanity. Like you have no
like no interest behind that, giving that donation other than just basically helping people. So obviously you shouldn't seek anything behind that, but also there is no interest in general, because it's kind of fucks up the system. And also I'm not really sure that even like today's currencies are compatible with the Islamic uh, economical law, because I mean, I fundamentally do not actually accept how the system works now, after basically throwing over our basis of currency that was based in silver and gold, which is basically two constant equivalencies that we can trade for with printed money. And that thing changed in history. There's 2 points in history where that fucked up. When basically people stopped trading silver and gold for the sake of conveniency, because it's a little bit heavy to carry blocks of metals with you around. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna put those specific amounts of silver and gold that we have, and we're just gonna, write some sort of
Paper certificate, basically.
right that should be equivalent to the amount that we have. But of course, that almost always wasn't the case. When that is the problem. People and banks usually gives out free documents that has no actual basis on what is uh, the real amount that is backed up by those actual uh, metals, silver.
Well, what you're talking about in the modern day, obviously, is fractional reserve lending. Yeah, and this started at least bare minimum 500 years ago.
And the second issue is there is a big international pact, quote unquote, that has been made to basically, if you have a currency and you want to buy back that currency with its own equivalency of gold, you can't do that shit anymore, because the new international pact actually dictates to you that your currency should change into dollar, and from the dollar should be changed into that specific amount of gold, which is by definition the monopolization of the whole international economical system, which I have no freaking idea why is it the case. Every single independent government printed equivalency documents, which are currencies that we deal now, should be as same valid as the dollar.
I'm assuming you mean redeemable in precious metals like
redeemable,
gold or
yeah.
silver.
Yeah,
but look, yeah, but
redeemable
the world,
for its own
but look,
equivalency.
it's gotten to the point where the world bankers will not let that happen. I mean, look what happened. I mean, in recent times, why didn't NATO go and bomb the shit out of fucking Libya? Because Gaddafi, in the media, the guy's portrayed as evil, whatever. Of course, if you do
evil. He's a piece of shit.
was.
Actually.
No, he was
Well,
not
he-
evil. Okay, anyways, okay, no.
The
reason. Agree with you.
Have you seen how many actually buried people,
Yeah,
like
well, okay, Hitler was an evil
secret
as well.
genocides under his basement? Like people
well,
actually
first of all,
started in that
I mean, even if you think, okay, first of all, even if you think Gaddafi was evil and he was killing people, blah blah blah.
I'm
Okay,
not thinking.
I'm not even going to make that argument.
There's a
But
difference
but you have to look at the larger picture. What was Gaddafi trying to do? He was trying to institute he was trying to trade oil for what he called gold dinars, trading it for gold, etc., etc. So he was trying to skirt the petrodollar and everything else. And yeah, no, the bankers hadn't, because the bankers don't really give a fuck if the guy was an evil oppressor or whatever. That doesn't interest them. What interests them is money. So Gaddafi was trying to create an alternative currency for trading the oil and everything else, And so then no, that's not in the interest of the bankers. Okay, so that's what I'm just trying to get you guys to look at. I'm
Are
not
you
trying
saying
to.
that all of this was caused by the bankers? It's conspiracy.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely.
So let me get this straight. We should overlook the shit Gaddafi did because of the bankers.
Well, yeah, that's the point.
But
I mean, if he tried to bring something that could possibly mean that we're gonna get away from this shitty bank monopoly, it doesn't make him the good guy. He's still being an actual evil person by definition for committing different historical genocides towards his people. Doesn't make him better.
Although,
Yeah,
at
but
least,
what I'm saying, what I'm
although in Gaddafi's defense, it could have been worse. He could have been stealing money from people to send kids to schools.
Well, you know what? If you look at, I mean, come on. I don't know how ignorant you guys are. If you actually look into what
I think
Gaddafi was doing,
misrepresented
I mean, as far as education went in Libya, I mean, first of all, education was free. You got if you got married, you got $50,000 toward buying a home. Electricity was free. If you wanted to buy a new car, the government gave you like a $10,000 grant.
So are you talking about Gaddafi's regime?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well,
Yes.
yeah, dude, they had money from the oil, dude. Of course.
Yeah, but the point is, unlike here, like I live in fucking Alberta, we're a very oil-rich fucking country. I don't get any benefits from the fucking oil here.
Yeah, is it more than fucking Saudi Arabia? No, I know.
I think you completely ignored the bar, the setup bar of living conditions are both determined by material means and also by freedoms and how you can live in that specific government. Even if you had some sort of accessible materialistic means, you didn't have any basis for any sort of freedom of expression or criticizing the government or freedom even of religion or anything from that nature at first place.
Well, you know what?
I'm not so sure about that. I don't know because, yeah, I did like know, sort of vaguely know this Libyan girl who told me that, and I came up with all that stuff about how the government gives you all like a flat when you're married and everything, and she said that's all rubbish, but I don't know. I still think that is generally I still think it's the case. I think she's probably biased because she's a dissident and that's why she was in the UK. But I'm not sure. I could be wrong. But I just generally think that these countries we get a very propagandized view of their culture. Because I mean, I remember seeing on the television a sort of short documentary about the situation in Iraq now, and it's basically there was a ballet school was being profiled, and one of the teachers there was saying, like, when Saddam was in power, like, nobody had any problem with it. She was saying, oh, the arts were respected, we were left alone. But now it's just because the Allies basically made it difficult for Sunnis to have any power. They've completely they've all been, a lot of them being completely radicalized, and now they're they're bombing that ballet school, saying it's
Okay, I have a slight issue when you basically try to provide some sort of geopolitical perspective about a specific government, having as a source a person that happens to live there. I wouldn't necessarily go about that way on how to determine what is it like.
Well, no, I think I specifically didn't do that. I was saying that she was giving a perspective that I wouldn't tend to be sympathetic with, but I was saying, so yeah, I don't think I was doing what you said I was.
Well, I mean, it is still insignificant in geopolitical perspective, because there's a specific.
Well, I agree. That's exactly what I was saying. Maybe I was making it too complicated by bringing that up, and it wasn't clear why I was bringing that up.
I missed the part about Sunnis and Shias thing that you mentioned.
I'm looking this up, and apparently there are websites that are claiming that the notion that Libya got free electricity and stuff was, well, kind of a myth. Well, it's just websites, though, but just keeping you guys posted. I'm looking more of this up.
Where? Libya or in Iraq?
Libya.
I think it's probably more. I think it's pretty. I would put my neck out and say it's definitely more of a mess now than it was when Gaddafi was in power, and we used a lot of like radicalized people and people who were just basically adventurers, and in order to overthrow Gaddafi. So I don't think
Well, you know what? Here's the thing. You all you have to do is look at Iraq. And I don't give a fuck if people say, well, Saddam Hussein was the fucking third Antichrist, whatever. He was this evil fucking asshole. Whatever. I'm not making any arguments against that necessarily. I don't know. However, when you look at Iraq today, and when you look at Iraq before the Americans went in there and blew the fuck out of everything and murdered fucking hundreds of thousands of fucking innocent people.
No, actually, it's a million.
Are the Iraqis better off today? Are the Iraqis better off today than they were under Saddam Hussein?
I just want to say something. I'm on the site called the American Muslim, and it's an organization website, and apparently the notion that there were no electricity bills in Libya is categorically untrue. Despite poor electricity infrastructure and poor coverage of electricity lines, even in the capital, Libyan homeowners pay monthly, quarterly, or dependent electricity bills based on meter ratings. Electricity is cut off in instances of unpaid bills. Reconnection payment is non-instant. Also, the banks in Libya, have been giving out loans for years. There is a percentage rate charged on all loans, which is comparable to an interest rate, but in the spirit of Islamic ethics, it's not called interest, it's called administrative expense, or marif, or I'm not even going to pronounce the Arabic because I'd butcher it. And also, house was not a human right. And the notion that all newlyweds in Libya receive a 60,000 dinar or $50,000 by government for their first apartment. This is a well-known rumor and a common joke in Libya. Whilst it may have been passed as official legislation, I know of not a single family who has been given this grant. The back-breaking bureaucracy associated with such grants and loans make them more or less impossible to obtain. And education, and health and education was free. They do say that, but they also claim it was not adequate.
Well, it is also free in my country, Morocco, and same thing for pretty much. It's like it's not really different in specifically Maghrebian countries. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Morocco would sometimes include certain parts of Egypt, and I mean. And these rumors about people being gifted things from the government, it's not about everybody, because you have to understand it works just like the second generation of the North Korean dictatorship. They have two systems: the economical system of the people, the general public economical system, and then the royal gift kind of economical system. It works also on loyalty. You have to keep basically making your people relying on you by creating a system of providing gifts and exploiting people's greed, so that you can reinforce your actual, control over a specific population. That was exactly the case that we will find in Libya. There was in a lot of cases from people who are allied into that specific party that overthrowed. There was more with Gaddafi that has been gifted a lot of things. That is actually true, but that was in the expense of the general public, normal people, like the worker kind of social tranche.
Interesting.
Yeah, I do think there might be some sort of tribal preferences going on.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's also tribal references, and favorism about the specific tribe of Al-Gaddafi himself.
Yeah. So
They were given more job opportunities and so on.
But yeah, but a lot of the stuff that R1 Philosophy was saying wasn't really true with regards to the Gaddafi administration, which is just what I wanted to point out. Oh, he left.
Yeah, I don't know. I still think, yeah, I agree that it's not as probably as wonderful as it was pointed out, but I think there's probably propaganda on both sides when it comes to that. I think
And just, I'll let you finish and I'll comment after that. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wasn't really saying anything more. I was just saying that I just think that it was better than the situation that they have now, and that it was a bit hypocritical to say he was so terrible when we were just using, you know, radicalized people and people who just wanted to make a quick buck and you know, and have an adventure, yeah, so to overthrow him. Yeah.
He suddenly left R1, eh?
So, like you say, and it was like the whole situation was better than now, which means that it would be better now with the pre-revolution Libya.
Yeah, just because it would have been better comparatively to now doesn't necessarily mean that it was good as it was happening. That's the only point I think.
Yeah, that was
making
actually the
and Joe was making.
specific point that I wanted to comment about. I think it is. People don't realize it is much actually better, even if the economical situation and the political situation in the region is less stable. But you have to understand that this is a very exceptional, like people are for the first time in 40 years actually deciding for themselves anything. It's like the people's talking about with themselves, even if, you know, different parties are trying to take the power now, at least there is the possibility of people trying to take power. There was nothing. Nobody can decide anything, actually. It was a closed system, corrupted, that keep re-electing his own self. Actually, specifically in Libya, he doesn't even consider himself as some sort of government member. He considers himself as some sort of revolution icon that does never die, just like Kim Jong-il, that, you know, died and still governs the dictatorship.
Right. That's why I haven't looked into it that extensively, but I mean, when it comes to, I mean, Iraq, are they not supposed to have a that you could, yeah, don't they not? I think they say the same thing about, you know, Iraq. You know, there's some kind of democracy was installed there, but I mean that was pretty kind of like illusory, because they basically banned all effectively banned Sunnis from holding office, because, you know, all the Sunnis were pretty much, most of them were affiliated with the Baath Party, and in banning anyone that had ever had any affiliations with the Baath Party, they effectively disenfranchised the Sunnis, and that's what.
Most of them now, and most of those elite members that were allies with the Saddam government are now basically members with ISIS and the Iraq and Syria.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They just they radicalized them by disenfranchising them completely.
I think it's the question of radicalization is much more complicated than that. Like, even before the whole sectarian issue that was happening in the region, there was different issues that can be tracing back a long time before that.
Oh yeah, I agree that I know that it didn't just spring out of nowhere. There was kind of grievances, and there was, you know, history before. But I'm just saying, I mean, I suppose you could say that's anecdotal. The documentary I referred to before, but that's what this woman was saying. She was saying that, and I've heard separately that that's why a lot of Sunnis were, the reason why the Sunnis were radicalized was for the reason that I gave. And she was saying that before. Shias and Sunnis, got on with each other, and nobody was saying that, ballet was, totally decadent and disgusting and all that. But I've got to take a phone call now, so see you in a bit.
Middle Eastern politics are always interesting. Although I would have liked to talk to philosophy R1 about his Holocaust denial.
That stuff gets kind of an emotional reaction from me.
I'm guessing you've dealt with that.
Yeah. So, like, I told a story about this last night. It was kind of funny. I never really thought about it, but Holocaust denial doesn't. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe. You would know more than I would, but Holocaust denial is not unusual from Middle East. Am I wrong?
I have no actual data to base any sort of claim on, but I would say I oppose on a lot of Muslim views that take this standard position of refuting or supporting any position that would mean that it's against Jews in general. Mainly, everybody knows it's because the Palestinian lands occupation and the crisis in the region that has been created by the Jewish international immigration. I wouldn't necessarily deny Holocaust simply because there is actual evidence, historical evidence that actually document every details into it. I think it's a very sad. It is a sad human crisis, human genocide. It's a bad point in the history, but I think it is exactly what we see right now in the Palestinian territories. It is basically some sort of self-immolation of like our people suffered because of a Nazi government problem that we had in Europe. So let's go back to. I shouldn't even say go back. I'm not even familiar with the whole ancient 4,000 years Jewish appropriation of the land because of the verses in their Old Testament.
But in their mindset, it is the ancient history of the Promised Land. So if you can,
Well, I mean, even if it was the case, and which isn't, we can argue about that biblically speaking, that even if it was actually promised, they were outcasted because they've done something wrong somewhere, and there's different revelations that speaks about it in different copies of the Old and New Testament. But
also, if I might add to that, there are plenty of Jews today who are Orthodox or Hasidic Jews who don't recognize the state of Israel because they think that the Jewish Messiah is supposed to usher it in, and not state governments or British mandates.
Yeah, though I don't know if that's a common thing as much.
It has its followers.
It is actually a pretty standard position within the more orthodox kind of Jewish ideology there.
By the way, Joe, I have to compliment you on your wall of Arabic philosophers. Two of my favorite philosophers are Ibn Sina and Ibn Rashid.
Ibn Rushd?
Ibn Rushd, yeah.
I'm gonna confess I'm really ignorant. I don't know any Arabic philosophers, and I'm proud of that, but I don't know them.
Ibn Sina, for example, was brilliant in terms of his knowledge of medicine and his ability to, and he basically took Galen and Aristotle and formulated new ideas on top of it. He was brilliant in the realm of logic as well, and he was fantastic when it came to ideas such as metaphysics, and metaphysics being the way of the nature of the universe. And as for Ibn Rashid, he was one of Aristotle's greatest proponents among Arabic philosophers. Ibn Rushd.
I would say it was a little bit more sociologist than philosophy, but we can argue about that. Just about Ibn Sina, he was more like some sort of medicine experimental scientist. Basically, he wrote one of the biggest books that, for the first time, actually made very detailed. It's like making an actual say prototype of human eye and different human organs. At that time, they were basically inexistent, and we got a lot of people coming from Europe and Asia to one of the biggest libraries in Baghdad, translating those books, learning Arabic, and basically going back and starting something like a few revolutions out there in Europe. But also, we got Ibn Rushd, right? I think he's the guy who started the Camera Obscura thing. There was a plan that was written in the Chinese civilization at that time, but the first successful plan of projective Camera Obscura was made by that specific guy, and that's what every printer or camera uses, or even satellites uses today.
No, it wasn't the first one.
Algorithms.
No,
It was the first
Chinese.
successful one.
No, the Chinese
I actually have
explored it as
documentation
well.
about this.
I'm pretty sure we already have, because I've read about this, right? This is a relatively common claim by Muslims, especially in the whole 1001 inventions from Muslims, a book which is really just a horrible scholarly work, which is just.
Okay, so you're basically saying those specific Arabic scientists and researchers and philosophers at that specific time just basically took shit from the Chinese.
They based a lot of their work on it. I'm sure they did some progress, but it's not like they were.
I mean,
do
you actually realize?
Yeah.
No, hold on. Yeah, because it is a big of an assumption to make. Talking about you're not talking about one specific person here. We're talking basically about the whole generation of mathematicians and astrologers at that specific time. You're basically discrediting any sort of relevant actual discoveries that has been made, and I would totally disagree with that. Factually, actually, it has been documented not only historically but also with specific evidence.
Well, just if I just might also throw something in there, or actually ask something. Are we also discussing the influences of other countries in terms of the gains in Islamic philosophy?
Because we kind of should, maybe, because that does relate.
Sure.
Although I actually want to ask Joe because he might be more knowledgeable on this than me. But the philosopher Al-Ghazali. But weren't there a lot of tension between the philosophes such as Avicenna and Averroes and critics of them who are more mystical, like Al-Ghazali, for example, who wrote books against them, such as The Incoherence of the Philosophers?
Of course, it's not only a criticism. There was also a lot of them were accused of heresy and such things, and some of them were outcasted because of their usual liberal kind of sociologist work and books and some different publications, especially Ibn Rushd al-Jahid. They were pretty liberal about certain specific Sharia laws, which made some trouble for them. I mean, wherever you look through history, same thing happened with Copernicus and Galileo, and anybody who would. I mean, religion usually starts shit when scientific discoveries come into play.
It's true. It's true in the Islamic world as well as in the European world as well with Christianity.
Yeah, but not atheism. There we go.
Actually, that's not true. In the Soviet Union, what's funny is the Stalinists tried to implement Marxist ideology within sciences. So one reason why the famine happened in the Ukraine was because of the fact that they tried to implement Marxist ideology in biology. They thought because seeds are of the same nature and will cooperate together for some greater end, then they're not going to compete for the resources but share them. And that's why you could plant, for example, like 3 seeds, whereas instead of 1, which the farmers usually did. So there was this. Also, there was this notion that even biology gears you towards the communist utopia. So yeah, they're in the although that wasn't atheism per se. It was an atheistic ideology that implemented itself into the world around it.
Come on, I wasn't atheistic. Okay, I was kidding, actually. By the way.
You don't think the Soviet Union was atheistic, really?
No.
You don't. Whoa, Art. Are you
Yeah.
seriously trying to tell people in this panel that the Bolsheviks were not atheists?
No.
Really? You're
No.
really gonna go there, dude?
No.
Seriously?
I'm
In
saying
spite of the
no.
fact, the overwhelming evidence that they were atheists?
For fuck's sake, I'm saying no. I totally like
No,
that.
I think his position
Well,
is basically trying to express that
Can I explain
atheism,
it?
by definition, doesn't have something to do with it, which is actually not. I would argue not, because you can't just discredit a specific, like perspective or worldview just because.
Of course, it's not a worldview. That's the problem, dude. Atheism is simply not believing in a God. Now, would you say that
sometimes
wait, hold on a second.
Sometimes not believing in God starts issues as well.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. So the thing is, do you believe in fairies?
No.
No. So you're an atheist, correct?
Yes, I would. Technically,
Awesome.
I am.
Awesome.
But
So now if I find some guy or some society who also didn't believe in fairies and thus were atheist, do we have any justification to connect them to you in any rational sense?
no, because those are doctrines we don't. I would argue no. But here's the main difference between being an atheist and being an atheist, if I just might throw something in there. To be an atheist is not something that's conscious amongst people. I don't live in a society where a good chunk of people hold to the existence of fairies. Being an atheist, on the other hand, is something a bit different because, sociologically speaking, you are aware that you hold a position that isn't like a group of other people's. You know it's a prevalent one that's held within society, and likewise, you could actually form a much more. You could form an opinion on that's much more reflective of the world at large. Whereas with fairies, the scope is very minimal and highly superfluous.
Just to go back to the actual point, we were discussing.
No, wait, hold on, because I do want to address this because I cannot fucking believe that you guys are really telling me that this, famous, ridiculous misrepresentation of atheism is actually kind of an argument. I mean, come on.
No,
dude.
it's not even about that. We're specifically talking about how basic, religious doctrines or anything that has any position towards some claims or whatever fucks up sometimes the scientific research. It's also, I think that the example that Rusty gave is actually valid because sometimes atheists do shit that fucks up the scientific research.
But the thing is, dude, they're just atheists. They just don't believe in a god.
I think you're being a little bit dishonest, Blaine, and actually admitting that.
Art, maybe I could just phrase it another way. So we would both agree that the communists implemented their ideology within the sciences, correct?
Implemented their ideologies.
So, they thought that they could they thought they could use Marxist ideas and read into the science these Marxist ideals.
I mean, it's a fact. They manipulated different ways on how they.
Those communists did manipulate.
Okay, and you would agree with us that they were also without the belief in God's existence, correct? Okay.
Well, actually,
all right, but the only point I'm just making in this isn't that atheism causes a suppression of science. That's not it at all. What I'm saying is that being simply not being a theist is not enough to stop people from putting their ideology into the sciences.
Wait, are we arguing about that? Because I thought we were arguing about whether or not an ideology can cause certain ideologies can cause negative effects such as denying science.
But they do.
Yeah.
And atheism is at the top of the ranks.
No,
Well,
it's not. Atheism in and of it.
now.
No, I would disagree with that.
Let me give an example. Let me give an example. All right. You know, we take the number of deaths. All right. The number of deaths perpetrated by theists pales in comparison to the atheists. Particularly Joseph Stalin and Mao Zedong, who are the biggest killers on the face of the planet.
Okay, so here's the problem.
Nobody can deny that, and nobody can deny that they were atheists.
Okay, here's the problem. Your methodology is wrong because you're using something that is affected.
My methodology is wrong.
Wait, hold on.
Well, tell them to the dead people's parents.
I will tell you if you let me finish. I will tell you. Listen. So you're using an indicator that is unfortunately dependent on many factors, not just ideology. It is mostly dependent on technology, right? Because you can have like 1 billion theists who are completely deluded because of their ideology, but because of their limited technology to kill people, they will kill at most like 100,000 people. And then you can have then one atheist who's deluded because of his ideology, assuming for the sake of argument atheism is an ideology. But because of modern technology, like atom bombs, he's capable of killing humanity.
Is flawed. Thank you. That's all I need. Thanks.
Wait, dude, what the fuck?
No, you just said, sir, that Stalin and Mao's atheism is flawed, and that's why they slaughtered millions of people. Okay,
I think he said that.
Thank you.
Well, if I could just throw something in there, Mao Zedong and Stalin were communists, and were particular communists. And the fact is, just because atheism was a component of their ideology doesn't mean atheism was ipso facto their ideology.
Atheism was a major component. They put Christians and Jews and pagans to death. So yes, atheism is a primary component of Mao and Stalin both. Yes.
Hold on a second, guys. Yes, that is true. They did put a lot of people to death who were theists, but notice they themselves are acting quite like theocracies. There is no freedom. There is no freedom of disagreement. No free market of ideas. It's like in a theocracy, essentially.
Well, actually, just to throw something in there, technically, Great Britain, if we define theocracy as just being a government with religion involved, Great Britain currently is a theocracy because it has an official church, the State of England, the Church of England. But I just want to throw something in there. The communists also killed other atheists, by the way, who weren't communists.
Which proves that atheists.
Well, but they killed
I think
them
the danger of
because of
atheism.
politics.
The dangers of atheism is what ideology you pair with it, which goes back to what I said earlier last night.
Exactly, and I think you're right.
Even trying to impose or to enforce the vision of atheism, or even imposing the rejection of specific theistic claims onto others is also dangerous. I mean, at least you have to understand that there is also atheists who do bad shit as well.
Yeah, but how many are there, right? That's the point what I'm making before. I mean, saying that atheists, Stalin killed a lot of people, therefore the balance, is against atheism here. But the thing is, Stalin had access to modern fucking technology, right?
Okay,
like
I hear that argument.
Yeah, right. So we have to actually count people who were doing bad things, and not how many people.
All right, so let's look at a modern theist that's in power. Let's use America, since we're America, world police, right?
Let's use Barack Obama because he's a good Christian boy.
Well, Obama claims to be a Christian.
He's a Muslim, dude. He's a Muslim communist. What the fuck?
He's a Muslim. He is a Muslim.
The Bushes claim to be Christian.
Yeah, now the Bushes are Christian.
All right, so earlier...
He's a white guy. It's obviously true.
Hang on. Okay, Joe said earlier that millions of people in Iraq were killed. It's not millions. I have a number of 500,000, which is not a shabby number.
It has been amended. It is
actually a million civil casualties, not to count any other military casualties. From
Okay.
specific official reports from both international, human aid,
Okay. If you could link that on
statistics,
the
and
side,
also
I'd appreciate that. Like if you know a source, I'd appreciate
sure.
that because I didn't find that number. I found 500,000. So,
Mhm.
I would say that's the closest you're gonna get to a theism gone wrong. But it wasn't really theism that was the drive. It was capitalism. So again, you have the ideology mixed in with the religion or non-religion.
We were over there for oil, but our gasoline kept going up and up and up and up and up every month. Yeah, okay.
Well, you see, that's the thing. I mean,
Whatever.
you can always say there are other factors involved, right? It's politics. So it's just this guy didn't like the guy. This
Most
guy
of the
was
oil
crazy.
wasn't. Just to reply to James, most of the oil wasn't actually kept. Most of the oil was sold off, and the money was kept.
Well, I mean, we have our own oil here, and we ship it off to other countries. I
Okay,
mean,
guys,
we
let's
use
not
it here.
derail this. Guys, let's not derail this.
My understanding is that the oil went to Mother Russia. We didn't even get a drop of it. Well, what Saddam didn't burn off, that is. What Saddam didn't burn off was actually put on Russian planes and Russian ships and sent to Mother Russia. We didn't even get the damn oil.
Vaughn, what good is a war if the very wealthy don't make money off of it? Come on.
Well, the wealthy are going to make money off of it regardless. We're just pawns. They're the ones that get the money.
Deidre, you're sounding like a filthy commie right now. Stop it. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'm left to center.
I know. I'm just joking.
I always say to R1, a little bit of socialism isn't bad, and then he goes, ah! I've said it like 3 times to him.
Just as a quick reference to the official calculations, by a margin of error minus 2.5%, it's still calculated between 700,000 to 1.4 million. We would say the most accurate is around 900,000 and 1.1 million casualties. It has been also, I mean, that's the most accurate official poll
What
that
is this
we actually
independent
have now.
polling agency? How do we know what that is? Just curious.
Well, it's an ORB, International Agency. And the margin of error is actually much less, which means that it's more accurate than any previous ones. Any previous polls that has been published before 2007 are a little bit less.
No, I would say that we didn't go there for the sole purpose of religion, but we had religious leaders that sent people there.
Okay, but I would actually say...
Oh, we did go there. I disagree. I totally disagree. We did go there for religion. We did that. We went there at the behest of the Saudi government, who want to establish a one world caliphate. Well, what is a one world caliphate? That is a Muslim religious belief. So yes, we did go there for religion. It just wasn't for Christianity. It was for Islam.
Yeah, guys, this is kind of derail. Okay, let's get back to some relative point we were talking before. I mean, let's pick either is atheism evil because a lot of atheists, well, a few atheists killed a lot of people, or is theism evil because a lot of theists killed a lot of people?
How about this? None of them are evil, and people are evil.
Okay,
I'm going to disagree that a lot of theists kill a lot of people. I happen to know a lot of theists, and none of them have killed anybody.
Yeah, I'm not talking about personally. Okay, I'm not actually arguing this guy.
Let's talk about people who go to power tend to be sociopaths. How about that?
Yeah,
we're voting those people in.
Let me clarify here. Okay, I'm not actually saying that atheists are immoral because some killed a lot of people. No, I'm not actually saying that. I'm kind of being a jackass a little bit here. I'm just trying to stop that you think that actually because Stalin killed a lot of people, this is some kind of proof that atheism is evil. It's a bad. Again, there's a factor that is not relevant to the ideology. It's just a
Sure, I hear this a lot from atheists. Sure, it's not proving that atheism is evil, but there is some people, fundamental atheists, who wouldn't even actually admit that atheist people sometimes do shit as well.
Oh, we do,
just as anybody else with different beliefs.
But I don't think you can extend that or correlate that justifiably to atheism, because atheism is simply a lack of belief in a claim. It's just another
Ego,
valid category
Castro,
to enable
Sometimes
someone
you can believe in a
to
specific claim. Makes you do
Mussolini,
bad things.
Well, just to
Stalin,
just to point something
Brezhnev.
just to point something out here. No one is immune from being irrational, theist or atheist alike.
Except God.
Agreed.
Except Thor.
Yes, except Peter.
I would also
Because
say that nobody is
Thor has
immune to
been.
being corrupted. There's
Actually,
corruption.
it's a real story. Actually, Thor has been given the hammer of wisdom from his father, and
I'm worthy
has
of
been
the hammer. Indeed.
like
Yeah,
some
an
mythical force.
atheist using a pagan symbol. That's real sweet. That's insulting. It's insulting to a pagan.
It's a Scandinavian Greek.
Technically, it's not a pagan
represent
symbol; it's a
Thor.
Marvel symbol.
You don't know it's not a Marvel
It's
symbol.
Germanic
It's
paganism, I believe.
it's a Normannic symbol, I guess.
And I like the character.
Sorry, Marvel
It
got
is a
the rights to
Scandinavian
it.
god.
Marvel ain't got the rights to a
Marvel
god.
actually does.
Marvel doesn't have the rights to a god. Sorry.
You know what though? It's
They
okay.
are. Is Thor the Plan B explanation for why thunders happen after Zeus? Like,
Yeah.
because it also represents the god of electricity and thunder and all that. I think it's a Scandinavian mythology god.
I think Nadia's trying to interject here.
All over you. Right-wing historical revisionism tries to vastly inflate the numbers of Stalin and Mao to...
Oh, good morning, Nadia.
Excuse me. Do you mind? I'm trying to finish my sentence, you fucking hard. So...
I just said good morning, you rude.
Shut up. I can't...
Oh, fuck you.
So, quiet while I finish my sentence. Right-wing...
I just said good morning, man, come on.
Stop. Right-wing historical revisionism tries to inflate the numbers of Stalin and Mao in order to attempt to discredit communism worse than, well, I guess things already stand. And the actual numbers, I don't have a real concrete number on Mao. Usually what tends to go on is attributing the famine, if I don't think it was to Mao, as opposed to calling it a disaster, and attempting to attribute the suppression of insurrections and wartime casualties and various famines to Stalin inappropriately. So when smoke clears on Stalin, he comes out with less than 1 million. When smoke clears on Mao, well, it's probably over 1 million, but I don't have it's nowhere near 100 million. And Pol Pot, on the other hand, pretty much does stand at because, well, I mean, pretty much clear auto genocide there. So there you go.
Yeah, Jonas, dude. Okay, I understand. Nadia was kind of cranky. This is a personal.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interactive.
Like, I understand Nadia.
Sometimes it's very shitty, man.
Wait, no. It's Nadia's room, and she needs the connection. Sometimes, she doesn't hear sometimes what you're saying, so it wasn't a personal thing.
It's Nadia's room. Like, it implies that if a person opens a live debate, it means that he has more like vocal.
No.
Okay,
I'm not saying it. Even though I kind of mentioned that, I'm not actually.
I mean, I wasn't even cutting off anybody.
No, okay. I'm just saying let's cut each other a little bit of slack, right? Nadia wasn't mean personal.
Sure.
You just needed to finish because it's.
I mean, actually, I said something nice. Actually, I didn't even cut off anybody, and I got that fucking shitty attitude.
But she probably didn't notice you.
Anyway.
Look,
I think she just woke up. That's what happens when you just wake up.
Dude, when that Christian guy who hates fags, who hates LGBTs and all that shit, he was telling her, "Hey Nadia, you piece of shit, you don't deserve to have a child because you're some sort of derogatory fucking gene pool and all that crap." And I stood for her. I was like, dude, don't talk fucking shit to her like that. You couldn't give her a respect as a human being. She can adopt a child if she wants to, because it's not about your sexual preferences, it's about if you are an actual decent human being. I don't care what the fuck you believe. I would stood for your right as a human being. I think everybody's equal, and I also expect receiving the same treatment as anybody else. Oh yeah, I remember that debate, quote unquote, between Haley, Bill, and me the other time. So basically, the whole answer that so basically the whole answer that he gave about salvation is that well, you started just pretty much talking shit to me. Hey, you fucking moron, you Muslim piece of shit. Listen to me. The salvation works like this. And then he goes into that, like in between sentence, he throws out, hey, you fucking moron. I was like, dude, this doesn't really sound as anything more than a fucking stupid ad hominem attack to me, and addressing my actual substance of argument. I was attacked by racial slurs and different things in that nature, and basically they did a vote. I didn't even know it was a vote. It was like, oh, Hillbilly wins.
Wait, they kicked you out over Christian Hillbilly? Wow, that's kind of douchey.
That just sounds like a popularity contest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Christian Hillbilly is. Yeah, Christian Hillbilly is pretty dense in terms of trying to get something through. I once told him that God isn't logically necessary by nature, or at least I don't hold that he is. And when Christian Hillbilly was trying to disprove me, he was like, well, if God is not logically necessary, how come we have a universe? And of course he doesn't.
That is the basics of a circular stupid reasoning. I mean, usually people from that nature doesn't really address your question or doesn't give you evidence for that claim. They will personally attack you, and and if you have some sort of reaction, they're, oh, you see, you are aggressive. What are you doing, man, sir? And that stupid, you attack me kind of argument.
Mentality, yeah. It's
I have no tolerance for that kind of people, to be honest.
Hey, I hear you. Like, if anyone used that kind of racial slur against me, I would tell him to take his fist and go jam it where the sun doesn't shine. Does anyone remember that POD song, The Youth of a Nation?
I'm from San Diego, so like I've met POD and hung out with them.
Oh wow! For some reason, that song is stuck in my head.
That's funny. I don't know why. I don't get the association, but yeah.
It's not because of this situation. A friend was mentioning it to me earlier, and I just remembered it now.
I'm not familiar with POD.
I'm sorry?
I'm not familiar with POD.
They're a Christian metal reggae rap band.
I would say punk hardcore, but yeah.
They have a lot. Oh well, they do have a lot of reggae guitar, and the lead singer does rap. So
sounds like ska.
It kind of.
The lead singer Sonny is a really nice guy. He's kind of a local hero for the Chula Vista area, which is the South San Diego, highly Hispanic kind of area. And being that I've gotten to run sound for them in a local show and visit with them, they're very likable. And I'm not one of those people that falls over Christian bands, but I found them extremely real and very likable people.
I listen to like Christian choral kind of instrumentals, even though I mean a lot of Muslims hold some views about like Christian choral. It means that you're listening to the devil. It's the unbelievers
kind of prayers thing, so you don't have to listen to it. But if something sounds good, if something is beautiful, it's artistic. It doesn't belong to religion anymore. I mean, it should be accessible to everybody.
I think there's been beautiful art done in the name of religion, whether it's Muslim or Christianity. There are moments of just great art all throughout history. I would say some reason in American culture, a lot of it is lost, and it's all evangelical based now. It's like, let me sway you to my religion instead of just telling a story and the beautifulness of the story. It always is like this attempt to convince somebody. I think we've kind of gone away astray, at least as evangelical Christians have kind of gone
Well, I mean, by
astray.
definition, that's what it is. A Christian band or like a Christian song or whatever.
You'd be surprised how many goth industrial bands are actually Christian. I mean, I don't know. Combi Christ is probably not an example. It's like whatever. But BFB Nation, obviously Covenant, Machines of Loving Grace. They might give their way. Yeah, didn't bother me too much. They weren't probably trying to ram it down my throat in their work and so on. So.
Well, I really enjoy Suf John Stevens, and he's a Christian, but he's very... He's not as... Suf John Stevens?
I don't know.
Sufjan. He has a very unusual name, but he's Christian from Chicago, I want to say, and he's sort of a psychedelic folk. He's very unusual, techno folk, kind of very odd, but I like him. I like Derek Webb, who's a liberal progressive Christian who got ripped off none of the Christian bookstores will carry him. He's like taboo, but he's quite an activist. And I like Sixpence None the Richer. And I like Thousand Foot Crutch. So I don't know, some of the Christian bands I like. It depends on if they're just like Jesus and lazy, or if they actually have something interesting to bring to the table.
I actually used to play a game in 2006. It was called Stronghold Crusader, which kind of got me interested in the whole historical background into the Crusades in general, and kind of digging around deeper into the the historical facts and all that. I think it's an interesting point in time, and if we really understand it, we'll actually explain a lot of things that are related to theologies in different parts of the world right now.
Now, Joe, I got in an argument with a Catholic friend of mine on Facebook about the Crusades, and he was pro-Crusade, pro-Christendom. He was saying words that kind of scared me. I'm like, oh, I don't like that.
The Crusades were far more overly complicated than people let on. In fact, the Catholic Church actually lived peacefully for 100 years with the first not the first caliphate. The first 100 years of Islamic rule over that Holy Land, there was actually both sides were actually getting along pretty well. However, there was a second group of Muslims that came along afterwards and sealed off the entrances to the Holy Lands. Beforehand, it was fine because there was open trading, but after that, economic and diplomatic strains started building up. So it wasn't all cut and dry as the Catholic Church being evil or the Muslims being evil. A lot of it did deal with land, economics, and the ability of access to the Holy Lands.
Yeah, the problem is I'm very... the belief in Christendom, like that we can go through and just establish Christianity through war. He actually was supporting that idea. It wasn't that I was projecting that onto him. He was actually saying that's a good thing, and that was terrifying to me.
I mean, I used to debate with strictly Christian people, and like one time I got this evangelical Christian and another like Catholic Christian one call, and actually most part of the debate was between them actually discussing a few differences between Christianity than Islam versus Christianity kind of discussion. It was interesting.
Okay, we're at a changeover. Next hangout is at
Worldviews and Lifestyles #75.
No, we're only at 41 right now.
41. Nice.
How many? Are you going for a certain number for this particular
Like, do
subject?
you have like some certain gap to reach?
Well, no, I don't. We'll probably take March 31st for the Transgender Day of Visibility, at least. But yeah, it's sort of like atheism is not a worldview, etc. That type thing. And of course, yeah, sexualities and gender identities are not lifestyles and such are the idea behind worldviews and lifestyles.
All right, so you want us to flip over and taking it?
Yeah, we're at under a minute left, so.
Okay, I'm gonna do that now. How about that?
Welcome, Jonas.
Thank you.
And sorry I got, I don't know, panties in a bunch or whatever. But, well,
I do know that you don't really hear what people are saying sometimes when you're saying, excuse me, or let me finish.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm talking. My name is Nevia, and I own this place, motherfuckers.
Okay, I hope that wasn't being insulting or.
Yeah, that was like a dramatization.
Okay.
Alright, now I have to get the link out on Twitter, Tumblr, Facebook, and LO.
You guys, I'm actually sorry that the H fucking key stuff, so I have to clean the whole keyboard just to get apart.
Why do you even need H? Like in French, it's a no sound kind of alphabet.
So that I can spell asshole.
Asshole.
Well, useful in this thing.
Well, I mean, you still can pronounce it without the H, right? That's the point.
Yeah, finish cleaning all the holes for the keys. Now I have to finish.
Like, if you have if you can figure out how you can press that specific position in that key, you don't need the key back. You can just press it.
No, the key's fine. It's just that the keyboard is just full of fur and
Well, buy another keyboard then.
Right. So what?
Jesus, buy another keyboard, man.
I'm broke, dude. I'm an atheist. I have no money.
Oh, you can work in the Soviet community or something like. There's still like different
Soviet community?
segregated Soviet communities, and yeah, they still work.
Like working. You mean like working in the Soviet? Working in the Soviet death camps for Christians.
Like the Gulag and all that.
Like. Yeah.
The first time I heard the word gulag, it sounded like a delicious Russian delicacy.
It doesn't look like
gulag. First time I heard it was when I played Command & Conquer Red Alert 3.
Oh,
playing the Russians.
Yeah, gulag is actually sounds very close to goulash, which is a food, which is an Eastern kind of food. It's a very dense kind of soup with meat. It's really good.
Like first time, like I've talked to you, it sounded like you were a Russian dude. No, well, part of the festivities, but you said you made a claim about actually like talking Russian and stuff.
And I proved it, sir, and I can prove it again.
Well, no, you didn't actually. That's why.
Oh, пошла нахуй, сука.
Нахуй, что нахуй, да? Так что такой тупой, да. Ты говорите немного русский?
Говорю.
Ooh, can I try speaking Russian?
Sure, man.
Да.
Okay. Here it goes. You talked to Coven lately? Okay. That was just me.
That
was me talking with the Russian accent in English. Yes.
Okay, then was that FPS Russian?
Sorry. Seriously, have you been talking to Eric Coven lately?
Would you like to help me with some work that I have?
You want to go into this dark alley? See, that's weird. I cannot do actual Russian accent in English.
You just speak English.
Well, I actually speak English. I don't have that accent. Or do I have that accent?
Yes.
Really? Like, well, okay, maybe it's because I'm not hearing myself, but the way you said, you kind of made the Russian accent there, rusty. Is that nothing like I hear myself speaking English? Is it anything?
Like you guys, like Russians have some really good rap songs,
Oh,
sounds really cool, yeah, especially when you're rapping like Russian.
I'm not rapping.
This one is for you, man. This one is for your people. Yo. Придя в имитацию счастья, но нам и так хорошо. Татьяне угали дукари дани порошок. Стерлился с волны, думайте за швов. Разум такий висков, напучись еще. В сердце минет нож, удали правда, если любовь, ты на бракат. Инен сосли слов, зачем заходить ума, ложи тонут думаешь тоной твои глаза. Да.
Was that Russian hip hop?
Да. Русский рэп нахуй.
It's better than G-Man's rap for sure.
I could rap better than G-Man.
Well, my grandmother can rap better than G-Man.
Actually, I remember G-Man challenging me point blank to a rap contest, and I was blanking out for a minute, and then I pulled something out of my ass, and apparently I won. But he said, "Okay, that was good, but you lost because you swore."
Well, yeah, legit.
You swore in the rap there for you. Austin, can you imagine telling that to G-Man, what is it, Eminem?
Although lately I've gotten a lot better, so yeah, I think in the future I can pretty much take G-Man.
But just don't call it a rap contest, okay? You'll get laughed at by rappers.
Actually,
a rap battle, dude.
I think I'm pretty good, like on a serious level, not just a jokey level.
Okay.
So I think I can get away with it.
Actually, it is a challenge to rap in Russian because, like, the structure of the language has more consonants, much more consonants in one sentence than vowels. It's not like.
Yeah, in English it's fairly easy. It's especially easy considering you have much more flexibility in making up words or forcing them to rhyme as well.
Oh yeah, the pronunciation there is very open.
Like in one sentence, you're supposed to say this word, this phrase, like very fast. Like this is how the sound goes. Like там горящее небо. Это постоянный рай. Like I had to learn this crap like for several weeks, just to kind of get my native Arabic, like speaking system tuned for this language.
Yeah, you can be an asshole, but you still have to work on that.
So, yeah, I barely understood half of the things you said, but hey, okay, it's understandable.
I think you're oldest because you don't understand Russian. No.
Oh, I felt that burn over here.
Yeah. No, actually, he doesn't.
What? Do you want me to call my buddy Putin?
Нахуй, меня зовут Путин, да. И Русской Федерации очень красиво, да.
There we have it, Putin is a Muslim.
Yeah. Lucky guys. I cracked the code. I learned the language of your civilization.
You can now infiltrate us and learn our secrets.
This is like a psychological war, because if I learn your language and I can talk shit to you in your language, like you have no power over me, bitch.
Yeah, dude, damn you! You talk to me in my language, and I.
Actually, Jonas, considering that you learned to rap in Russian, how good are you at rapping in English?
I wouldn't rate that. I don't know, maybe.
You said rate
I'm
that?
sweaty, knees weak, so I'm heavy. Falling in sweating already, wants to get that stuff. I don't like Eminem though.
Eminem's pretty good. I have to say that the Beastie Boys are pretty impressive in terms of how they rap with one another.
Can't stand it. On the planet, I'm gonna set this right again. I can't stand rocking when I'm here because I'm crystal A and so crystal clear. So while we'll sit back and want to fall, I got this fucking throne on my side. Oh my god, it's on the rush. I'm telling y'all it's sabotage.
Yeah, that's off their third album, which was less rap and more punk. That's why you have a lot of it being sung rap. Except with songs like 3 MCs and 1 DJ, that's pretty straightforward hip-hop. Cause nobody can do it like Mixmaster can. Come on, I got the D-double-O style, and here it goes again cause it's worth my while. Do me a favor, don't touch that dial. I rock from Manhattan to the Miracle Mile. My name is Mike D, I'm the lady's choice. I want to get next to you like my Rolls Royce. Y'all getting round to hear the golden voice, cause when it's time to rhyme, you know I make noise. Cruising like a fanboy on the glade. You'll tweak your ass across the crossfade. So watch it back when he takes the stage, or he'll send you off on